Welcome back to the APL. We are finally here in APAC North as the journey begins to EWC and later this year to Osaka for the major over in Japan. Pengu, it's finally time for APAC North. We already had OCE 2 days of it, Asia 2 days of it. Yep. You and I got to do Asia for the last 2 play days as well. It's been fun so far. It's been getting a little bit spicy.
It has been, but when you do back-to-back play days, you're seeing the same teams and the same players and the things, and you have 3 sub-regions of O's, Asia, and APAC North. I want to see them all! So it's finally time to see the players that are coming from the countries like Japan, Korea, one of my old personal favorites, the former PST roster, etc., the VX roster changes. There's so many exciting things happening between kickoff and stage 1.
Yeah, very much so. It's been a busy time. We had the Salt Lake City Major, of course, as well, which was a crazy time to be an APAC fan. We had a lot of APAC teams making it there. Unfortunately, neither made it into the final. It was an all North American grand final, Dark Zero taking the championship. But aside from that, Pengu, we did see some APAC teams go pretty deep.
Yeah, and you're going to be very proud of this one, right? Enterprise, the boys from Down Under from O's, they were doing a phenomenal job at the major. Causing some upsets, having surprising couple of results, but also Magnet returning as a coach to the scene, being a former player, then being behind the scenes for many years, and now being back in front of the camera doing content, coaching the boys, and having some great tactical timeouts. Honestly, super proud of Oceania and Enterprise, but also super proud of Dark Zero. I didn't see them winning, I didn't see them going to the grand finals, but they had a dominant victory.
Yeah, they really did. They showed that North America is very much on the top of Rainbow Six at the moment. But of course, the next international event that we have coming up is EWC, and the road has already begun. In APAC, of course, we have 4 slots to the EWC through the APL, which means with our 3 sub-regions, APAC, North Asia, and Oceania, one of those has to get 2 slots. Now, for the Salt Lake City Major, Asia got 2 slots because of how well Weibo and Daystar had done at previous events. But OCE have now overtaken Asia thanks to that incredible performance from Enterprise in Salt Lake City.
Yeah, and I mean, that's going to be very exciting. We spoke a lot about in the last 2 playdays for Asia how, Weibo is going to qualify, and then, Daystar or Orchid or similar team can fight for that 2nd spot. The fact that you have 2 spots for 1 region means that a new team can have a chance to go into the national tournament, which is super exciting. And speaking of these future things to come, we also had a lot of content recently with the newest season, of course. And James, do you have any particular favorite here? We got Rank 3.0, Calypso Casino, new map. What speaks to you the most?
I'm going to throw a curveball here and say that one of my favorite things is simply the balancing update. So, of course, we've got Pulse, Gridlock, Sophia, and Mozzie all getting tweaks, a couple of other weapons and operators getting tweaks. I just love the fact that Sophia is now a 2-speed 2 armor. I've already been playing a lot of her. I said this before to you, Pengu. I just absolutely love that. I also love rank 3.0, your skill being your rank. No longer do you have to worry about, oh, okay, that person's in Diamond, that person's in Champion. Are they really at the skill level of a Diamond or Champion? That person's in Silver. They could actually just be a Champion that hasn't leveled up their account yet. Now it's very much clear. After you play your placement games, you should be placed pretty well where you should be. And also, unlike ranked 1.0 back in the day, Pengu, you still have a chance to grind. You never get stuck in elo hell. Remember, way back in the day, if you won a game, you might only get like 1 or 2 rank points. Now, you will always get a solid amount of rank points. You can always keep grinding no matter how late in the season it is.
It's also only 5 placements nowadays instead of 10, which I think is a lot less daunting for players that are returning or that have that kind of ranked anxiety, because having 10 matches being played that matter oh so much, now it's just 5. We also have, of course, Calypso Casino, the newest map into the game. Not in Pro League just yet, but we're all crossing our fingers for Stage 2 later this year after EWC. I would love to see newer maps in the personal scene. The question is, what map should it replace? We can't just have 10, right? It's a 9-map pool. So if Calypso Casino were to enter pro play, it would have to replace one of the existing maps.
Yeah, it would. Do you have any particulars that you would love to see move out in favor of Calypso Casino?
The easiest answer is gonna be a map like Cafe. I think for me, it's played the same for a long time, and besides the rappel change in Siege X when that came out last year, the map has stagnated quite a lot, and it's quite frustrating to play at times. So I would say Cafe is my easy answer.
Yeah. I don't know. We'll see. We saw a lot of Concert the other day, which ended up being very defender-sided, and Concert is the most defender-sided map. I think Calypso Casino might end up being defender-sided because it is one of the biggest maps we have in Siege. You don't think so?
I actually think it's going to be a super attacker-sided map. I know it's a big map, like layout-wise, but I generally think that the bomb sites themselves are quite weak compared to other maps, which means that you can really pick them apart on the attacking side. I would be surprised if it was a defender-sided map after 6 months in pro play. Maybe in the beginning because it's a brand new map, but after that, I think it's going to change.
I would love to see that. I'm really keen. I need to play a little bit more. We need to get on the stacks. We need to start practicing because Calypso Casino is a big beast to try and tackle, and that'll be the case as well when hopefully it eventually does come into professional play. Of course, we haven't yet really talked about the Dokkaebi rework, which we're seeing a little bit of action of right now. We've already seen a bunch of Dokkaebi being played across the various regions that have been kicking off here for Stage 1, but already one of the best operators in the game prior to this Dokkaebi rework. She was so powerful with her logic bombs. That gadget has now disappeared. It's been tweaked. It's been reworked into the Jago payload, which is so much more deadly than it ever has been in the past.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy to think that a super strong meta operator gets reworked, and one could argue that Dokkaebi is now stronger than before in certain areas of the gadget and maybe weaker in other ones. But the fact that you're targeting a singular operator now on the defensive side means that that sole person will have more negative effects upon them versus the 5, global phones being called, slightly affecting everybody. So you can take 40 damage if the phone ring goes through, leave a trail of fire beneath your feet. You have 5 of those calls. If you do let the phone ring go through and take that damage like you see on the screen right now, you'll lose access to your phone for the entirety of that round, meaning you can't check the cameras until you die. And if you're playing an operator like Fenrir, Echo, Maestro, where you're using your phone to activate your gadget, you just lose your gadget. Like, the yokais will still exist and other people can check them, but you as the Echo, if you lose your phone, you can't go on them, move them around, and use the active ability. So it's a pretty big change for Dokkaebi.
Yeah, huge. She's going to be a very powerful operator. Although we haven't actually seen her necessarily banned a lot, and that's because she fills a similar role to operators like Deimos. We've seen some teams decide to triple down. They go the Deimos, they go the Dokkaebi, they run Lion, they run lots of different impressive operators at once. But it depends because we just have so many good ops on both attack and defense right now. I'm glad we have a lot more bans than we used to. But sometimes it's not about what operators are picking. Sometimes it's about what you do in the server. And we saw a crazy moment yesterday. Our feature round for the APL in Asia. It doesn't matter whether you're cooking up a crazy rush. It doesn't matter what you've set up with your Glaz. Sometimes it's just about hero moments like these.
Watch the grenade right here. It gets tossed on in, almost gonna hit Joker in the face. The My Meta catches it, resets the explosive timer, and it buys Joker a few extra seconds to get that clutch in the round victory. And you see the pop-off moment. I mean, that was a huge game for Joker and for his team overall. We also had Neon dropping like 18 kills in that server at the same time, so just tons of highlights.
Love to see Jogo popping off with the Daystar jersey after he got dropped from Daystar, dropped from Elevate, and now he's making a new home as well. Let's talk about today, though. We've got APAC North 4 best of ones coming up for you, and I have my eyes firmly set on that match at the end of the day. D plus Kia versus CAG Osaka. It is our grand final rematch from kickoff. One of those two teams is likely to be the one that will go to the Esports World Cup to represent APAC North, and we have a taste of their rivalry in Playday 1.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy, but also the match before that, almost like a bit of a an appetizer, right? Scars versus Kinotrope, another banger rematch from kickoff, where it was a very hard-fought battle from both two teams, and Kinotrope actually chose to take Scars to bank, one of their best maps, and they beat them on it in kickoff. So I'm actually super keen for Scars versus Kinotrope.
Well, let's dig into our first game of the day. It's Trippy versus Can You Be My Enemy. Let's break down the latter first up. This team, hailing from Japan, has made their entry into the competitive scene this year, into the Tier 1 level, and unfortunately for them, Pengu, they didn't do so well. They ended up last place in kickoff, losing the 8th, 7th place decider match to FearX. Crazy to think that FearX was even in a position to be playing for the last place. Let's see why BME did not come out on top of that. They have a long way to go.
Yeah, it is really just a matter of they need to improve on every single aspect. We see the individual stats here, of course, 16 to 33. They're all negative or even on entries. No one really is standing out on like a great individual performance. So we can't point a finger at one issue here for Can You Be My Enemy. It's the full-fledged thing. The fundamentals, the teamwork, the communication, individual performances, the clutch factor. It's all was just missing in kickoff. But that's also kind of what kickoff was for these lesser experienced rosters, right? Get some experience, get some time under your belt, and then for stage 1, where can you get your new level to be at, and how much more can you improve from kickoff to stage 1?
Yeah, it's a good question. BME obviously came through the Challenger Series at the end, or the start of this year, I should say, at the end of the previous season. They came through that Tier 2 scene, and now they're looking to prove themselves at the Tier 1 level. BME, we love to shorten their name to, and these guys are very much unproven. They are looking for their chance to make a statement for themselves, for Japan. Because, let's be honest, Japan is a far stronger region than Korea. We've seen that recently. Fewer and fewer Korean teams remain in the APAC North League. Of course, D+ functions in Korea. It's a Korean organization, but it's all Brazilian players. Aside from that, we have 2 Korean rosters, and the rest are Japanese. But of course, one of our few Korean rosters that does remain is Trippy. You might not be familiar with this name, Trippy, unless you're a bit of a Siege OG. The name and logo, Trippy, is a real OG one from the Korean scene way back in the day, but these faces are very much more familiar. This is the old Help Us LFO roster, which was previously to that PSG Talon, but not many of the PSG Talon players do remain.
No, they do not. They do still have Dong actually as the head coach / manager, and he is like the one element that was there since the very early ex-PSG Talent days and all the way here to Trippy Main Telecom as well. And he's brought in some old friends. Him and Harper go way back in the day as well, and Dong always spoke very highly of him, wanted to team up in some sort of fashion. But it's gonna be a new look. I think it's very easy to say, oh, these guys used to be ex-PSG Talent, they got these and these results. That was like the organization and the core name. This is a new roster. We're gonna have to reset expectations, let them show us their own level, and just kind of see what their starting baseline will be before judging them too hard.
Yeah. Very much. Now, of course, we have some roster changes, namely NL is the one that comes to mind for me. A player that you... Oh, wow, the Trippy have jerseys. I love that. I didn't necessarily expect them to have full jerseys. That's super sick. So, yeah, previously, Trippy was actually just like an orgless organization, just an orgless team. But now they've actually registered it. You can see that they have support. They are really doing their best to try and make this as professional a team as possible. Shile making a return famously on that old Mantis Cloud9 roster that eventually became FearX for quite a long time. Nice to see Shile back in action. And for NL, like I was saying before, played a lot in the Tier 2 and Tier 1 of Just Korea and Team Viper, Spear Gaming, and even FearX for a brief stint. But of course, very much a new team, this roster is. Let's dig into the VODs, see what we'll be playing today. It's Korea versus Japan, Pengu. Best of 1. Where are we going to end up?
Best one is always scary territory. You gotta go to one map and give it your all. Bank of Fortress. Nope, it's gonna be Fortress, the newest map in the pool, which honestly getting a lot of love these days across all the regions. Has a very high pick rate both domestically and internationally, and I feel like it's just been a very welcomed map. The flow is pretty good. The base strategy is very well understood from all the regions, and it does allow yourself to play all 4 bomb sites, technically speaking, 3 being better than the 4th, of course, of Hammam. But we did see that 4 bombs have been played yesterday by Weibo, so anything really is possible here.
Yeah, and look, I want to give some credit here to Trippy Main Telecom. When they were Help Us LFO in kickoff, they actually did win against Kinotrope on Fortress, and they had largely the same roster, not entirely the same. So hopefully that is a little bit of proof that they know what they're doing on this map. They also managed to beat FearX as well, quite dominantly in the lower bracket before they were eventually eliminated. For CYBME, though, this is going to be a tough game. They did lose Fortress to FearX in kickoff, which means that at the Tier 1 level, BME are yet to win a single map. Now it's time to hopefully change that, but they are going up against one of the few good teams that Korea has to offer. It is Trippy Main Telecom making their debut, resurfacing with this brand new brand. An old name, but making a reappearance here. Let's see what happens once the server starts to tick away.
Very curious in the operator bans. Of course, when you have an inexperienced roster with, team with roster changes against a more experienced team also with roster changes, the identity of both of these two squads have changed from kickoff to now. So you might be going to this thinking, okay, are they a shield team? Are they not a shield team? Are they gonna play stuff like the Dokkaebi Solid Snake demos and be just a gap finding? And this can kind of lead you astray in the operator band selection, leaving maybe some power tools open that you wouldn't do against opponents that you know a bit better. And then it's going to be down to adaptations in every single round, trying to figure out, okay, what kind of style is our enemy going for and how can we go for a counterplay? And we do see a bit of a mix-up here, both the Monty being removed and the Dokkaebi. So it's going to be the one of those primary shield operators with the gap finder, aggressive kind of enabling operator of Dokkaebi, whereas the Mirror, which of course utility to hide behind, with Bandit locking down those walls, being removed from play by the attackers. So I think both teams are doing a great job at kind of saying, we're kind of just trying to throw a blanket and cover as much as possible. And by banning these specific operators, they do that. They cover a lot of different ground from the get-go. And it also, they can save their third operator, or not that they can save it, but the third operator will come into effect in 3 rounds, and then they can figure out what have we missed, what have we not read correctly, and then give her that third operator later on.
I'm curious to see the interaction between the Clash and the Blackbeard. Do we think that Trippy Main Telecom have managed to spot out that Goppy Clash pick during the prep phase? They're not seemingly picking off of the Blackbeard. I don't know whether they've got any EMPs on this lineup. Potentially not. So it's just going to mostly be the Capitao to try and clear out that Clash. This could be a little bit tough in the later portions of this round if Goppy is able to stall out that Blackbeard.
Thorn shotgun as well. It's excellent for fighting on a staircase or close quarter area. But the issue is, if you get into like the late stage of a round and you can no longer play on those staircases, you're gonna have a secondary, C-set auto machine pistol probably, and it's just not really ideal for long range combat. So we'll have to see how that goes on later. If you do end up playing a shotgun operator yourself one day on a staircase, just try and take a fight early and try and force a strong position, because you're better off having a strong fight early and die, maybe being stuck with one of the worst guns in the game late round to try and help your team on the bomb site. But for now, we're just droning, we're figuring things out, just navigating through the map. No fighting happened as of yet. With the Bandit ban, we might see a Kai sometime in the future, but not for this one. Just to try and lock down some of those walls, but shouldn't be too effective because both the can openers and the Selmas will not be stuck on the gem anymore. And Marimo on the shotgun goes down early.
Yeah, that is a big loss here for BME. You're meant to be having your Thorn hold on for as long as possible in that position on the main staircase with that shoddy, but ends up dying to outside of the building. Now it looks like everyone from BME is peeking aggressively. They know exactly where the Clash is. Goppy loses his shield, takes a hell of a lot of damage. Now he's being hunted down. Can't even find a consolation frag. It is a flawless debut for Trippy Main Telecom.
It really is. I mean, how that opening death happened as well. I'm talking about how the Thorn has a shotgun and has to take gunfights in close quarters. I believe they died from a person with a DMR on a window outside the building. So it's the Thorn just walking down the hallway, wanting to get a close fight, but gets the furthest angle in the map, all the way from spawn almost. A bit of a shame there. That's BME struggling in the very first round, and this has been the story for them also in kickoff, just kind of figuring out their win conditions, playing together, and also locking down I would say, the more important areas of the map. If you're not going to have any sort of wall denial but the mute, which doesn't work against the A Selma charges or the secondary can openers, you can really just put down a jammer and go, oh, they're not gonna breach you, we'll just play far back and peel back the layers. You might need to challenge a little bit more aggressively early in the round. hold the drops from those tower areas so they're stuck midair, fight for the staircases, not just in sort of main lobby, but also in the back portion of the map. This kind of plays like Chalet very commonly in other regions where, let's say you're defending master bedroom office, right? You hold library on Chalet. Here, if you're going to be playing on the bomb site here in Kid Storms, you kind of want to extend across the map and also hold top eagle and hold commando offices. You want to try and hold as much map control as possible because the bomb site itself isn't the strongest. You just get boxed in. So you want to have a fight early on. You want to try and take some of those resources away from them and then fall back towards the bomb site with as many bodies as possible.
They are still sticking that clash though.
Yeah.
What do you really have to read out of that round other than let's not peek and give up picks, right? BME are running more or less the same thing. They just have to interpret the round a little bit better.
Yeah. I mean, again, it's everything, right? It's the individual decisions, the communication, the macro and the micro. It's going to be all of it. That just has to be a little bit better here from BME. The fact that Thor now has a automatic weapon, I think is a wise choice from the get-go. You can again take more fights more comfortably. You also have the assignment that can give you some protection and rotations back towards the side, like I said earlier, by blocking off the door or a window. So already now, I would say a better look, but the fighting's gonna happen quite soon. And then we see Marimo just falling on back. This is great. Again, peeling back the layers. They do have a spare reinforcement if they want to use it later on. And they are right now at this very second. So they've burned almost half the time. They've spent 4 Grim Bees right now to try and get into the building. All of them gone. And now they're going to not give them any kills early. So this is much better already in round number 2. Great adaptation.
I hear the candelas ring out. I can see that the high bridge from Shile is looking to open up the bathroom wall. As NL continues to push that clash back, needs to make sure he doesn't get guard broken. I like the way the Yazami was trying to hold on and log up that breach, but unfortunately, Marimo was not able to get out alive. This is a very tough spot for BME. Trippy have breached that wall. They forced the defense back. They're inching closer to pressuring that side.
Great job from Gobi though, burned both the air jabs, survived and beat out a couple of candelas. But the issue is his teammates are falling right next to him. Asville also now in the grave. So 3v5 with a clash, meaning that the clash are going to be playing guns up right now behind the shield rather than playing information game and slowing down the attackers on the entry. So with 35 seconds to go, Trippy has to try and figure out where to make the push. We're going to try and spread across the building as much as possible, play on the outside breach, play on all the doors leading to the bomb site, and go for a 3-2-1 execute. But these Goya fires are stalling them out.
Time is ticking away. There is a way to win this for BME. They just need to hold their positions.
Oh boy.
It looks like Gopi is the one to find a kill, peeking from behind his shield. He finds Shile, but is traded back. Karamomo is able to also help one out. It's just now a 1v3 as Trippy Main Telecom look for the plant. NL is going to be able to get it down while Demic will cover. A little bit too close for comfort, but they do find their way into the bomb site and lock it down.
And you see the thinking there from both teams. Trippy did a great job at attacking from as many areas as possible while still having a possibility of a trade. They never had a person drop old tower where you saw the last defender kind of looking towards in the back area because they don't want to have a single person that can die without a teammate in the nearby area. So they have 2 people in meeting, 2 people by the bomb site door, and then 1 person on the main breach. But because BME don't have any real information operators besides the clash that round, they didn't know where to look because all the cameras were shot from inside the building. So they're thinking, are we getting flanked? Are we not getting flanked? They truly had no idea. And this is the great thing about having a fast attack on the roam clear, is that you have enough time later in the round to change your positioning. You're not going to be 10 seconds left stuck in meeting and they know you're in meeting. They had 50 seconds left when they got to the meeting portion, and then they started, swarming around the map and attacking from different areas. So honestly, job really well done there from Trippy. BME holding their own a lot better in round number 2 than round number 1, but they still suffered 2 early losses. And those 2 devs, I mean, that changes the entire outcome. They didn't have enough guns to cover all the angles.
I've just been looking back in the history books. Shile, I don't know if you remember that name from way back in the Cloud9 days. Do you, Pengu?
Do what, sorry?
Shyle, S-Y-A-I-L,
Yeah.
the new Tribune Telecom. Do you remember him from back in the Cloud9 Mantis era? Yeah. So obviously he played for many seasons and many international events with that team. Retired in 2022, by the way. So this is a resurgence after 4 years of not being in the competitive scene. And also, fun fact, the team that he played for before he joined that Cloud9 roster was Trippy.
Oh, there's a bit of history here, huh?
Little bit.
It's funny how we're seeing players like Hysterics returning after a long hiatus, Sile as well. A lot of OGs making their path back to the scene. Marimo almost died during the Scopo swap, by the way. Took down to about 40% health on the other shell. Maybe it's the rank 3.0 getting the pro players back together, I'm not sure. But there's something in the air for the OGs.
Speaking of, Shah was so close to that pick on Asvel. Very close to the bomb site here. This medbay infirmary area is such a pivotal position for the defense to hold on to. If you lose it, you more or less lose the bomb site. You can't get verticality onto it because the ceiling is solid. So if Shyle is able to find that pick by an over-aggressive Asphalt, that would mean everything. Third round in a row now, we're seeing BME really lean in to this clash. I wonder if at some point, if Trippy thinks it's a problem, they could just ban it. Maybe not even worth it at this point. They're not too worried about Goppy.
Yeah, I think this round is gonna answer that question. If Goppy is successful and the clash becomes a big problem, they might just ban it out. But so far, it hasn't been. They push the bombs out of mid bay, and therefore they go down 2 players to take down Goppy.
Yeah, that's a big kill here for Demic to try and potentially bring it back into the realm of possibility. I like the Sens wall. He can bait a peek from Sikingo, that might help out, but Demic instead decides to focus up on the bomb site, finds his opening. He and Harper are actually not too far apart. Maybe there's a world where Demic uses his final Sens gadget. The ROU goes out. He tries to cover himself. Oh, but Harper gets double peeked at the same time. Now a 1v3 for Demic. With the new XK23 in hand, it's not enough to hold the line. Asfel swings him, and BME finally got around on the board.
A great swing together, forcing the 2 versus 1 there, ensuring that they get at least a trade or a free kill. And it was very well calculated. Both the players slowly kind of edging forward and saying, okay, you're ready? Okay, me too. 3, 2, 1, and swing at the exact same moment. Question mark time now. Is it going to be the Clash? Is it going to be something else? Though so far, Clash has been one of the only kind of power-ups that are being forced here on the defensive side, and it just helps you get like a very strong area of the map in your control, and it sucks to deal with as an attacker. On the flip side, it could be a Blackbeard ban, it could be a Ying ban and Kaid, actually. Okay. So, obviously, Trippy, they want to get through those walls, not be stopped. They don't think the Clash is a big problem. And likewise, BME, despite playing the Warden, despite having operators available to deal with the Ying Candelas, they actually will opt for that ban over another shield or anything else. Great timing.
Yeah, I think that was the biggest moment for me in that round. Just making sure that you win your 2v1, that you play it right.
Yeah.
It's fundamentals like that so many good teams get wrong still. 1 round on the board. Funny that it's the tertiary bomb site that BME first find a little bit of luck with, especially as they did lose the Clash. Really didn't feel like the Clash was overall the biggest of impacts, so I'm glad that Goppy is now switching it up, going Smoke instead. This does look like a bit better of a lineup here for BME. Especially banning out that Ying, that was one of the most difficult things for them to deal with. Still got NL on the Blackbeard though. Charles going to be able to take a lot of free real estate very quickly with that solid snake. The roam clear has to be good here from BME to try and stay alive if they want to delay time.
Really like how Lini has been trying out different operators, right? They've been playing both the the heavy roam, Scopos, make it a bit of a lone play, then TP back towards the bomb side. They've played more turtle up on the side itself, playing operators like your Warden, your Smoke, your Asami, your Goyo. They've been playing Thorn very frequently here just to kind of help. They can get a bit of information when the fights are going to be happening. And now Denari as well. So it does feel like to me that BME are actually really working through the issues every single round, saying, what are we missing? What could we change? What was a problem? Whereas Trippy, they go into this with a bit more of a set play, Now, after the third operator ban with Ying being gone, they go from more execute utility of like, you know, the Ying, the Grim, the Capital, onto we want kills. Solid Snake, and of course, the Deimos being brought out as well. But it's Demic on the ace, finding an opening pick. And with that, BME will fall back, reinforce the walls, and cut their losses. But ideally, you do that before you lose the defender. But it's a good response to losing a member because you cannot hold onto the roam and the bomb site with just 4 versus 5.
Yeah, Michelle has info, and now that the hard breach has come out onto that wall, it would be really ideal here if they could reinforce this next wall into bathroom, but they are not going to have the ability to do that thanks to the fire keeping them at bay. That's one of the downsides of bringing that Goyo. It's going to make that a little bit more challenging now. BME have a wide gaping hole in that bomb site, and Trippy Main Telecom are keen to try and put some pressure on it.
Can they do another reinforcement on the Asami barrier? Very smart. Good. It actually does protect you really well. And it's stalling for a bit more time. Again, more and more layers being utilized. No protection for that shield, unfortunately. So a single nade will get rid of it. And the last Toxic Babe also tossed out in response. So the timer that we see here is accurate, except for those last few Goyo Fire canisters put somewhere on the map. I think Goppy right now is going to be the playmaker. If he's successful in the hallway with the shotgun, that can change everything for this round. And if he goes down too easily, that'll make the round so much harder for the rest of his team.
And that was in such a good spot, though. However, Goppy is fighting him. Harper comes to support. NL is the one to get the kill. Thank you, Harper, for baiting out and helping a little bit in that moment. Oh, this is not great, though, for Maremo. NL shuts him down, finds another one as well. Big work on the Blackbeard from NL. He must have picked up a few tricks on his time at FearX, and now he's looking better than ever.
That right there, that is my shield player. Just vaults the half wall, bonk with the melee, and confirms the kill. Also, when you're up against like a shotgun player, like we saw NL fight earlier against Scorpio on the smoke, when they have the shotgun out, not the SMG-11, you can pretty much always just like right-click as the Blackbeard and just take the fight. Because you would need every single shell to land in a very small surface area because there's no headshot multiplier on a shotgun, right? So even though you're shooting a guy straight in the face, you're not really guaranteed to get that kill because those shotgun shells will spread all around the body. So you see, NL took like a quarter of his health of damage. He was already a quarter down, and now he's half. So he barely took any damage from that shotgun. So if you're a shield player yourself, whether it's Blades, Fuse, Monty, or Blackbeard, if you see a shotty, just take the coin flip because it's not a 50-50 in your favor. It's like a 70-30. You should be winning that one and losing.
Realistically, how many defenses do BME need to make this game look achievable? Because I was going to say 3 or 4, and now 3 is looking like a stretch.
Yeah, 3 is what I would say. I think Fortress is very much like a 3-3 split in my mind, by expectation. And given the fact that BME are the lesser experienced team and whatnot, you'd really hope for them to get 3. Unless they just absolutely pop off on the attack. We'll have to wait and see. But 3 does feel like a bit of a stretch right now, James. They tried to clash 3 rounds, only worked a single time, and it wasn't because of the clash. So it feels like they don't have like a pivotal operator to build around. Like I said before, they keep changing the setup. Now they're playing Lesion, probably as a shield counter, right? They're playing Tuberal, but the Kite and Bandit are both banned. So they keep changing things up without finding the thing that works for them.
Oh, Shield, nice. Good recoil control there with the F2. Does pack quite a punch, but also kicks like a mule. Thankfully, he finds the head. Maremo, 0 kills, by the way, and is running the Aruni, which you realistically need to be getting on someone that wants to gun. Like, it's got the ACOG, it's got the DMR. Give that to a gunner. Sikingo is going to try and fill that same role now with his own ACOG on the DMR. Ready to fight this player outside of Horse. I think that is
scary angle. He's waiting. Oh, he was shooting. Oh, the Aruni laser gate baited him because it was just reset and he went to peek it to reactivate it. Because of that, he dies. Oh boy. Another 3v5 for BME. And now you have to feel a little bit desperate to try and go with something that's crazy.
Nice.
They do that and it works out. Goppy finds one pick. Do they stay their ground or they fall on back?
They are going to retreat here. Thankfully, Asphalt does get out of dodge as he was detected by the bees. He's not going to be able to reinforce this wall. as there's Noah's Army to try and protect him to do so. At least it was a nice little mini play with him and Goppy to support to make sure they baited out Shyle before went for that swing. Oh, great shot though onto Demic. He was just waiting for someone to peek that half wall. And now 3v3, it might just be winnable, especially if Goppy is undetected in this hallway with the shotgun.
And there's no Blackbeard, there's no shield this time around. I can just kind of face check these corners. And the drone counter very low as well from Trippy. Meaning they gotta dry peek, they gotta take some really risky positions. They works out though. The Molly catches Asphalt in the middle of the bomb site. Now Grimmer watches over as well by NL. They can get that last bit of information, and they'll swing for Kuromomo though, and they get shot down immediately.
Yeah, now Goppy out of position with nothing but the C75 to try and retake. That is a great attack and another challenging round for the Japanese Trippy Main Telecom in the site, in the building with a vengeance.
It was going so well for BME right until it wasn't, and it's because they are moving too much. If you want to move in the middle of that bomb site, it's very important to either have information on the hallways leading to the bomb site door, or you do this really nice, cool thing of holding F and barricading it, right? Barricading a door gives you so much information, because no attacker can just walk down the hallway, peek straight into the bomb site, and maybe get a freebie. And it's something that I think is very underrated, especially MetLife Fortress that has so many like long 90-degree hallways. They went from a 3 versus 5 to a 3 versus 3. They saved the round only to toss it right after by overmoving.
Oh man, 4-1, it's not a great start for BME, but on the flip side, Trippy Main Telecom, you could argue are looking better than last stage. You could say that on paper, Pengu, they kind of lost their best players. Obviously, they had the troublesome trio that was on this team for quite some time and now has recently moved over to FearX. That's Yunsang, Ryder, and Soldier, 3 of the best players from Korea. You lose those 3 players, and look, you bring on NL, who was recently on FearX. You bring on Damali and Shyle, who have been retired. And on paper, it should be a roster downgrade, but this is a team that's looking very confident, especially obviously against the arguably the worst team in the league. It's going to be an easier go of it, but I'm liking what I'm seeing out of Trippy Main Telecom so far.
I'm with you on that. And I think that comes down to aligning your playstyle. Something that we often see, not just, you know, here in APAC North, but generally speaking across all of Pro League, is you might have a team of great players, but half of them want to play one certain style, maybe a bit slower, more methodical, than the other half, they want to play this faster, gap-finding, newer found playstyle that we see more in recent history. And it's not great to have 2 different styles being played at the same time with different mentalities. You need to align on one way to play this round. And we've seen Trippy play the slower plays with shield. We've seen him pick things apart at 1, 2, 3, use the sense, go for a plant. We've seen him now play Dokkaebi, Deimos, Blackbeard, storm the building and go for the kills. They seem to be very aligned on how to play the game together, and that's the most important part for me to watch. Oh no.
Nice pick from Shyle.
Oh no.
I gotta say, man, Shyle is looking as confident as ever on the entry. Back in the day, he was one of the star entry players in Korea. It's been 4 years since then, and he's looking like he's not shying away. He's loving the new Solid Snake. He's now detected Asvel as well inside of Infirmary. This is the one bomb site BME have successfully won on defense so far. They need to make sure not to lose this critical position. As the Sen's Light Wall comes out, the ROUs roll on down, and Trippy finds one, but so does Goppy. So Shyle taken down. That said, Trippy are still in a better position. They have the numbers advantage.
So much is happening right now. If you're Asphalt instead of mid-bay, grenades, smoke, sense wall projectors, there's so much sound happening as well. A player outside his window was there earlier too. Trippy though, spent most of the utility. Can they get in the bomb site? They still got 3 more sense projector walls. But there's 2 defenders in mid-bay. They have almost no map control to speak of at the minute. And they're gonna start planting. They're deep in the bomb site.
Oh man. This is very, very troublesome for BME. At the end of the half, how do they get themselves back into it? Well, they'll struggle to do so while NL is cleaning up. It's Sekingo against the world. Nice double kill for him. A 1v4 becomes winnable, but he needed that kill right there onto the verticality from Harper. There are nades, but I'm not sure if Harper can get an angle onto this diffuser. Sekingo might just be able to ninja this. Never mind it. Harper is so confident, cool, calm, and collected in the clutch. It's an easy post plant and a dominant 5-1 for the Koreans.
can't let you go.
Not necessarily the best start here for BME, but they are trying their very hardest, and I can't fault them. You know, they are doing a lot of things every single round differently than the prior, but they're down 1-5. So they're getting a ton of experience in different operators, different setups, and different ways of playing the game, but they are mostly getting the same result, which is a round loss. On the other side, Trippy Main Telecom, they got new roster, they have found their own playstyle, and they're in big agreement on how to bring these rounds together because their coordination and their synergy has been excellent this far, and they're getting almost every single opening pick, which is the cherry on top.
That's nice. Very nice to see. Always lovely to start a new roster and a new stage with a fresh set of eyes and a nice win under your belt against one of the weaker teams in the league. So certainly exactly what the doctor ordered for Trippy Main Telecom. Can you be my enemy though? Man, they really do feel a bit like a fish out of water here in the APL. They tried so hard. They grinded through the Challenger Series, and massive credit to them. Do you remember, did we cast it together, the Challenger Series? Did I cast that with you?
We did not. No.
I think
no.
I feel like I hosted the Challenger Series with some other casters. I don't remember exactly. It was a few months ago now.
Casters.
I can't remember. I
don't know who they are.
Exactly. Can't remember exactly. But I do remember being a bit involved. And BME ended up beating VODs, who were quite a well-known team for many years. Yeah, I don't know if we say Vitae or VOD, but yeah, those guys. BME beat them. You know, knocking out an established team to take their place in the APL is a huge deal. It was so exciting. But sadly, they have had maybe a bit of imposter syndrome since actually getting here because they have struggled to find a lot of success since entering the league. Looking back at the results from kickoff that I was talking about before, their first game, they played D+. They won 3 rounds across 2 maps. Not a good look. And then they lost to LFO No Name, and they won 4 rounds across 2 maps. And then they lost to FearX in the 7th place decider and won 5 rounds across 2 maps. So, they haven't done better than a 7-4 loss so far. They're still learning. They're still learning. They made some roster changes. They just need to keep on practicing.
A question that I often get from, I guess, more casual viewers who maybe not like super deep into Pro League is what separates like a champion ranked player from pro play? Well, take a look at Challenger League, so tier 2 pro players versus tier 1 pro players, right? The gap is massive. Just, you know, you can go from CL into pro play and you beat maybe a decent team in VODs, for example, or VODs or whichever. And then now you go into the actual tier 1 competition of active pro league teams and players and you are getting destroyed. The gap is huge, and the way you play the game changes from, you know, casual to ranked, and as you grind up those 7 ranks, gold, plat, diamond, etc. And then from that to Pro League, even bigger change. It's all about the small details. The gunfights, they go oh so fast at this level of play. Reinforcement's gonna stop Goppy from pushing on the Blitz. He is gonna be the shield player. The Clash and Bell, of course. The Blitz on the attack inside. Asshole, the Deimos Shoddy makes quick work of NL on the smoke top of Eagle Stairs. And that is gonna be an explosive start to BME's attacking round.
Love that. Opening kill. Check. Bit of hard breach done. Check. What is next up on the docket for BME?
Spicy Upgrade Aurora, check.
Yeah, well, that's always fun. You got the Capitao as well. We've got some fire still in pocket, but Harper is keen to try and make a little bit of a play. No Nitro Cell to work with, but if Asvel exposes himself, Harper might find the kill. I don't think Harper knows. I think he's got the wrong read. Here comes the fire, and Harper is about to get detected as well by Asvel. Free kill for the Deimos, and Trippy are dropping like flies. Plan opportunity presents itself for Goppy. He will take that. Now Demic and Shyle have to retake. Demic has a C4 in pocket, but first he needs to deal with Asvel holding his flank, and he will not survive. The dangerous pistol from the Deimos is so deadly. Shyle 1v4, perhaps once upon a time, but not these days, not in 2026. Not for Shyle today.
The Blitz, the Deimos tracker is being hunted from beneath because Asvel's got that pistol and his shoddy for the staircase fight. He wants it. They're gonna send one or two players in for the troll, but no, it doesn't matter. No trolling happening right here. Opening pick, plant, heartbeating, Aura, execute, and the final kill as well. So much more confidence inspiring from BME on their first attack than all of their defenses combined.
Couple more like that, and who knows? Who knows? The sky is the limit if you keep up attacks like that. Opening kill, execute into sight, plant down, covering your flanks. Beautiful stuff. Job is now on Trippy to try and deal with something like that. Maybe they were a little bit overzealous, underestimated BME a little bit there. Changing the bomb site though, might help out. I love that first kill. Huge round from Asvel, by the way, on the Deimos, with both the pistol and with the shotgun.
Very small celebration, but I mean, you are down 2-5, so I get it. Don't want to get ahead of yourself. But I mean, speaking about making it from tier 2 into tier 1, right? It's really a matter of also enjoying the journey, of course, of the grind to get there, and enjoying the moment when you are in that position. I speak to various pro players, of course, when we go to those international tournaments, majors, SI, etc. And everyone's always like so hurt when they lose, and rightfully they should be. I was too when I was a player. It sucks to lose, but I feel like it's very healthy to have that voice in the back of your mind that goes, but how lucky am I that I get to play in front of a crowd, you know, top 8, quarterfinal, people are chanting for us, cheering for us, we're having the time of our life. And then you get so upset that you lost, which again, the game of competition, but you need to really appreciate where you are, win or lost, just to make it a more enjoyable experience, I reckon. Because you play all the time. You will lose a lot of times in your career, whether it's in practice or in pro games. And if you're gonna take those losses to heart every single time, I think it can turn the experience a bit bitter.
Yeah, absolutely.
A rush? Plant?
Fast rush here. Goppy is in the building. Indeed, they are cooking. He's starting to plant that diffuser. And I don't think there is enough. Plant denial in position. Oh, Goppy is forced off, but no, it doesn't matter. Plant goes down still. The Blitz is traded back, but Trippy are going to struggle to try and retake this. In the end, the gas from NL was enough to find the kill, but not enough to deny the plant. Koromomo also finishing off NL. Damali in a 1v3. BME look like a completely different beast on their attacking side. 2 convincing wins in a row.
And you see the theories there from the very beginning of the round, because that Thatcher to deny the C4s and the Toxic Babes, that the Finger to boost up the attack, and the Blitz / Sense to just cover enough area and get down that diffuser. And the Toxic Babes, 2 of them are tossed out by Trippy on defense. The first one missed because they didn't know where the plant was happening. Is it to the left? Is it to the right? They didn't know. And by the time the second smoke was tossed on out, they were too deep into the plant animation for it to matter. So the smoke, it was doing damage to the Blitz of Goppy, but not enough to actually deny that plant from going down. Huge push, huge play. I don't know why we didn't see that kind of creativity and confidence in defense, because they certainly have their attacks figured out. And as you pointed to, hey, a few more of those kinds of rounds, and we have a game on our hands.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. No questions asked. Usually it's defense teams feel a little bit more at home, a little bit more confident, but no, not to be the case. Koromomo really just dug deep, covered off that flank. There's a bit more energy from the Japanese. Love to see it. Trippy just continuing to try different bomb sites, see what sticks, because those top floor bomb sites have been well figured out by BME.
Yeah, they have. Just looking here at the setup from Trippy Main Telecom. What can they do differently? Because I'm looking at the attack, you know? I see the Sense Splits. I see the Solid Snake. They can find some crazy gaps with this lineup. The easy answer is that you really want the opening kick here if you are Trippy, if you're playing defense. But the way that BME are playing these rounds, they're not giving them any easy ways to get that kill and disrupt the attackers. Because they're doing a great job using their drones, using their blitz. Now they got a solid snake gadget as well. They don't need to get into like an aggressive position where they might fall to a gunfight. They can just play off the gadget and the information game itself. Like here, another bomb site direct hit maybe into mid bay, smoke off the flank and push directly in front, and they get open pick again.
It is starting to look like BME have a little bit of spice on their attacking side. Every now and then we see a Japanese team. In the past, it's been the likes of Kinotrope, the likes of CAG, go for these every single time. We're going direct hit, we're going for a rush. BME have a little bit of that energy about them, and it is exciting to see that they have slowed down significantly after that initial pick.
I think it's smart. They're using the Solid Snake and the Blitz together with the Sentence Wall to get into a foothold in medbay, an area that defenders they usually control for the entirety of the round, and then they're watching the flanks. So if Trippy wants to make a play on the flank, they're going to get shot down by Asvel. If they get pushed in the bomb side, they're going to sprint straight into the arms of a Blitz and a Solid Snake right behind them. So they're slowly just inching their way forward, using their smoke, using their sense wall, and getting deep into the building, and now they could threaten the plant.
What is going on here? Yeah, there you go. Gets denied by the Elamine.
Reloading.
The smoke also takes Goppy extremely low. No more gas remaining though, just one impact from Shyle. A single shot to the foot will finish off Goppy. Meanwhile, Sakingo goes down. Asvel feels the need to try and go for a rotate. He is flipping it indeed. But the Blitz is still in Infirmary with that diffuser. Asvel has one more Jago payload he could use. Almost sees the gap on the Shyle. No. Misses his chance, exposes his position now. And I think that gives up the ghost here for Trippy Main Telecom. They know exactly where the plant's going down from. Smoke goes out. Do they just go for the kill? What do they play? They find Shyle on the hallway. They have completely flipped this.
Two players in mid bay from the attack and two in the back portion. They're going to try and play for kills instead of plant the potential here. They got Dokkaebi calls going through. NL injured as well, but Harbor strikes back. Even numbers.
But the plan is still going down, and NL should be able to be safely revived here. Harper does indeed go for the res. Two players low HP on BME. As Damali tries to get active, all three of these players from Trippy Main Telecom in the same position. They have one advantage, and it is that the HP from BME is not enough. And that means a quick spray from Harper will finish off Goppy. Marimo needs to be the one to step up, but Harper takes him down as well, and Koromomo has fallen. Trippy Main Telecom with a big retake. They are forced to sweat. BME are giving them a run for their money on these attacks.
Harper is saving the round, individually finding all of those kills. BME though, again, their problem solving is great. Direct bomb site hit, get opening pick, reset the round, utilize your tools in your pockets, and then rotate the attack when it does not work. And if you cast your mind back to why they flipped the attack, it was Harper with a spare Elamine in pocket that tossed it on out and stopped the Blitz from planting. So Harper saved the round the first time around, and in the post second later on. It's going to be a attack timeout. Gotta lock in one more round for Trippy, but three more to tie it up, into global time for BME.
Yeah, chug that, Shyle. You're going to need it with the way that these guys are running at you on their attacks. You need all the energy you can get. But only one more round for Trippy to try and lock this in. I have a good feeling for them, but man, after the first half, we really didn't have a lot of good things to say about BME. Now, I feel like we do. I feel like we say you cannot deny their energy on that attacking side, their bravery to go for these rushes. Finally, another ban comes through. It's the Warden ban from BME, which is huge.
Oh,
I
boy.
love that. That tells you we are going to be playing Ying. We're going to be playing Flashes. We're going to be playing Smokes. Unfortunately for them, though, the Glass has already been banned against them, and now the Blitz has been banned too. So you're getting a little bit less value out of that Warden ban, but I still expect the Ying to be very effective.
That's a good read. The thing about the Blitz is that it's such a strong operator in close proximity, and with so many direct attacks here, I do think it's the strongest shield available for BME. So you can go, yeah, they can play Fuse, they can play Blackbeard, etc. Yeah, but if Blackbeard gets into like a close quarter engagement, it's a lot harder to win that fight as a Blackbeard player by dashing forward and trying to knock back the defender. And so simply just sprint on in, flash, ADS, get the kill. Because you're not going to be exposed or limited by your mobility at all. So I do think it's an excellent ban from Trippy. Again, they're one round away. They got the bandit tricking, the mirror windows. They're playing a ton more utility than in the past. And they're using a lot of it here for the extension towards Games Room. It's very important now that they're not being too weak on the front side of things, you know, main lobby, Eagle Stairs, because if BME wants to go for a side rush while they have 3 people off the side itself, that's going to be how you can quickly win a rush. However, look at the player spawns here from BME. It seems like they're going to go for a roam clear challenge rather than going for a direct hit.
Oh, very early pop onto the Goyo. By another 20 seconds. Goppy's going to be the centerpiece of this attack. Where he's going to be is going to tell you where the main push is. Where that Ying is going to be swinging in with this shotgun. We saw a Flores ban yesterday, didn't we, Pengu? It was a bit funny to see. But I think that on some maps, Flores is so good on some particular attacks, on some setups. Clear as much util as you can, and then you can just focus up on executing itself.
Flores is not a bad ban by any means, but in the game that he was banned was against Weibo. They were abusing Monty, Blackbeard, Deimos, Solid Snake, etc. And then they banned the Flores. Yeah. And it was like, Reese has been playing Flores every round, sure, but the guy is like 2 and 4 and not really the guy that's the problem. Sure, but
I think...
No, there's a time and a place.
In the case of Weibo, I think you just have to hope that someone disconnects and you play a 4v5. That's the only way you beat those guys. Looks like Trippy are going to be playing a 4v5 for the rest of this round. Charles tries to escape and is cut off. So well played by BME. They actually are very confident on their attacks, and it's not just about the rushes. This is a methodical clear of all of the setup that Trippy have brought to the table. One mirror nullified, second mirror exposed as an A comes out. Still not dealt with as of yet, but that Blackbeard certainly helps. I love the way NL gets aggressive, however. Demic in a bit of spot of bother with the Blackbeard looking at him. Tempted to peek him, he will fall back.
Smart choice. 1C4, 1 touch babe. That's the last one being spent just now, so time is ticking away here from Trippy. They have less and less util in pocket to counter a plant later on. When the smoke expires, I mean, Marimo could just walk in with the Blackbeard and start establishing a bomb site presence, and then it goes down to Harbour to clutch down for his team, and it goes down. Here's the Bandit.
Oh, come on, how many can you find, Harper? Both of them! Asphal's the last one standing here for BME. 1v3 to try and save the map and save the game. It's been such a valiant effort from BME, these ultimate underdogs, the Japanese roster. Yet to find a map win in the APL, but they looked so good on these attacks. Unfortunately, that first half letting them down. 1v3, Aspel can't find anything, misses his chance. Finally gets a consolation frag on Harper, but he is completely surrounded, and Demic puts the final nail in the coffin, and Trippy Main Telecom show that they have a new name, but the same old talent. And it's a big win for South Korea.
Oh yeah, I mean, they had claws. That's a very, very convincing first couple of rounds. And while it did get sweaty there on the sides of the BME's phenomenal direct rushes, it was the better team effort from Trippy Main Telecom. Again, the coordinations, the timing, understanding the plays that they want to play together. It's actually a much stronger showing than I expected from them right out the gates. And also Harbour individually saving the final 2 rounds, both in the tertiary of Kitchen and with the double kill in the hallway to shut down the Blackbeard in the push.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's exactly what Trippy Main Telecom needs after struggling quite a lot in the kickoff. They are back with a vengeance here in stage 1. They've had a good warm-up game here against BME, but of course it only gets harder from here on out. They're going to have tougher games week by week. Next up, they're playing D+, so they're not out of the woods yet. In fact, they barely found themselves among the first shrubs at the edges of it, but a win is a win is a win. And that is a nice one to have under your belt.
Oh yeah. Again, a great start is always going to be very welcomed. Marimo did not have that kind of great start themselves. 0-10 on the day. Did play a couple of different shields on the attacking side and did play some more supportive positions. But we gotta get at least this 1 kill on the board in the future to come. Other than that, I do think that Can You Be My Enemy's attacking side was wildly successful. Also, I think the KOST kind of reflects it, right? With how one-sided some of those defensive rounds were, it's surprising to me that they still have a high cost, because cost you kind of call consistency, kills, objectives, survival, and trade. I think a lot of that value came from the attacks because they're working so close together every single round.
Yeah, one thing's for sure is if I was ever going to be playing against BME, I'm definitely target banning your things like your Blitz and your Ying. You just don't want to be dealing with them going for quick executes. But on the flip side of that, that's one game done. Trippy obviously having a big win. Finally getting themselves on the board here after what was a bit of a rough kickoff. They're up, they've done it. It's another Korean team's chance to show their medal. It's actually 3 former players from that old Help Us LFO team who have now moved over to BNK FearX, and they're going up against RRX, the former ex-Enterforce 36 roster, and also LFO No Name, as they were called in kickoff. It's going to be another Korea versus Japan one, but I think a lot of people have their eyes set on this one because FearX, with a new roster, is this now the new Korea super team?
It's so hard to say, man. I mean, FearX is an org. They've been going through it. They had a lot of really good players. They had Dark as the coach, was doing phenomenally, and then Dark left when kickoff started, and then they've been in the dumpster since, and now they're trying to reinvent themselves. We'll have to find out. But before we get there, a quick break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
하퍼고요. 에이펙 노스 지역에서 활동하고 있습니다. 제가 게임을 처음 시작하게 된 건 이제 가족의 영향이 제일 컸고요. 그 중에 특히 집에서 부모님 둘이서 이제 컴퓨터 2대를 가져다 놓고 같이 게임하는 걸 매우 좋아하셨고, 이제 집에도 플레이스테이션 2, 3, 1까지 다 있었어가지고 뭐 자연스럽게 그런 환경의 영향을 받은 것 같고요. 제가 제일 처음에 했던 게임은 메탈 기어 솔리드 2였고 제가 제일 좋아했고, 뭐 컴퓨터도 있었어가지고 뭐 RTS, FPS, TPS 정말 여러 장르를 하면서 이제 FPS 할 때가 제일 즐거웠던 것 같습니다. 근데 저한테는 8살 아래 남동생이 있고, 남동생한테도 레인보우식스를 추천을 해서 같이 해봤었는데 한 중학교인가 초등학교 6학년 때 생각보다 잘하고, 제가 게임 지식만 알려주고 뭐 에임은 저보다 반응 속도나 이런 건 좋더라고요. 피가 이어져 있는지 모르겠는데 그래가지고 생각보다 즐겁게 했었어요. 스트레스도 안 받고 좀 못해도 귀여우니까. 특히 저희 아빠가 클라우드9에서 제이가 왔다는 소식을 듣고 제가 어떻게 할지 고민하는 척 연락을 해봤는데, 오히려 부모님이 더 좋아하시면서 절대로 해라, 너 이거 안 하면 너 끝이다 하면서 무조건 하라고 등 떠밀어 주셨던 기억이 있습니다. 아직 국제전 우승은 없어가지고 막 그렇게 특별한 기억은 없는데, 그래도 막 국내 대회 우승하거나 해외 진출한다고 했을 때 막 부모님이 막 회사 사람들한테 자랑하거나, 그리고 막 제 프로필 사진을 메신저 프로필 사진으로 바꿔놓는다거나 막 그런 건 보였어. 민망하기도 한데 뭐 한편으로는 좀 뿌듯하기도 하고 나쁘지 않은 것 같아요. 본인한테 들은 얘기로는 운동선수 쪽으로 간다고 하고 e스포츠 커리어는 뭐 저랑 같이 게임했다 정도밖에 없는 것 같아요. 좀 복합적인 것 같은데, 그래서 저는 레인보우 식스를 플레이하기 전까진 다른 게임에서 경쟁심이라는 걸 딱히 느껴본 적이 없었는데, 이제 이 게임을 시작하고 나고 이제 저보다 약하다고 생각하는 사람들한테 지거나 할 때부터 약간 막 가슴에서 좀 불이 나는 듯한 느낌이 들으면서 이게 뭔가 계속 열심히 하는 게 이제 꾸준히 반복되다 보니까 이렇게 된 것 같네요.
And we're back into it for APAC North Play Day 1 here in the APL for Stage 1. All roads leading to the Esports World Cup in August. But we've got a lot of siege to get through before we get there. Pengu, how about that first game of the day? Trippy Main Telecom, our Korean team, one of our only 2 Korean teams in the league, actually showing that they still have a bit of fire despite losing most of their team to go and join FearX.
And that's the thing, right? It's so demoralizing when other organizations, they take your players and they say, hey, come over here, we'll make a better team than what you have right now, and you gotta keep beating up like the scraps, the retired players, etc. But they've made it work. They've picked up players like Sile hasn't been active for what, 4 years, you said earlier, and had a great phenomenal showcasing. They got good team coordination, and it feels like all the players are also in a pretty good like friendship state, because that goes a long way as well. I know for a fact that the coach rather, Donguk, Hopper, NL, Demek, etc. They all, or Dimali, they all speak on private terms. So that's super nice for them.
Yeah, it's a hard position for South Korea as a region to be in.
It is.
Because of how tough it is with the player base being a lot smaller than in Japan. They are really the little brothers to Japan. There was a moment there where we had, D+ and FearX with both full Korean rosters, and Korea was arguably the strongest region in APAC. Back in the heyday of D+ and FearX and Sandbox. Even FearX, a year ago in Rio, they managed to get to the top 8 and only ended up falling to eventual finalists of CAG. So it's quite sad to see the way that Korea as a region has fallen, but we still have hope, especially if you're a fan of BNK FearX. They've made massive changes. The start of this year, Pengu, after failing to qualify for 6 Invitational, they gutted their roster. Yeah, that super team that everyone had been talking about for such a long time in Korea. Arguably the 5 best players in South Korea, all of them except for Woogie Man got dropped. And they brought on mostly rookies. They brought on players that hadn't had a lot of experience. That lasted for a very short amount of time before they said, that PSG Talon team was pretty good. Why don't we just pick up all of the rest of that team? And now we have 4 players from that old PSG Talon roster and Woogie Man.
So to let you know, like a small secret here, this is actually the roster 1-to-1 that PSG Talent at one point was trying to aim for. There was a conversation about, getting Woogie Man onto the PSG FearX roster before he joined FearX and make that the Korean super team. But then they ended up joining FearX instead. It created like a rivalry between PSG and FearX, and obviously FearX ended up winning that one. They qualified, they did better, they beat them pretty often, etc. But now we're seeing the PSG team on the FearX banner instead. Yeah. So we've seen both iterations. It's crazy that we're in this timeline. One thing is that they took Misa for kickoff. That was just like one part of the roster, but now they brought in everybody else.
Yeah, and arguably Misa is the best player in Korea right now. Woogie Man is the most experienced player remaining in Korea. So this is a very much star-studded roster. And their opponents, though, don't underestimate them. This Japanese roster of RRX or RRX, we're going to figure out how to say the new organization that have just made their entry into the APL. They picked up the LFO no-name roster, previously known as Enterforce 36. You might remember them from last year. They were always an aspiring team that actually punched above their weight. For a long time, people thought that they were just going to be in the dregs near the bottom of the standings, but they actually did exceptionally well. They ended up pushing Scars quite deep in kickoff, almost winning against them in the lower bracket and knocking Scars out of the tournament, which would have been crazy to see, but instead they were eliminated. Ended up falling to the now Trippy Main Telecom roster in the 5th place decider match. But this RRX roster is back and ready with a vengeance, new brand and a new player as well to boot in duo. So let's see what they can achieve, especially up against such a star-studded team as FearX.
I'm very curious to see how their real performance will look like, because you mentioned about them taking stars distance. They're also on the opening day, the team that took CAG to max overtime on Chalet. They lost 7-8, 7-5 to CAG, who won the whole thing. So I feel like there is so much more potential here for this roster, and super excited to see what level they're gonna show us today and for the remainder of this first stage. But of course, to figure out how good they're gonna be, gotta figure out where they're gonna take us. What map do they want to play on? What map does FearX think that they can win themselves?
Oh my god,
Chalet.
really?
Okay.
This is ballsy. I love it. Okay, so you mentioned that LFO No Name, now Double RX, pushed CAG, the kickoff champions in APAC North, by the way, really deep, 8-7 on one of their maps in kickoff. Do you know what map that was? It was Chalet! It was Chalet. So Double RX going to a map that they have already proven themselves on. They're playing against FearX, a FearX that is obviously a very different FearX to that of Stage 1. Funnily enough, this FearX roster actually has more players from LFO No Name in kickoff than they did from FearX in kickoff. And we did have an LFO No Name versus Help Us LFO, which was kind of the core of these two rosters, play against each other on Chalet in the 5th place decider. And the now FearX roster did win that. So we'll see what happens as we get into the server. It's the brand new FearX with 3/5 of their players hopping on over from LFO, Help Us LFO, and the new Double RX roster with their debut in APL.
So Operator bans, right? Soldier's a very big shield player. Misa great on Deimos. Could see both of those operators potentially banned out here. Worth mentioning also Solid Snake. I think Solid Snake and Deimos should be a higher ban phase here than something like a Dokkaebi. On the other side of BK Fearx, you just ban the stuff that makes defense easier. Your Clash, your Mira, your Asami, your Valkyrie, those sorts of operators. Dokkaebi actually will get targeted. I was wrong there. Mira on the other side. Surprised to see the Dokkaebi banned because we know how good Misa is in Deimos. We know how good BK Fearx playstyle, the former PSG roster, they play on the Solid Snake. Whereas Dokkaebi, for us, not having seen their scrims and their practice matches, we have no idea if Fearx is going to be playing that sort of operator for Dokkaebi rework. But RRX will not take that risk. They will ban it. Also, Woogieman with the signature Fuse pick at the minute. Of course, gonna take a repick off it, but I do love me some Woogieman shields.
Woogieman is one of the GOATs when it comes to the shields. He's going to go from one shield to another, it seems.
Yeah.
Blitz. Oh, what is this from Ryder? Oh, here we go. I see the Lion, I see the Amaru, and I see the Blitz. What is going on here from FearX?
Like, low-key, is there a world here where you threaten the direct attack and Amaru, like, I don't know, goes up the lobby hatch and goes for a backstab? Because what are you gonna Amaru on this particular bomb side of Bar Gaming? And what are you going to Amaru if you're going for a direct attack? Because having, like, Nomad, Capital, Blitz, this is not gonna be a usual full map clear. It's gonna be something very niche, something very specific. I'm curious to see. But given the fact that Ryder and Amaru is droning out lobby and can go into the basement portion, it could very well be what I said earlier, where he's gonna backstab from the hatch drop. Soldier goes down to Jin on the library window, I suppose. And losing Capital early, I mean, that's gonna cost you. That's your fire and your smoke gone.
Righto.
Oh, the window, actually.
Yeah, go snow window. That's very unusual. Very rarely do we see any team go for a play like this. But first, they're going to have to try and clear Jin in this corner. The air jab's a nice idea, but it can easily be shot, so there's not really much point to it. Jin needs to be careful not to overpeak here. He's in such a strong position. He's delaying so much time. There is absolutely no point in giving up his kill for free.
They're still waiting. I mean, we know what they're about to do, right? Ryder's gonna fly in fireplace, go for a backstab, but because they can't clear out Jin in the corner, it can, and they've also, of course, lost Soldier, they're gonna flip the entire attack. It's plan B. They gave it, guys, 1 minute, 20 seconds is all we're gonna have to spend on this. If it can't break it, we're gonna have to change the entire approach. So, Solarium window, master bedroom, into office. They're gonna go for usually a very conventional full map clear, but they're only gonna have half the round to do with it. So they gotta really speed up right now and just try and brute force the problem of top blue.
I'll never hold it against them. These guys know how to pull a rabbit out of the hat and a round out of their back side. So Woogieman on the blitz, wherever he's going to be, is wherever FearX will have the most chaotic entry. Clearing this library position is tough though because of the crossfire on blue stairs. They have smokes they can try and smoke off the blue stairs angle. I'm mostly worried about the echo. Where are those Yoko drones? There's one in piano, and as I say that, I hear it go off, and I hear a peek from Jin. Now Misa is getting stunned. We really need to see an IQ pick or something here, because this echo from Akasu is really tearing FearX apart.
Yeah, it is. And here comes the push. Finally, the confidence for Misa. Falls to rotate, goes to the fight, gets shot down, no echo stun, and Ting swings still for a triple kill. Just Wookieeman last live on the blitz. He's gonna be in a world of trouble because they're looking for him. They're pushing up the staircase and the double door. He finds two.
Okay.
For a third. All of a sudden, it looks winnable, but there's only 15 seconds left, so there's not enough time here for Wookie to work it.
Oh, Wookieeman, do not tempt me with a cheeky little blitz ace clutch. Shield goes on the back, and Mawu is quick to shut him down. Great start for Double RX on their debut with their new organization.
Really wish that we saw Felix commit to the bit, though, and just go for the push. And this is maybe one of the things that will differ from, you know, the Trippy, the former PSG roster with that we just saw play versus the new PSG AK Felix roster, is that with Wookieeman, you're gonna have a bit more of a conventional style IGL. You know, your step 1, step 2, step 3. It's telegraphed, it's precise, it's calculated. Trippy, the former PSG roster, right? They're probably gonna play the more newer style because it's gonna be much more free flowing, more loose, take the risk, force the gunfights. And it almost feels like the old versus the new in some ways. And
yeah, that's the thing. I'll just say, like, you've got so many old, experienced players who've been tutored under coaches like Fabian here on this roster, so they're going to have a really specific view of playing the game.
And last round, I feel like that kind of came back to bite them. They wanted to play a perfect rush without taking like silly risk and making it too inconsistent. And because of that, instead of actually committing to a 4v5 execute, they flipped the entire attack and just kind of forced the problem without the capital, without enough time on the clock to really make it possible. I feel like they should have just committed to the rush despite losing Soldier early and say, hey, we want to get a perfect rush. That's not going to be the case. We'll still try it regardless. Because that's also, it's 0-0. You have nothing to lose right now doing something extremely risky. So now would be the perfect time to full commit to it.
Oh, here we go, Akasu. Going for a jump out with the Echo. That is a very ill-advised move, my friend. Straight into the Claymore. If there's any operator on the Double RX roster you do not want to lose early, it's the Echo.
Oh, man. That is a bummer. I mean, at least the Yokais are still gonna be, you know, pre-placed and you get a bit of information. But the fact that you can't move them or actually stun the Blackbeard of Soldier to go for a counterplay, that is gonna suck later on. BNK Felix, they felt locked out of last round. Well, now they feel very much the doors opened up for them in this one. They breached the office walls, they got Soldier and a comfortable shield operator, and they got the opening pick advantage. So all they gotta do now is kind of do what they want to. Play really solid step 1, step 2, step 3. The current goal for BNK Felix, nobody needs to expose themselves to a silly gunfight and lose this advantage. And I speak it into existence because Duo takes down Wookieeman on the Grim. The nade does not trade onto Juju, but it does a fair bit of damage, down to about 10 health or so. And then this might just force the rotation from RRX to go back towards the bomb side.
Oh, Jalian saying someone's peeking you from kitchen. Yu now dropping down below all the way, looking for a flank
find his
supporting
teammate.
duo. This is, yeah, a risky play. 2 players leaving the bomb site. Instead, they're going for a big flank. This feels very ambitious. I'm not sure I believe that this is the right play. I mean, it's given up so much space now to FearX. If they can realize where the push is and where the gaps are, they might be able to pounce onto the bomb site, especially if someone on site falls like Jin has just done. Now the gap is open for FearX to take hold of the site.
Very risky play, as you said, with 2 little flank and even just 1 member here of Mao. Gets 1, maybe a second. No, doesn't get either at the end. He does find Misa in the window, but I thought he was going to kill Soldier first on the Blackbeard. The Scorpion recall, a little bit too much to handle, perhaps. And the flankers have made their way back to the bomb site because they flanked nobody.
Yu takes down a drone. He's just waiting. No way to deny that plant, and so he will have to retake. And Duo is still 10 years away. Poor guy has been sold on the bomb site. Yu waiting while Duo is all the way down in the basement. Soldier is all the way on the trophy stairs, just holding back. Duo jumps outside. They know exactly where he is. Yinsang detected him, now covers and takes the first one down. Easy double on the Twitch DMR for Yinsang, and FearX looking a lot more convincing that time around.
definitely convincing, but it still doesn't feel as decisive as I feel like it should have been in that particular round. They're still having a couple of a couple of gaps there. They get flanked from Maui, no one's watching the trophy hallway, and if Maui had actually hit those scorpion shots, he should have taken down Soldier's Blackbeard immediately, and then take down Misa on the window of trophy right behind him. That round's into a 3 versus 3. All of a sudden, that's super winnable. I do think Jin dying here inside of West Main when you have 2 people flanking from the basement is a little bit of a silly mistake, just because you really cannot afford to lose this side anchor when you're making a long-term play. And long-term play is something that you're setting up maybe 30 seconds in advance, where you're saying, hey, we're gonna flank from basement West Main all the way through Wine Cellar, up the fireplace and blue staircase, and then maybe we can find an enemy. That means Jin has to relax for 30 seconds until they get into that kind of fighting position, and then they can make a risky play together. Because if the guy who holds the bomb site falls, then the people flanking have to either speed up, making more sound, or the attackers can rush the bomb site knowing that it's pretty clear. So a bit of an awkward spot there to be in for RRX. But to be fair, how the round started, Echo jumping out with a shotgun, trying to go for a kill down to a claymore, I think that just kind of set the tone. Yeah. They were gonna play that round from an awkward position from the get-go.
Interesting usage of the claw there. It's on the wrong side of the wall, expecting that FearX won't know where it is. No utility that would otherwise clear it or help find it, like an IQ or a Thatcher, so they won't be finding that one. Looks like it might not matter because a rush could well be on the cards here as Yunsang is straight into office. His bad luck though, as he finds himself going up against a clash. The clash gets forced back by the fire, but now Yunsang is completely stun-locked. He tries to finally put the shield on his back so he's no longer stun-locked, but the clash is still stuck inside of office. Duo here. Do they know his position? Nade comes out. He's surely cooked, but he still finds Misa. The fire eventually will cook him to pieces. It was Jin who detonated that Vulcan canister. And in the end, it ends up being FearX storming through the round.
That is so unbelievably awkward. The Blitz in the middle of the bomb site getting turbo stun locked by the clash, and the Goyo is walking right next to him in piano, worrying about all the other angles and does not realize. A complete back and forth to the office, but FearX, the rush is successful. They collapse together. Arbiter ban's going out. It's going to be a Blitz target ban and a Thorn. So you see BNK FearX going to enter the building with more confidence, much quicker to the punch, not getting slowed down by the Thorn traps. Whereas RRX says, oh man, that shield, get it gone. So they've banned both the Monty and the Blitz. But we know Wookie Man loves to play the Fuse and can also play the Blackbeard, or Soldier can. So banning shields against BNK FearX, it almost feels a bit redundant. Yeah. But I do get why you want to get rid of the Blitz, given what just happened in that round.
Ah, man, at this point though, like, there's a lot more going wrong than just Blitz rushing in. The fact that the RX team was not able to react fast enough with that clash, giving all the information on where that Blitz was. I mean, the Blitz was stun-locked for such a long time, yet everyone else on the team was so distracted they weren't able to confirm that kill. It's rough. I don't think simply banning a certain operator is going to win the game for RX. They've got to lock in as a squad.
No.
And look, yeah, they had that first round of defense won. It was pretty convincing. FearX were quite slow. If RX can play another active defense, slow down this map control take, I think they might have a shot here. They just need to stall in the early round and put up enough of a fight while holding on to that library stairs and the library positions.
Yunsang on the glass now, Soldier on the sense, and with that also the opening pig onto duo, Melusi going down. So this is BNK FearX bringing out the pocket strats now, and office rush in the prior round. And now, could be another direct attack attempt. Not many people can stop the glass in this one, because it's like, there's no warden, there's no good with cameras to look at, there's only a single C4. So wherever the smoke is gonna land, it's gonna give Yunsang a ton of potential for getting kills.
Jin needs to be careful not to overpeak. We saw him attempting fade a little bit too much on the last time around. You can see how aware he is that FearX like to go for these rushes, especially with a pick. Now a second pick. He's just gonna jump inside. This is such a ballsy play from right up at Jin. is able to find one. Ryder will get the second. Woogieman inside with the shotgun, no less, on the sledge. I like that from Woogieman. Akasu and Maui, the last one standing, both of them downstairs. As the top floor taken by FearX with so much time on the clock, it's just a matter of time before FearX tighten the noose and execute onto the site.
I really enjoyed that mini push actually, because they got the opening pick. They could make a risky play. They jump in the double and single library window at the same time, knowing they can just trade out Jin. They will lose a player, they know that, they accept it, but they also take down one of the most important locations on the bomb site, that corner inside of the library. Now they find themselves a vertical control dominance. They see Akusa downstairs beneath the hatch from verticality. They're really missing a shield here to go for the push, but it won't matter. Misa finds another win, just Akusu in a 1 vs 4, and here they come. He finds the first one to Misa, but he needs 3 more players.
He needs to play it perfectly. He's got info. You can see the red pings. His teammates are watching. Not a lot of info directly on where the plant is going down. Doesn't know how to isolate these ones. He's taking a bit of damage as well from Ryder. Needs to close the distance. Nice shot onto Woogieman. Problem is, Ryder's in fireplace. Can swing him at any moment. Ryder's also got the gadget where he can know if there's anyone close to him. Good read, though. Almost takes down Soldier through the walls. Soldier repays him in kind. And FearX managed to steal away with another attack.
This is the thing about the very kind of old school way of playing the game. If you manage to get the opening pick, you can just convert that to a round victory so much easier, because nobody's making a really risky play, going for a gap find or something like that. It's actually gonna be RRX also calling out their tactical timeout. I like this. I love when the team calls it fairly early before the game is slipping away, to try and catch it before it's too dire and can turn it around. Because how these rounds are going, it might look a bit one-sided, you know, 4 versus 1, they got the bombs under control, but it is a ton of small things going wrong for RRX, and I think once they can fix those small tiny bits like dying early, these rounds will play out very differently.
Not many second chances now, though, after a dominant 3-1 lead from FearX. No more operator bans to come through. That round was done without a blitz. LFO No Name have only 2 more chances. Are we just going to see a repeat of the previous map here, Pengu, where maybe LFO No Name just have a little bit of this Japanese spice when they move on to the attacking side, but on defense they're completely toothless?
I mean, it is Chalet. It is very hard to play this map on the defensive half, so I could see it. I could. Also, mind you, they actually have 2 players up until that round with 0 kills. Akusu found the first 2 picks for the round in that round, and Juju still has 0-3. So it's been close rounds. It's a 1-3 scoreline, not the end of the world, and they did have 2 donuts. So again, very small things have to change for this to be a much closer game. They bring out the Clash again, bring out the Valkyrie, ton of different information, and now they have Goyu and Smoke that can stall out any of those pushes and fast takes, forcing FearX to go for something more conventional. They get on the Twitch, they get on the Nomad. This feels a lot more like a full map clear than anything else to me.
You'd think that, but FearX have been inclined to go much quicker rushing the site almost all of these rounds so far, rather than going for full map clears. That said, Yunsung's in very early. He's a perfect operator to do this, though he hasn't even used his scanner even once. As I say that, he brings it out. Okay, we're clear. We're good. Shoot the jukebox. And yeah, double RX are pretty close back to the site. The Clash is nice in theory, but that hasn't been massively impactful so far.
Yeah, and there's no holes inside the library walls, so they're playing in piano hallway, call it Ivy, for example, some people call that. And normally you'll open up all these long lines of sight, shotgun the bottom of these soft walls in front of the Clash to get more information, but also to have a DMR player just like challenging and doing a bit of damage. So they're playing a Clash with all the walls closed, no DMR, and playing very far back towards the bomb side. This could make the round tricky for RRX. The bomb sites themselves here in Chalet, they're not really the strength of defense. It's about extending out, using the entirety of the map, a bit more like your bank as well. So the fact that they have 4 people literally in close proximity, then holding trophy and dining right below the bomb site, I'm not sure this is gonna be enough. But if FearX don't have the perfect read and kind of take the bait, they're gonna get C4'd from below or impacted by Jin and Solus.
I just don't see a world where they ignore Jin. Surely in the late round,
No,
we're going
right?
to see somebody go downstairs. Yunsang would be a great operator for it. You can see already they're setting up. Yeah, hey, so Yunsang immediately knows
there it
there's
is.
someone in dining. He's detected him, and while there are reinforcements in one of these walls, this wall is soft into the hallway. The shotgun from down below means Jin is a little bit exposed, and he can just detect him, and now Jin doesn't really have a lot of choice. He's got to worry about being pushed from the other angle. The plant is indeed going to go down. It's so deep that there is no way to deny it vertically by Jin or by Akasu, who did go downstairs as well. Both of them have fallen all the way down into the basement. They're looking for a big rotation, likely to come up the snowmobile stairs. But Ryder can hold this flank in the display hallway, and just look at this. In the 5v5, RX have no idea how they want to go for this retake.
They have air jabs as well. The class goes down. That's going to be the weak wing condition for them. A second to follow through as well, and Ryder still stays alive.
Yeah, that is perfect. The air jab, the Nomad, the perfect operator for the situation. Ryder finds several kills. Is he going to get another one? Gets on the floor, but Wookieman will trade him back. Probably the most dominant round we've seen yet from FearX. The plant down in a 5v5, and then an easy coast on the post.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a classic case of Wookieman's IGL. He understands the strategy of that round so well. Yunseng doesn't have to take dining control itself in theory, because there are no holes above the reinforcement to throw out that C4. Because what you can do is, where Jin and the Valkyrie is playing, you open up the wall above the dining to fireplace wall, you can C4 through it into the ceiling and deny the plant. That is in theory possible, but they didn't do any of the prep work. So Yunseng, all he had to do was watch fireplace itself to see if anybody's flanking up the blue staircase or the fireplace stairs, and they weren't. And when you got the Solid Snake gadget in the middle of the building, you get so much information about the map control state. So they sneak a plant. And very important note here, Wookieman didn't walk all the way in and plant by the half wall in the default location. They planted much closer to the actual breach itself of office, right by the entrance. And that is because they don't want to go further in towards the area of RRX and where that C4 could end up winning the round for them. So very small details. FearX, they have that figured out. For now, it looks like RRX's best shot at winning on defense is to disrupt the attacking plan. Get that opening pick. Don't enable them to go for a 5v5 execute, because when you allow Wookieman to call the shots perfectly with all the right tools, it looks unwinnable for them.
For a long time, it feels like the battle for APAC North, with only one slot, by the way, we've talked about this a lot on Asia and O's.
Yeah.
The fourth slot here for APL going to international events currently sits with OCE because of how well Enterprise did at the Salt Lake City Major. Once upon a time, APAC North got that extra slot. You know, they kind of deserved that. They were deemed as the best region. It's been so long since that's the case. Recently, the teams vying for that #1 spot have been CAG and D+, right? FearX, it's been a while since they were in that conversation. With this new roster, could they re-enter that conversation after CAG had such a disappointing run in Salt Lake City? I do wonder.
They lose the player again. Jin on the Echo. That's the second round in 6 where Echo dies first. Not ideal. Wookieman solo in library. Just kind of playing the distraction game. He's in the bomb side.
This is so cheeky. Look at Yunseng. He goes straight inside, up the hatch. Now he's supported by his teammate, Soldier, as well, right on his body to make sure that nobody is going to take that fight onto the player. Hopeless planting. Duo looking for a shot from above. The planter has been taken down. Now he's doing his best. Wookieman also trying to deal with Duo. This is awkward, though, for FearX to try and get that plant down. They started again. Duo did hear it from up above. Yu needs to get back to site. Mau on the vert was not able to deny the plant for a second time, and Wookieman's finished off Duo. Yu making his way back to site. Nice shot onto Ryder, but he's the last one standing. 1v3, and that diffuser is in such an exposed position. This is where it ends. At the close of the half, FearX continue their dominant form. RX can only find a single round. It is 5 straight from FearX. Five rounds in a row for BNK FearX. This new Super Team V3 is looking better than ever, Pengu. And Double RX are not having a lot of fun. Is it new org curse, or is it the fact that they are up against so much more superior of an opponent?
I love it. It's the 3.0, you know, looking great as ever. And I feel like we said the exact same thing about 2.0 and 1.0. And it really is a matter of consistency when it comes to BNK FearX. You know, yeah, they look good today. But how are they going to look at the end of the stage? How do they look against CAG, D+? How will they look when all things are said and done? Because like you said before, CAG and D+, they've been fighting for that one spot to qualify for this region of APAC North. BNK FearX with these roster changes, like, they're going to have pressure on their shoulders because they should, realistically, with this core, be able to challenge for that first spot as that third team in the conversation, CAG, D+, and BNK FearX.
I'm gonna have a look at the upcoming schedule. I want to know when we get to see those big hitters playing each other. So D+ plays Trippy next playday. FearX plays Kinatrobe. We get CAG FearX on playday 3 next week. That's very exciting. And then we get... Where's FearX D? FearX D+ is the final playday. That is going to be crazy. Oh man, I'm so excited for that. And of course, later today we get D+ versus CAG. That's going to be, like, without a doubt, the 1 versus 2, right? Like, maybe FearX enters that conversation. I guess that is the way that APAC North gets a little bit more spicy. We talked about how it has been a 2-horse race in the past, and we're playing out that race on the first playday, D+ versus CAG. But maybe it won't end up being a 2-horse race between D+ and CAG. Maybe FearX will enter the conversation.
Would be very much appreciated if that would be the case. We love a bit of competition and more teams entering the convo for best in the region. Let's see if RRX can be as effective on their attacks as BNK FearX were themselves. We're already seeing Misa getting very active on the Solus, just low roaming in basement, trophy, dining, and he's seeing the drone work right now, trying to play. Oh my god, the black beard right over his face! It's really starting to look at the drones, didn't spot the window player. But the thing is, you can just fall on back. The benefit of the Solus series is that you have so much information to work with, can impact the floor as well vertically if you need to. And if you catch the player on the rappel outside, the door is prepped for a run out. There are 3 air jabs in pocket, and Duo is very much waiting for Misa.
Game of chicken, impact grenade in pocket. Yinsang has found his first kill. Doesn't even need the impact grenade because he's already prepped the doorway. Crouches through, see you later Duo. Goodbye to the Blackbeard, goodbye to the Nomad. 2 of the best operators to try and contain this kind of aggression, but Jin thankfully is able to find one onto Ryder. Oh, that nade is going to make things very difficult for Yinsang, and he gets traded back. Double RX, quickly even the score.
Misa did get a kill elsewhere onto Jin though, so they still got more map control and, of course, numbers advantage. Now Misa can fall back towards the bomb side. That'll be the wisest thing to do because you want to play as many guns in the same area as possible. They still got blue stairs control. They still technically have library because Soldier is inside their room itself. The question is, where will Misa post up? Double stack library stairs on blue. Have one guy in library. Makes the bomb side a little bit exposed. But planting should never be possible here for RRX. They have to go for kills and at least find 1 or 2 picks.
Now, all Woogie has to do is continue burning time with his gas, and then eventually he can fall back. He's still got the default camera above him. Ryder is watching. Doesn't need to overpeak here. In the late round, of course, we have impact grenades from FearX to make plays. We also have Misa with the electronics detector, so he can call exactly what isn't happening. Yu cutting off some of the lines of sight. Out goes the fire. Oh, caught by the mine magnet. That's going to fire up some of his pathway that he wants to use to get towards that bomb site. Meanwhile, Akasu down below at the DMR. He's going to have to clear these Malusi Banshees as the Bravo looks to make his entry. FearX don't need to swing. They can just sit back and wait Double RX have to make the first move. Yu does so, takes down Misa, but he's now left all alone, and there's no time to get it done. Woogie finds both kills. FearX very quickly glide onto match point.
I love that Misa is still getting just control to do whatever he wants. I think that's when he shines the most as a player. It's been his like preferred playstyle for a very long time, also back in the PSG Talon days. The issue is there are some maps and some strategies where your IGL needs everyone to do a very specific role. And while Misa can fill those shoes, he just functions the best when he's a sole lurker. We saw that into great effect that last round. He got 2 picks. He got Duo on the Repel of Solarium and Jin on the Lion later on in the round. That's just Misa playing the solos, making his own decisions, but playing in important areas, still trying to support his teammates. And then you got something like a very stable Wookie Man who's now 10-4, who's that phenomenal anchor player that's going to be very strong on the back line. I feel like we haven't said Soldier's name like once this game, except when he played the Blackbeard that one individual round. He is 1-1-2. He's not dying, he's not getting kills, and he's not really getting any assist either.
He is sitting on the bench.
He's droning, holding angles, and hopefully talking a lot because the guy is not shooting his gun or getting shot at. He's actually chilling.
Yeah.
Is that the best or worst thing to happen? I love a good old 1-1-2 round because you're just cruising, right? Cruise control set, you got nice wind in your hair, the sun is shining, everyone's happy, the vibes are good. You're barely playing the game. That's gotta be best case scenario. Almost. Ooh. Bit of a shame there. Youngsang should have shot one more bullet for the injure. And Akasu needed one more DMR hit for the injure or kill onto Youngsang in response. So both teams suffering a lot of health on one individual player. Not necessarily anyone getting ahead in that one. It is 6-1 up for FearX, so they can take any risk that they would like. They can make the craziest of plays. They have nothing to lose at the minute.
Yeah, FearX attempted to go for runouts, but they don't need to. But
oh,
it's also at that point where it's like, you just may as well like give it a go.
Let's end the game, guys. Come on.
Have a bit of fun with it. Double RX are going to keep sitting on windows and covering any peek, any kind of jump out. And that's just going to burn time. And if you don't go for the jump out, they get nothing. They just lose time. If you do go for the jump out, then you might find the kill. Nitro Cell pre-ripped. It's a hard angle to land with this much of the floor being destroyed, but he might be able to get it. Yeah, there you go. Unfortunately misses it. He can actually get that back if he wants to. It's on the wood.
Yeah. Worried about the trophy window though. If Wookieman falls right now, the bomb site is wide open. Very important he stays alive. There's a jump out attempted. Youngsang destroyed by a claymore. They use 1 HP. Not the biggest loss to suffer. Still got mid in 10 seconds. Soldier pops some toxic babes. They're holding on towards office control. Now, they could fall on back. Oh, second jump out. Peeked at the window from the balcony. Nope, doesn't find anything. Nice try though. I mean, RRX, they aren't doing a ton on the server. And BNK FearX still trying to lash out and go for a kill, but they keep getting punished. That's Wookieman falling. Bomb site control now onto the attackers.
Misa though so close to entering the bomb site. He is being watched though. I think he has an inkling. Oh, Nitro Cell gets ripped. Tossed out. Doesn't land its shot, but it does destroy the Sen's wall. Akasu trying to hide. But the breach onto the wall from the DMR isn't enough. Akasu might have brought this back into the realm of possibility for Double RX to try and save the game. But Ryder up above still poses a threat to deny any potential plant later on. Diffuser still cold on the ground, 18 seconds to play. Yu needs to get that diffuser back from the A-bomb, but he walks straight into the vertical angle that Soldier's watching. 3 kills for Soldier. Youngsang to call the early GG, and Akasu now has no choice but to hold F. We should all pay our respects because Double RX are in the grave, and FearX have dominated 7 rounds in a row in their opening game.
And they're just saving the best for last. Soldier, that was 1-1-2 scoreline, barely lifting a finger in this matchup, ends up clutching that final round, shutting down the push, the Blackbeard, the Planter, and getting a couple of kills to his tally. Beautiful stuff. And it's crazy to think the very first round, the BKF was going for an armor rush telegraphed play, but because Soldier died early, his only death, by the way, they flipped the attack, and that was the only round that they will go on to lose. Very dominant start for them, and it goes to show that perhaps this roster change, this 3.0 iteration, is gonna be the real deal.
Oh man, how many times have we heard the phrase Korean super team? Could this finally be the secret sauce that South Korea have been looking for the longest time? Well, I tell you what, it's been a ripper of a day so far for the Koreans. Kicking things off with Trippy Main Telecom getting a massive win, and then FearX following it up with an even more dominant one over Double RX. I don't want to discredit Double RX. We know what these guys are capable of. They're a solid team. They pushed CAG really hard in kickoff, but FearX have a new life. They have a new sense of direction after these massive roster changes coming into stage 1, and they're hungry for more than a 7th place finish like they did in kickoff. They are hungry to be fighting with the top of APAC North once again.
Yeah, I mean, I really feel like in APAC North and also in Asia, the opening pick conversion is the most important talking point right now. If a team can consistently find the first kill and start off 5 versus 4, they have such an insane chance of winning the round. Usyk had 4 opening kills, and they never give up an easy death after the fact, so it makes it unplayable for RX.
Well, our Korean teams are done for the day. It's time to move on to some Japan versus Japan action. Our next game of the day is Scars versus Kinotrope. The battle of the mid-pack in Japan. The teams that have always been living in the shadow of CAG. Always the bridesmaids, never the bride. And then after that, it is our two behemoths going head-to-head. The two best teams that APAC North has seen in the last 6 months. D plus Key with their Brazilian roster, and CAG Osaka, the best team out of Japan, who are very much hoping that they can qualify firstly for EWC, but later this year for the Osaka Major. They are CAG Osaka after all. But let's relish for a moment in FearX, a massive 7-1 for them. Pengu, we finally saw the PSG roster that could have been manifested here with FearX. But next up, like I said, Scars Kinotrope on the other side of this break.
중학교 1학년쯤에 유튜브에 올라온 2014 트레일러 그거를 딱 봤는데 이 게임이 되게 제 취향이랑 맞을 것 같은 거예요. 되게 전술적이고 막 CQB의 1인칭 FPS에 되게 매력적으로 느껴가지고 일단 베타 테스트도 신청해서 베타 테스트도 해봤고, 그때 중학교에 같이 게임을 하는 그 파티가 있었는데 거기서 이제 6-7명 모아가지고 이제 낮밤으로 계속 로테이션 돌려가면서 계속 했던 것 같아요. 그때는 이제 저도 경쟁심이 별로 없었고 해가지고, 근데 일단 랭크를 계속 돌리긴 했어요. 근데 이제 그러면서 제가 이제 경쟁심에 끌어오르면서 이제 제가 약간 어떻게 보자면 저만 엇나간 그렇게 된 거죠. 이게 대회가 있던 건 2015-16년에도 그 패드 대회가 있어가지고 알고는 있었는데, 이제 관심을 가지기 시작하게 된 건 파리 메이저에 진출한 멘티스 FPS를 딱 봤을 때 한국에서도 프로가 가능하구나, 해외 나가서 활약하는 게 좀 멋지다를 느끼면서 이제 프로 플레이어도 염두에 두게 된 것 같아요. 그때부터. 그때 페이커도 알고 있고 막 유명한 e스포츠 선수들 되게 많이 알고 있었는데 이게 되게 남의 얘기 같고 그렇게 느껴졌는데, 이게 제가 하는 게임에서 그 멘티스 FPS 같이 그런 팀이 나오니까 확실히 좀 와닿은 게 있는 것 같아요. 가장 인상 깊었던 팀은 예전에 퓨리아 그 5명이 제일 인상 깊었던 것 같아요. 제일 잘하는 팀이라고도 생각하고, 한 2017년부터 이제 제가 랭크를 진짜 열심히 하던 시절인데, 그때 상위권에 있다 보니까 막 지금 막 선수하고 있는 막 예전에 노라랭고나 멘티스 FPS 선수들을 실제로 매칭이 된 적이 있어가지고, 그래서 계속 매칭이 되다 보니까 서로 조금씩 친해진 계기도 됐고, 전 노라랭고의 워카라는 선수랑도 꽤 친해졌고, 멘티스 FPS의 MB 테일러랑도 이제 좀 친분이 생기면서 이제 그쪽이랑 같이 게임도 하고 막 일본, 한국 왔다 갔다 하면서 계속 같이 했던 것 같아요. 그러다가 이제 2019년 말쯤에 이제 클라우드9에서 제이가 들어오게 돼서 시작된 것 같아요. 평소와 같이 그냥 집에서 일어나가지고 게임하려고 딱 켰는데 트위터 DM으로 와 있었던 거예요. 이게 뭐지 하면서 열어봤는데 오퍼에 관련되었던 거였고, 되게 처음에는 잘 믿기지 않았는데 이게 대화를 하다 보니까 점점 실감하게 된 것 같아요. 이제 같이 게임하고 있던 가장 친한 친구한테 먼저 보여줬고, 그 다음에 이제 진지하게 해야 될지 말아야 될지를 이제 부모님한테 상의를 하면서 이제 연락을 했었어요. 그 제안을 받고 나서 이제 일본 워킹홀리데이 가가지고 이제 막 일본어도 배우고 막 그냥 일반적인 직장을 얻어가지고 살 예정이었는데, 근데 이게 아무리 생각해도 제 생각엔 별로 재미가 없을 것 같은 거예요. 그래가지고 이 오퍼가 왔을 때 그냥 이쪽이 무조건 더 재밌고 인생이 바뀌겠다 해가지고 바로 입단을 선택한 것 같아요. 순서대로 말하자면 일단 제일 첫 번째는 워카, 이제 같이 게임 해주면서 같이 실력도 같이 늘고 저한테 많이 알려주기도 하고, 이제 특히 제가 일본어를 하게 된 계기가 그 친구들이랑 같이 게임을 하면서 이제 일본어를 배우게 된 거기 때문에 그게 지금 뭐 일하는 데도 쓰이고 있고, 게임하면서 편하기도 하고 일본 갔을 때 편하기도 하고, 되게 단순히 게임하면서 얻은 것 치고는 꽤 좋은 영향인 것 같아요, 저한테. 그래서 워크한테 일단 고맙고, 워크さん2018年覚えてますか？あの時は日本語や CG のいろいろ教えてくれて本当にありがとうございました。
2 games down and 2 to go here in APAC North. It's our first day of APAC North here in APL, our final of the 3 sub-regions that we're finally getting to see. Pengu, we've seen the Koreans. They look pretty good. Now it's time to move on to the Japanese. How are we feeling about Kinotrope and Scars?
Very excited. I mean, this is going to be one of my... I've been waiting for this game since it happened in kickoff because it was a banger 3-mapper, 2-1 victory. Kinotrope caused the upset last time around. They took Scars to bank and were victorious. There are so many great storylines. And then, you know, neither Kinotrope or Scars ended up fighting for the grand final, but it was actually Kinotrope pulling ahead of Scars for the first time ever during kickoff. Yeah. Can he do it again?
That's the thing. Of course, Scars, once upon a time, were the best team in Japan. They had this real short-lived dynasty in 2023 where they made top 8 at the Copenhagen Major, their first ever international event. On the flip side of that, Kinotrope have never been to an international event before. Let's have a look at this roster. You could argue that parts of the old Kinotrope team back when they were Donuts Varel made it to the Copenhagen Major, but they were out early, very early. The faces that you'd be much more familiar with on this roster aren't necessarily the OGs of the team like Kawao and Akayu, but might be more players like Ayagator and Gatorada, who spent plenty of time on that original Cyclops CAG core that was the same 5 squad for, what, 4 or so years in the running. Now they've moved on, of course, onto greener pastures. You could arguably say Kinotrope are a real great team. They are so exciting. One of the most aggressive and exciting creative teams that we get here in Japan.
Yeah, and I feel like, you know, we've been watching them for the past year and a half saying, oh, we hope that this is going to be their stage, and now they're going to look a little better. I feel like we almost like low-key gave up, and then during kickoff, when we stopped hyping them too much out of the gates, they actually were that kind of team that we've been waiting for so long. So I'm super curious to see what they've been cooking up during the offseason between kickoff and stage 1, and what kind of performance they're going to show us today, because I genuinely think if they're able to keep up with themselves during this off time, they could be another team fighting for that top 2, top 3 spot.
Yeah, very much so. Of course, Kinotrope made quite a few big roster changes coming in to this year, picking up Gatorada, Ayagator, Eclair as well, and Okamesh to coach them. And ever since then, we've been so excited to see what it is that they can achieve. Like you said, getting a leg up over Scars in kickoff was a huge part of that. Let's talk about Scars, though, for a minute, because a team that themselves have made plenty of roster changes and changes to the way that they play the game in recent history. None since kickoff. But coming into kickoff after the 6th Invitational, which they failed to qualify for, they brought Nina back on, who was on Enter Force 36. They also brought Yukiz over, who was playing for Kinotrope previously. And now you've got that insane doubleheader, Rek and Nina, 2 of the best fraggers from Japan, on the same roster once again.
Back together where they should be. That is where they are both gonna be the strongest version of themselves, right? Because they can play so well off each other's aggression. And Scars, it was a bit of a, I don't know, disappointing time without Nina. I feel like they really lost some of their star power, but now that they're back with it, they've been looking great again. I mean, during kickoff, yes, they lost to Kinotrope, that was the upset, but then they go lower bracket, they lose to D+, right? The top 2 team that only really loses to CAG. No shame in that whatsoever. So, same story for Kinotrope and Scars. I think they're very evenly matched, and it's why it's just an exciting matchup for Playday number 1.
Yeah, very much so. We're so lucky here in APAC North. Their storylines are flowing like crazy for every single match that we have today. And it's very much the battle of the bridesmaids here between Scars and Kinotrope. Neither of these teams really seem to be vying for that top championship spot, but if they want to be on the path to achieve that, they need to lock in here. It would be a big win if Scars are able to get revenge back over Kinotrope. Let's see, as we get into the map veto, where we're going to head. Now, the last 2 times that these guys have played, the last 3 times these guys have played, Pengu, it's been in a best of 3 series, and Kinotrope has won every single time. Scars gets the final choice between Fortress and Lair, and it turns out we are going to go to Lair.
Okay, so a lot of lair and fortress across Asia and APAC North in the last couple of days. I'm not against it. This is not a map that they played last time during kickoff. That was Nighthaven into Border into Bank, where Scars won Nighthaven and of course Unison won Border and Bank afterwards. So it's gonna be relatively new territory compared to kickoff at least. And I think lair is also pretty even neutral ground. Still not like a fully figured out map. There's still room for improvement, still room for adaptation and creativity. And I feel like that's where I give Kinotrope the slight favor, actually, being a slightly more creative team over Scars. They might just have some pocket strats for us today.
I would love to see that. Both of these teams, they love a little pocket strat, but particularly Kinotrope. They're a team that has always surprised us and impressed us. Do you remember way back in the day when we saw the Maverick Glaz trick on Clubhouse, I think it was? Do you remember that clip? There was, I believe they were called Varel at the time, one of the old iterations of this roster. They threw a smoke grenade from Glaz at the CCTV wall on Clubhouse when it was a cash defense, while the wall was still reinforced, right? And then they used Maverick to Maverick open a hole as the Glaz peeks through it. Now, on the defender side, all you see is the smoke grenade clipping through. You can't see the wall being breached at all, and then immediately you're dying to a Glaz peeking through a smoke through a Maverick hole. It was deadly. We'd never seen that strat before. It was so cool. Now it's become a bit of a mainstay. Every now and then people bring out that little pocket strat. Kinotrope were the ones that, to my knowledge, invented it all the way back those years ago, and I love the fact that they always bring creativity like that to the table.
I remember that moment very vividly as well, because it was like one of maybe the first time we'd ever seen it, and I think you are correct to say that they kind of invented that back in the day. And speaking of Maverick, where is this guy? We haven't seen Maverick being played almost ever these days, and I guess on one hand, Bandit Kite's ban rate is so high that why would you bring him? But even when people are Bandit Kite tricking, people are still ignoring the Maverick operator. Come on now, guys, get back in there. It's a perfectly fun operator to play, a little bit tricky at times, but I'd rather bring in Maverick and maybe get through the wall than not be able to get through it at all by not having him.
Yeah, very much so. Skarza, on the flip side of that, you know, we look at Rek and Nina, two of the most prolific fraggers in this region, and you wonder, what can these guys do on the same team? You know, previous iterations of Scars, when they had both these players, weren't very successful. I'm looking at them now to step up in a big way here today. Washoy and Fishlike, also the OG members of this team. I always love getting a bit of a shout out to the OG core, especially because the day that I had to learn how to pronounce Washoy's name, it's just been ingrained in my brain ever since.
Washoy.
And yeah, I'm never going to get past that. On the flip side, we talked a little bit about Yukiz earlier. Coming over from Kinotrope, a player that spent a long time on the opposition, now is playing against his former team. Having a look at a head-to-head between two of these players, I mean, Ayagator, of course, formerly on CAG. Nina as well, I mean, been on so many different teams throughout the region. Here are their stats. 1.21 KD for Nina. He's a gunner. It's as simple as that. He is a gunner.
Yeah, but meanwhile, Ayagator having 27 entry kills is going to be a thing that really changes things for me. Because Kinotrope, when they want to get in the building and get active and look for those opening kills, if you find either Rek or Nina, that is a huge kill to find, right? Both the operators that they might be playing, but also how skillful the players themselves they are. So really watch out for Ayagator here. He's going to jump on operators like your Solid Snake, your Deimos, maybe your Dokubi. He's going to be hunting for those opening kills.
Very much so. So we go to Lair for Kinotrope and Scars in their first playday of the APL here in North. Always a storied history between these two teams. Always an exciting chance to prove themselves over each other. We saw them in the upper bracket semi-finals in kickoff, and it went the distance. A tight three-mapper that Kinotrope only barely edged away on the third map. In the end, Kinotrope and Scars were both eliminated by D+, but today they have a chance to continue this rivalry between these two great Japanese teams.
Blitz and Kaid ban, speaking of the Mavericks, speaking of breaching open those walls, might you see another case of Bandit and Kaid ban? Which is getting a bit old now, James. We've had our fair share of them. It's time to move on. Please ban something else one time, please, I beg you.
Hey!
Yes! Hey! A Clash ban instead! A lot of nasty hallways here, especially on top floor of Lair, so very high value target. And of course, Ying on the other side. So we're gonna have a bit of this chaos in the server, Blitz and Ying being bent away. despite that, they actually still pick up the Warden. I guess there is still the fear of a glass or just general use of smokes or flash grenades, which of course Warden will counter. But for now, Kinotrope, very kind of like OG lineup here. Plant Denial to Shange, Bandit tricking with the Tuberal, Warden to lock things down, and then Thorn to get some of that presence on the entries. I like this setup quite a lot from Kinotrope. Curious to see how Scars are trying to attack this.
Especially when you're trying to use your Tachanka and your Fuse and get a plant down when you've got... Sorry, the Tachanka, the Monty and the Fuse. When you've got a Tachanka in present, like, it's not fun to try and plant with a shield. Eclair's actually hiding on the Bandit.
5 seconds to go.
Bandit
like that.
Subarao. And no Carly.
Attackers
Yeah,
are
okay,
moving
how are
out
we
to
going to
locate a
counter the
bomb.
hard breach denial here? We've got 2 tin can openers and the Ace. Realistically, the Bandit enabled by the Tubarao could counter all of that pretty handily. We're going to need Scars to find some way to really brute force these power positions.
It's always awkward because you can only really save one defending operator because you gotta, reinforce, do your setup, and hunt the drones at the same time. You can't afford 2 people not playing the game. But when you see a Tubarao, you almost always think, they're gonna have something else. A mirror that can trigger Thermite, a Bandit, a Mute Jammer, impact grenades, whatever. And it doesn't feel like Scars really considered that. I mean, kills are happening though. A 1-for-1 trade. Warden goes down at the cost of Twitch dying on the attacking side. I'm gonna say worth it here for Scars. Warden is a bigger loss to suffer than the Twitch in most scenarios, but like you alluded to earlier, how will they deal with the Bandit? The Twitch drones would have been one of the few ways they have to like reliably deal with the Bandit batteries, and now that's gone.
Should have brought a Maverick, man. Talked so much about Mav
Hey,
earlier
should have
today.
brought a Maverick.
Should have brought a Maverick. This is why, I mean, sometimes if you're not banning both the Bandit and the Kaid, you kind of may as well just not ban... Don't ban either of them and just play the Maverick instead. Unless if you really want to play the Vert, which Rek maybe seems to be doing now.
Yeah, but he still could be. He's a very limited verticality, no?
Unless if he can target the Bandit with his Jago payload.
Yeah, I suppose that Klaus kind of solve it. And he is spotted out by the Grim Bees, so they will have that confirmed in. Here comes... I mean, he has 5 calls in pockets, so you just go for it. So now it's going to be Muncie in the hallway. He's going to do SMT 12 beneath, a bit of verticality. Perhaps he does have it in him after all to get it done. But Scars are locked out of progressing this round for now. They need to try and start figuring out, are they going to push the bathroom hallway? Are they going to try and work the verticality and get a heartbeat going? At the minute, they haven't really shown us what they're trying to go for. There we go. Two-brow freeze. Yikes. Imagine you had the Maverick now, son.
Yeah, I think Eclair did answer his phone, though, because it was ringing, but eventually he didn't take damage, so he answered it right at the end. Tubarao has successfully frozen the wall, and he's gotten back in position.
Surely not.
Man. Come on, what is this? Gatorada's now getting caught. It looks like Rek has decided it's time to just get in. Active the damage onto Gatorada from the phone detonating. Can't use his cams anymore, but Scar's looking a little bit lost at the moment. Kawa takes a bit of damage, but Gatorada actually able to take down the shield. Kawa's in a spot above her. This awkward spot. Finally, the breach starts to open up as Eclair has wasted plenty of time. It doesn't leave Scars a lot of options. Nice shot, though, from Yukiz. 1v1. Akayu's on the floor. Does he know where Gatorada is? He certainly doesn't, and that's going to be Kinotrope winning the round on time.
That is a complete mess, honestly. I mean, we're just sitting there waiting for a breach to happen. It's SMT-12 Dokkaebi during the verticality, and then you breach the wall, the 2-bar freezes, they penetrate one side, they freeze it again, no way in. It is just not pretty. I kind of love the fact that we're seeing that after discussing the Kaid Bandit ban and playing the Maverick as the counter. The crazy thing about the Maverick is, if you brought it that previous round, not only are you countering the Bandit by actually getting the wall opened up, you're also countering the Tubarao, because he might freeze the wall, which will slow down the Maverick by about 25% or so in terms of speed, but you'll still just cut straight through the middle. And while they can try and go for a C4 and fighting back and whatnot, at least you're progressing the round. That's the big thing. Imagine you're in a queue in the grocery store, on the highway, in your car, if you're standing completely still and not moving, that is so infuriating. If you're just slowly moving forward, step by step, and feeling a sense of progression, it takes so much off your mind. I find that same effect when I play Rainbow Six Siege, where as long as we're steadily or slowly making progress, I don't really care if we're a little bit stuck. But they weren't making any progress for a good minute and 30 seconds, and then they did what they did there, which wasn't too pretty.
Yeah. I'm still amazed that Scars got it as close as they did. I did not think they had what it took to deal with that setup, and well, there was less than 10 seconds on the clock when they were in the 4v4 or whatever it was, trying to go for that final execute. Regardless, we'll see. Let's move on to the next round. I like the IQ pick. I also noticed Nina is running the shotgun on the Nook.
Interesting.
Yeah, that is HLT
On Lair?
right there. Lair shotgun Nook with the pistol. You don't even have like the SMG-11 or a Bearing 9 or SMG-12 to utilize. That is a risky play. Surely that's not a mistake.
That's a 5.7. Doesn't even have the
Deagle?
I don't know, man. The Deagle, yeah. Interesting, though. We'll see. Maybe Nina has a play in mind, going in the locker door, sending it to the first window that he sees. It's going to be a shotgun v shotgun fight if he goes forward. Watchroy elsewhere gets a Claire, move from action. It's Valkyrie now watching cameras permanently. Good bit of entry. Can also breach wall towards locker. So yeah, I think it's going to be a backstep play from Nina with the Nook. And then they're going to do a frontal attack with the rest of the squad. But they're kind of everywhere. Solid Snake is upstairs. You got Fish like inside a locker. I'm not sure what the take this is going to be. Now he's Rocket Door.
Man, this is crazy. I don't get it.
Is he the vert operator?
Oh!
Okay. Okay.
He's a
it's the new
genius!
buff, guys.
He's a genius! Don't ever smack talk him again. Pengu, we've been completely shut up. He is just silently verted above the bomb site.
That is
hilarious.
ridiculous.
Such an ego move there from Nina. Gatorada wants to try and flank him, but he's been detected by the Solid Snake, and Nina says, you want to play these close quarters encounters? That is fine by me.
Now he's hunting him once more with the suppressed shotty, making almost no sound and firing the gun. But there's no one to be found, Nina. He went the other direction. They're chasing each other back to the first room they started in. Ring around the Rosie. Meanwhile, 35 seconds left by the bomb side. C4 toss off the blanket. There's a fair bit of damage, but no kill confirmed. Not Watchroy either.
Yeah, Carwow almost finds his kill, though, onto that player executing on the bomb site here. Scars, most of their presence is on the bomb site. Here comes Nina. Doesn't win his shotgun battle against Ayagator. No more smokes left to utilize here for Ayagator to try and get chip damage onto the Blackbeard. Washoy confirms that kill. It's now a 3v1. Gatorada looks to clutch up as Fishlike starts planting that diffuser, and Washoy is there to cover easy as you like for Scars. A beautiful roam. Beautiful execute, and the first round on the board.
And again, very unorthodox attack there from Scars. They don't do things that are making a ton of sense from the eye test, but it certainly has the right result. Nina ended up getting a ton of map control, a kill, a backstab, distraction, and even were toying with the roamer up above for the longest of time. They had no idea from Kinotrope what is safe and what is actually dangerous. And you see right here, because of the suppressed shotgun, there's not a ton of sound happening when it broke the floor. So despite not finding the kill immediately, the defenders had no idea what was happening. It's genius. Another bandit.
So I guess we're
Love
running
that.
Nook with the shotgun every round in right now. Is that right?
Okay.
Have located
Okay.
the bomb.
I mean, trends have to start somewhere. If this is how we're trend setting, I'm all for it. Because when a player makes a smart play, oh, reminds me actually, way back in early APL days, because you and I spoke yesterday during the Asia broadcast about, you know, APL coming to pro play, tier 1, yada yada yada. We used to meme you guys so hard for playing Ying Shotgun. These guys are clueless, they're idiots, etc. And then, like a few weeks later, everyone started playing Ying Shotgun in Europe and North America, and we refused to give APAC credit for it.
That is classic. We've always had this chip on our shoulder in APAC because people always smack talk us when we do something that looks a little crazy, but then it kind of ends up working and everyone else does it soon after.
Yeah.
Always happens, dude. It always happens.
It ends up being a shame because it's like you do a smart thing, but the execution of that smart thing is a big lackluster. So EU, NA, Brazil will take it, execute it better, and then kind of coin it as their own. But it's like, but it's not actually theirs.
It's like we've
APAC
talked
did
a
it
lot
first.
before, Pengu, about like there's the innovators and the early
Yeah.
adopters, and then there's the refiners. And you know, your team Penta
Reloading.
back in the day, I think you kind of like you would adopt a lot of new strategies, but you would very rarely make them up from scratch. Like it was back in the day, it was Flipside that was the first team to like hold cache CCTV on Clubhouse. You guys are the ones that kind of took that strat and then made it good, right? And sometimes APAC can be innovative with new ideas, but then other regions will perfect it.
I think it's funny how that goes. And yeah, Nuke Shotty could be one of those things, a verticality. Can also
see it.
escape the cameras, of course. Wouldn't be sad if I saw it again, that's for damn sure. Kinotrope, though, they've been toying with the walls, a little bandit tricking, reinforcing mid-round, and peeling back the layers. Scars, a bit more conventional attack this time around, but they're lacking hard destruction. Has to rotate over Washoiki with the Grim, with the can openers, as the summit charges have all been spent and countered. A lot of time to work, though, for Scars, and they got the Blackbeard as well. And this small room where two defenders find themselves, they're going to be covered with Grim Beast momentarily, so they're going to fall back down the hatch, and only Aegir is sticking around for now.
Ooh. Nice retreat, though, from Aegir. Typically, it's your Solus that you keep upstairs for as long as possible, but no, instead, Eclair is the only one on that top floor. He's fallen back, looking to try and find a player that overextends a little bit too much from our 6 room up above. Very rare that we see defenses of this bomb site completely forfeit our 6 room, the vert above the bomb site. It's given so much ground up to Scars.
We almost always see attackers go for a straight plan with the Solus, the Sense and the Shield, fighting the Solus and the verticality, so super uncommon to see this. Big fan though. The push slowly being set up, they're attacking vertically and horizontally at the same time. Solus stuck in the corner, they have a good inkling about it, but Aegir finds a kill before going down. Actually still alive now, it's Gatorade who died.
Yeah, he's trying to take the close-range gunfight. Meanwhile, Scars need to try and look for a plan. It's Yukiz who has that diffuser. Fishlight goes in for the kill and fires onto Aegir. No more Solus, no more info on the plant, but Akayu still holding the line on the bomb side. It's such an unusual way to see the round play out on this bomb side. He's got no idea where they're coming from. Wreck dropping down the hatch at the last minute, but Scars have no chance. Their planter was the Blackbeard who died, and so Kinotrope hold the round.
It's very uncommon for Scars to be this low on time on the attack, but it is Lair. It's a lot smaller, less rooms, less long angles. In my memory, when I think of Scars, I'm always thinking maps like your bank, your chalet, a lot of fighting, a lot of map, like open spaces. It's been a very different playstyle choice here. I love that they're getting to the bomb site with, 4 or 5 attackers alive. They can actually go for a proper bomb site execute, but I do think Scars need a little bit more wiggle room. Just like, 10 seconds more, 15 seconds more to have a more clear, precise call at the plan. And is that a Kinotrope tactical timeout? Despite doing quite well? Interesting.
Yeah, indeed it is.
Yeah, it is.
Kino have taken their attack pause despite... I would say like they are, obviously they have lost the round, but they look like the superior team so far out of these 3 rounds. Very early tactical timeout to call.
I mean, I guess you can argue that they're winning the rounds mostly on time, hitting 0. So it's like strategically, maybe they feel like they're losing. Decision-wise, maybe they want to change something around. It's that, or the coaching staff has spotted like a massive weakness to Scars' playstyle that they can actually just counter by changing a few things. I'm very curious to see for these upcoming rounds if we're going to see a drastic change or just small details. Because the Arbiter bans themselves, they're not really unexpected. It's the Bandit ban, which is super common after banning Kite in the first rotation, because now they can just get through those walls. On the flip side, Kinotrope themselves banned the Grim. So this shouldn't be a reactive tag timeout thinking, oh my god, they banned something crazy, we gotta talk about it. This is pretty expected.
Big reaction from Makai there. He's a pretty shy guy, but that was a nice little crack of a smile there. He was big on the Maestro at the end of that round. Held down the fort on that bomb site. I still just can't get around how crazy and weird that round was. The fact that Kinotrope decided to abandon the top floor pretty early and then basically just play it like it's a kind of year one, season one, let's just sit on the bomb site type vibe. Like, that's just so unusual. And you're right, Scars keep running out of time. I think it's Kinotrope have identified a problem with Scars, is that they are very methodical and they're very timid. Their time management can be quite poor. And so if you just keep peeling back and giving them no kills, you'll often win in these dire moments of 4v4, 10 seconds on the clock.
I guess the question boils down to, is Scars gonna speed up themselves, or is it gonna be just about how much can Kinotrope slow it down further and further? With the bandit being gone, it will of course give Scars a little bit more wiggle room in the mid round. Not gonna be stopped on the breaching, but Kawa is playing 2 brown. They can't just say, oh, you're gonna breach this wall? Yeah, wait for 36 seconds before it actually happens. It also counters the Deimos track, for example, droning, as the freeze canister does work as a mute jammer, technically speaking. Kind of, at least. But there is counterplay in the Kali. They do have Twitch drones, Capital, so a ton of utility from Scars, but you gotta get in the right positions to use it first.
Activated.
Oh. Yeah, Rex taking a bit of damage. What gun did that much damage? Was that Carwow? I think it must have been DMR, yeah.
Must have been.
DMR versus sniper rifle,
crazy,
dude. Like, the
man.
DMR is just better. Like, Kali's gun is not that good. You know, it's just, this game is not designed for bolt action rifles, man.
And Loki got nerfed as well, because, well, I guess limb damage got reverted, so that's, you know, no longer the case. But you got more health in the game, too. So, during the limb damage reduction, it was hard to play Kali. It's a bit easier. 2 kill store from Kinotrope, shut down the entries, shotgun close window, could look for a 3rd. Very favorable gunfight.
Get him. Come on, jump out. Oh, full flash! Found him anyway! Goodbye, fish-like. Ayagator jumps straight outside the building. Look, Scars, they have struggled. Kinotrope take a tactical timeout and decide to just go deep.
They have 3 2-bar canisters in pocket. They still have the Yogai drones. They've not really spent a ton of their utility. They win the gunfights with the Thorn Traps assistance on the window jump-ins. Rex still low on health in ops room, just holding a long sniper angle, but Kinotrope, they're disciplined. They're playing strong positions by bathroom window with the shotgun up close. Here's the footstep, sees the laser, doesn't move a muscle. Just has to play the waiting game and then left click at the right moment. That'll be a freebie. He knows Nina is right to it, like left of his corner here.
Yeah, whoever moves first loses here, in theory. Whoever peeks first will lose.
I mean, defenders have 20 seconds, like...
It's true.
Nina has to move.
Love that. A good old slow peek. That is not going to help his case whatsoever. Big kill for Ayagator. Wreck 1v5 with the Kali. He barely has enough bullets in the magazine to achieve this.
They're not going to peek him.
Balls of steel. Rex says, come on, somebody feed me. I need the KD. Kinotrope cruise on through. 3-1 in the advantage.
Oh, man. The discipline, not moving unless necessary, not trolling, not peeking, just kind of bleeding Scars out slowly at the end of that round. That was the first, like, relatively quick push from Scars as well in this game, and they got shut down immediately. Maybe that's why they've been so cautious, because there are a lot of layers to Kinotrope's defense, and they do have the right people in the right location to punish them.
Attackers need to locate and
Bomb site rotational will hopefully favor Scars now. They can attack a different area of the map. It's going to be that basement bomb site instead. And usually you have to go for a full map roam clear, but it's going to be a lot harder to roam on that basement bomb site. Because you gotta try and work the whole map. Whereas here on top floor, you usually have 5 defenders in 5 different areas and just wait for the attackers to get to you. Basement doesn't quite work the same. You need to fight a bit more for that control. So Monty, possibly. Hold up. Jackal from Rec? What are we doing?
Mate, you're about to have a bloody capitulation if you see this Jackal pick get locked in.
Jackal is just like might be the worst
3, 2,
attacker.
1, locked in.
Oh my god. Listen, we have Deimos, Dokkaebi. Okay, we have shields open. I know they're playing the Monty, but like Jackal gives you like net 0 value. Like there's just nothing happening there.
The Jackal pick over the Solid Snake is wild.
Oh, like, Solid Snake too, yeah.
Solid Snake is just a better Jackal. And look, yeah, you get nades on Jackal these days, but you can also bring 1 nade on Solid Snake, and every kill you get, you can get another one back.
You say every kill you get, every death that happens.
Yeah, true. It could be your teammate.
Yeah, just can't team kill them. That doesn't work.
Yeah.
Just in case people are like, I'm gonna team kill my friend for a frag grenade. No, don't do that. Wait, theoretically, right? If your teammate team killed someone, would Solid Snake be able to then loot a pouch? That's the real question. Because it's not Solid Snake doing it himself.
That's a good call. I
actually don't know.
Time to go in a rank game and test it.
Not a custom game, James. A ranked game, yeah.
Nah, I only test in ranked games, man.
I like that. There has to be stakes to the testing, right? It gotta feel real. We can't be in a safe position where nothing will, you know, punish our consequences. It'll have to be a real case scenario. We see Jackal scanning absolutely nothing because the operator is just like that. Got nerfed recently, by the way. That's why it's a pretty weak operator. You get 5 Jackal trackers. You get 1 individual red ping when you do the scanning of defeats. So you will just get, you see right here, scan, you get 1 red ping. Okay, he's in the basement. Boom. You're not gonna get a follow-up. There's no tracking. There's no nothing.
And when Jackal first came out, the footprints didn't disappear after you scanned it. I feel like they need to bring that back. Like, make it so the footprints don't disappear. So you can spam ping, but you have to use all of your charges to get the spam pings. I feel like that would be fair.
I would just get a chart system. You can use 1 to 3 Jackal trackers, and you get 1 to 3 red pings or something silly like that, just to give you the option of choice of scanning where they are versus tracking where they are. This is awkward.
Fishlight could easily die here. They need a tiny bit more damage, and then he's dead. Unfortunately, there are no more gas remaining. Impact grenades would help out. Shot on the feet could be enough. Oh, great bait though. Yukiz managed to secure the kill as the Yokai drone came in to support, but it was too late. They're going to EMP it now. Akai trying to get it out of position in time. It looks like he will succeed. Yukiz can still stun it out even while it is in that next room up. Progress though from Scars, but there's not a lot of time left. Look at the clock. Pengu, Fishlike is so low on HP as he's going for the plant, and Eclair has found one. Carwow also denies the plant with a C4. Yukiz gets that diffuser back in tow and looks to try and plant himself, but there's not enough cover here, and Carwow will take him down. Scars are going to lose another round on time. Kenotrope are continuing to mop up Lair.
There's a tough spot now for Scars. If you go too fast, you get shut down. If you go too slow, you will lose a 3rd round with the timer hitting 0. It just feels like they can't find the right pacing at the minute. I mean, how long it took them to clear out 1 single smoke player as well, with Monty and everything available to them? They will rightfully call it tactical timeout, but I feel like this is a bit too late. They can still win, they can still make a comeback, but with how these rounds have played out and 0 adaptations made, I mean, they have 1 more attempt on the attack, and then it's time for side swap.
Oh, man. You had a tactical timeout just a few rounds ago picked by... You okay there, Rick? You had a tactical timeout called by Kenotrope just a couple of rounds ago. Scars had a chance to talk about things then. Now they take a tactical timeout of their own as we are about to enter the final round of the half. Kenotrope have just won 3 back-to-back-to-back. Scars are just far too slow.
It's such an unusual dilemma as well for Scars, because they are one of the fastest teams, historically at least, in Japan. And maybe this is also a case of they're playing against an opponent that they might actually be scrim partners with. Because, mind you, we don't know who's scrimming who in the offseason, but there's always gonna be a couple of teams that have, like, dedicated scrim partners where you practice together very frequently. There was a time when I was in Penta Bootcamp in Brazil, we scrimmed Liquid every single day for a week straight. And, you know, if we played each other after that, we know all of each other's moves, all the strats, because it's so freshly in our brain. And you're playing a fine line in the off-season. You want good practice, which means you want to practice against the best teams that are in your region, in your area for ping. But the best practice is also your best competition. It's your strongest enemy. And you make them better while they also make you better. This could be maybe Scars trying to do something different because Kenotrope know all their moves, but it's just not working. This lineup from Scars seems a lot more like the way that we know them. The Glass, the Dokubi, the Solid Snake, the Blackbeard Lion, this is fight, fight, fight. It's not breaching and step 1 and step 2 and all these things. This is more about the aggression.
Well, last chance to do it, Pengu, so they may as well go for broke. Did you ever go into a scrim against a team that you knew was a close rival and you just played very differently just to try and throw them a curveball? And then, you make it look like you're doing this kind of a strat every scrim you play against, let's say, FaZe, and then on game day, you just don't play like that at all.
So there was, I'm not sure if it was what team it was against actually, but whenever we scrimmed them, we would let them flank us every single round. Like we'd sit on a drone and just not, and be like, guys, he's flanking red stairs, let him kill you. And then we play them on play day, and they think the flanks are always open, and then they never were. We get a lot of free kills. We did small stuff like that.
That is so funny.
I mean, when you get to a certain level, like think of your FaZe, your Fury at the top dogs in the regions, you gotta start making small tricks here and there and baiting your opponents, just like they do right here. Get into a baits and scars, shots down one, right chase another. But look at the health bars. So many players low on health. Wreck, FaZe like, even Yuki's taking a bit of damage.
Nice off kill to positioning, but Scars do manage to get a couple of big kills.
2v2.
Yuki's especially critically taking down the mirror of Gatorada. Ayagator and Rek both low on HP as a diffuser needs to be recollected by Yukiz. The Solid Snake is actually so good at the end of this round because it gives so much free information to Yukiz. Problem is, even more valuable operator is going to be Ayagator's Solus pick here. When it comes down to the late round, he's going to have so much information. He's going all the way down into the basement.
Oh.
This is a risky play. There's not a lot of soft floor here for him to deny the plan. He's actually going to go all the way for a big rotation to the other side of the map.
That's maybe better because only one of the two bomb sites has like a half soft floor, and that's really it. So you don't want to risk that being the case. They plant on concrete and you can't help your teammate. So I like this a lot more. It also means the Solid Snake can find the second player, but this gunfight is very awkward. Yuki's and Kawao, both the players at full XP.
Kawao finds one! Both for Kawao! It's a monstrous round on defense for Kinatrope. That's the half!
I'm a drop in the ocean, just a face in a crowd waiting to be seen. Big dreams set in motion. I wanna go where no one's ever been. I would climb the highest mountain. I would dive the deepest sea, just so I could make you feel what I feel. Aiming for the sky. Yeah, I really thought we'd make it. Got my head in the clouds, but I can see the world from up here. From up here, from up here. The world from up here. From up here, from up here. Can see the world from up here. Go ahead, call me crazy. I always see the good in everyone. Blue-eyed and naive, wow. Way up here, I can see the sun. I would climb the highest mountain. I would dive the deepest sea, just so I could make you feel what I feel. Aiming for the sky. Yeah, I really thought we'd make it. Got my head in the clouds, but I can see the world from up here. Yeah, I can see the world from up here. Yeah, I can see the world from up here. From up here.
Okay. Oh, another 5-1, Pengu. How does it keep happening? Nobody seems to do it better than APAC North.
Ah, you stole my line!
That is what you told me.
No, it's true. It's been
Something in the
bit of
water
a
in
fast
Japan,
day.
man.
Yeah. Well, maybe they have an agreement where whoever wins like 2 rounds first just has to keep going. You know, it's one of those like, let's make it quick, guys. Okay,
Yeah.
you get 2 rounds, we'll let you have it. We'll see if we can make a comeback. If not, it's fine. A comeback has not happened yet. The team that's been leading significantly have taken the victory every single match today so far.
I have a question. How often do we see both tactical timeouts taken in the first 5 rounds? That is wild to me.
Ooh. Yeah, I mean, the thing that was kind of weird about it was that Kinotrope, who was leading 2-1, they called the tag timeout first. And then way later at 4-1, I believe, Scars called for their tactical timeout. It felt backwards. And unironically, after both of them, well, Kinotrope got the round victory afterwards, so they made the most out of their time with their coaching staff and, you know, talking to themselves. And, no, tag timeouts are a weird thing. Also, mind you, we have the halftime vibe check that just happened, a 2-minute kind of pause. During that, it's actually also a built-in tactical timeout for both teams. You can talk to your coaching staff as you're going from attack to defense and vice versa.
I feel like we've had more time spent in tactical timeouts than we have in played-out rounds so far.
Yeah, I was gonna say that we've had 3 tag timeouts technically in the last 3 rounds.
4 if you count the operator pick. Because the operator ban, rather, I should say, at round 3. At the end of round 3, we had the extra operator ban come through, and the coaches are allowed to talk to that. So we've had 4 opportunities for the teams to talk with their squad and their coach, and we've only had 6 rounds. That's insane.
There was a fair bit of talking. I think it was Seth from Sonic's Super. He was asked how he felt about the halftime vibe check, you know, getting 2 minutes to talk to your team, and he goes, I think it's kind of useless because if you have good players, they should know what to do, and I don't have much to say. And then we saw one of the live events where we have like the listen-ins, and he was right, like Super actually got all these points across in the first maybe 60 seconds, and then he just kind of sat there waiting for the time to be over because there was nothing more to be said. There will be times when you're doing really well where you're not going to have a lot of talking points maybe during these big pauses. But for a team that's behind, like Scars right now being down 1-5, they're probably super thankful to have 2 full minutes to discuss stuff.
Sometimes
Also,
the ship goes sinky when you overthinky. So
is that a saying? Yeah?
it is now.
This ship goes sinky when you're always thinky.
If you spend too much time arguing or discussing all the different things, sometimes you just
Yeah.
get a little bit locked out of the situation. Sometimes all that matters is, guys, is it chill the hell out. We know the strat. Let's just do it. And it looks like the strat might be something cheeky here. Oh my God! There's a warden! You can't go for a Glaz rush plant when there's a warden, man. You just can't.
Disaster. Even if there wasn't a warden, there's a C4, there's a thorn trap, like they have plant, there's a shang game for plant denial. Like this was not really thought through. Not sure we saw all the defending operators, but this was not the right play. Neither good for 2 kills. The rush with thermite diffuser in the middle of the bomb site, and of course the glass covering to follow it up. That is the round. I mean, hopefully over for Scars. It might just be that simple.
Yeah, that's brilliant. All there is to say, the round should be over from here. There's pretty much no way for Kinotrope to win this, and if they do, then Scars have got a lot of soul searching to do. What were you going to say something before I made my over Sinky joke?
Oh, I think it's Airgator's cam. Well, we can't spectate him now because he's dead, but just watch out for his camera next round when he spawns in. Just keep it in mind, okay?
Okay. It's registered.
That's all.
Bookmark that away in the back of my brain.
Yeah. Nice. You'll probably forget it anyway, but we'll see.
I probably will.
Oh,
Hey,
they're trolling?
this is how we throw. Scars have been taking a leaf out of Kag's playbook. They're looking to go for a bit of a Kagging. Free kill for a Caillou. And you can see Kinotrope is still just baiting. Like, Gatorada is moving below, trying to expose people's positions and flush them into Kawao and Akai's hands.
17 seconds though, gotta start working these doorways and staircases. Flash Ghost starts gonna signify the push, and they're still not doing it. They're still holding angles.
They don't have the diffuser.
7 seconds.
Oh my God, they're just trolling.
Okay.
Well, I guess that's what happens when you try to smoke plant rush and lose the round in the first 5 seconds because you didn't drone the warden. That was quite an underwhelming round from Kinotrope. Let's have a look. What's Airgator's cam? Oh, he's
just sitting there.
He's still as a statue.
You know, a couple of rounds back, I was watching him and I was like, dude, he's holding an angle while scratching his cheek. That's madness. And then like a round goes by, like, he's still scratching his cheek. And then I realized he has actually been frozen in time the entire match.
Nah, that's a really itchy cheek, bro.
I only just realized, like, last round, because I was like, there's no way he's pushing with glass and not actually using both of his hands. That would be insane.
Well, if Scars are going to start winning rounds gifted to them on a silver platter by Kinotrope, then yeah, maybe there's a way back into it despite the 5-1. But They're counting on Kinotrope to continue gifting them rounds like that, and you can't ever bank on that.
I mean, I love the attempt at a silly rush like this, but Tashanga, Warden, C4, it was never gonna work unless Scars were the ones not playing the game, and they were very well prepared and ready. Kind of poetic though in a way to see how they breached the wall and have a glass smoking and peeking the angle. It wasn't the Maverick, you know, but they kind of did the thing that we spoke about earlier where you utilize the breaching with the glass smoke and try and go for a fast play.
Loading mag.
Thoughts on Clash rework? Now that it's been out for a fair bit of time?
Clash rework.
Yeah, it's been a bit now. Do we like it? Do we not like it?
Yeah, I got no issues with it. Yeah, I don't know. I never had a problem with the old Clash. I think that the Clash rework is just a Clash buff. Like, that's pretty much
So,
it.
if I played you in ranked and I played Clash every single round against you, you would be completely okay with that.
No, I would just ban it. Depends. If I'm killing you, if I'm killing you, then I'm not going to ban it. I'll let you play it, and I'll keep killing you. But if you are single-handedly destroying my entire team by playing Clash, I will be banning it in the second round. I don't know. Like, I mean, I am not a pure. Like, there are some purists who believe like we shouldn't have any shields in the game. Every operator should be 2 speed, 2 armor. We shouldn't have all. I like shields. I like operators, even some kind of like, you know, OP or really out of character ones. But Clash and all shields and operators like Glaz and Ying, none of these should be picked every round. Like, we should tweak them and nerf them to a point where they are great in specific situations. But I don't want any operator, no matter how good, no matter how simple or versatile, I don't want any operator to be picked every round. That's the joy of having so many operators in Siege. I don't want to go back to a meta where Ashe and Sledge are picked every round and Thermite's picked every round. I like the variety that we get in Siege.
Picks some of the 50th time in a row. Fair enough. Another glass round being brought here from Kinotrope. This time there is no Warden for counterplay. Just a bunch of trap utility as C4 prep there from Yuki's as well in the hand. But this is a bit of a faker thing. They're looking to attack up. Okay, we were over the door that we... Thank you.
Interesting idea.
Could they just plant here is the question. It might just be possible.
Absolutely, says Claire. And he's going to start going for it. The cover is coming from Ayager on the glass, but he gets swung. That's miraculous from Yuki's. Finds the kill. The shotgun to follow him up. They're going to jump immediately onto it. Surely this is going to be covered. No! Kinotrope are left with their pants down as Scars pull off an unimaginable retake.
Oh my god. Technically a good rush plan, but the glass goes down, the guy planting can't escape, there's 2 people outside the building, there's no post position, and the issue is, even if those players never died, they could literally just close off the Aura door, put the Clash blocking the angle. It is actually a very hard round to win from the plant position there from Kinotrope. I like that they're going for these kind of pocket strats and rush executes, but they're missing a small couple of things every single time and therefore getting the wrong result. Now it's time for tertiary attack. This on paper should be the easier round to get a victory on. But if Kinotrope don't get it now, it's going to be a full bomb set rotation with Scars and go back to top floor, and the scoreline will be 5-4, only trailing by 1. So Kinotrope, now the pressure is really on.
Located by attackers.
Look, I love a crazy rush plant, but Kinotrope, that's 0-2 on your Glaz pushes. 0-2. The Glaz has been completely ineffectual both times. I'm not sure if Glaz was visible through the smoke or some angle, or whether that was just a pre-fire from, I think it was Fishlight got the kill. But yeah, very, very strange from Kinotrope, and I think they have a little bit of soul searching to do with that Glaz. Now they're going to pick off of it. This time we do have a shield. It's the Blitz. We also have a second shield, I should say, in the Blackbeard. No Glaz this time around. I think this is the right call.
So we're spawn peeking.
Yes,
Nina getting very active, facing the barricade. But nobody's here from the side of Kinotrope. They've gone upstairs for a... I mean, they were hovering since for a bit, so I was gonna think, oh no, it's gonna be another one of those direct plant executes. But no, they're gonna go for what seems like a full map clear. Take top floor, you have to block verticality. So a big thing to note now is that Kinotrope are a bit more on a timer than usual. They need to get in the top floor, take full control, and start blocking the vert with at least 60 seconds to go, ideally. So they gotta be a bit faster in the first minute or two than usual.
It's funny, once upon a time, Japan was the fastest part of APAC in terms of their playstyle on attack. And yes, we've seen a lot of rushes here from Kinatrope, but when it's not a rush, both of these teams seem to be very slow. It was a huge problem for Scars. Kinatrope might be suffering the same fate at the moment as Fishlike on the Warden finds an early kill onto Eclair. I don't know how he pulled that off. Just inside of our 6 room, and now the crossfire is making mincemeat out of Kinatrope. What the hell did I just witness? Kinatrope have just fumbled 3 attacks in a row, and Scars are well and truly on for the comeback.
Yeah, you know, Kinatrope, they still have attack timeout, right? Oh, no, wait, they didn't. They used that a long time ago, which means any issues they're facing right now is up to the players to solve themselves. No coaching staff, no supportive network, no parachute available for them. They can ban an operator. It could be a Warden at this rate or a Mira, just to make the pushes a bit easier if they want to keep going for it. It'll be the Mira and Solid Snake in response, actually. Okay.
I love the ego from Scars to be like, hey, we're not going to ban the glass because you guys suck at it. Keep playing it, please. Yeah. Honestly, Kinatrope, ban the Warden, man. Just ban the Warden.
That's what I was thinking. But also, with that being said, maybe that was the 3 attempts they had at being silly, and then now they're gonna play a bit more regular siege, and they're not gonna play into the ward and stuff like that.
They weren't silly on that last round. They were only silly for the first 2 attacks. I don't know what the hell happened in that round.
They were silly because they lost the round flawlessly, but I actually don't know how they lost it either. They just got killed very quickly.
Yeah. I think every time they lose a player, Kinatrope seem to peak. It's like, oh, we lost a player, we need to take a risk to get an advantage back. But every time that happens, they just lose
the second player
deeper and deeper. It's second player, and then they're like, oh, we're down 2 players, we need to peak. Oh, who's a 3rd player? You know, it's not a great pattern.
Finger, Blackbeard, Dokkavi. I like Capital repeaking into Capital. That's a good one. It's a good operator, man.
Yeah. Oh, the problem is banning that mirror. I don't know. I'm a mirror ban hater. You've left the Warden in, you've left the Clash in. What are you doing, man? Like, how are we going to deal with this Clash? How are we going to deal with this? Well, I guess the Warden's not going to be that effective because we're not playing any gadgets that really get countered by the Warden, aside from the smokes from Dokkabi. But, yeah, what are we going to do about that Clash?
It's always a big question when you're going for these potential fast takes. Right now, they could theoretically block the Clash from below, counter fire upstairs horizontally, but that requires them to get into a position where they can do so. You know, get in the building, roam clear, gain a foothold, and then start working the strategy. For now, they're just kind of droning. Clash says nobody's in ops room, the operation is completely free. They also have Goyo fire prepped. Nina roaming smoke downstairs, that's a bit unusual.
He's been droned. I feel like a Deimos would have been a nice pick here instead of the buck from Eclair to really hunt the roamers below and then turn the attention onto Clash. I guess the Dokkabi can certainly assist with that. The buck is just slow on this vertical play. And Nina is always going to be looking for a flank opportunity. Eclair is spending so much time flicking drones for his own flank and for his team. As the Tachanka's fire slowly subsides, but Fishlike can immediately put some more down. Eclair needs to get active here on the buck vert. He's spending so much time watching his own flanks. He hasn't achieved a lot yet. Fishlike actually takes damage from the Jago payload and a little bit more damage as well. Oh, and then finally taken down. Good entry from Akayu. And immediately the Finker buff comes through to take back some lost HP from that Tachanka fire.
Can they convert this to a round victory? They still got the Clash and smokes to deal with. Thankfully, no C4 from the Warden, though. I feel like they just can't bait themselves into a plan. They gotta try and go for a few more kills here. Disrupt the Clash vertically, maybe with the Dokkabi Caller still on top of it. And start targeting the most important operator. Buck is still downstairs, so can start doing that route. We're seeing AAK and Blackbeard taking option control. But now they start falling apart. Gatarada goes down. No more Dokkabi Call.
Yeah, this is a problem here for Kinatrope. They looked so close to being able to finally get an advantage, but Akayu finds one back. It's a very split push as they desperately try and get active. Akayu goes deep, 3 kills on the round with the Finker. And the Clash is shut down, but Nina has to be the saving grace for Scars as Akayu starts to force that plant down. He is alone, separated from Carwow, who is able to almost find the kill onto Yukiz. Low HP on Carwow's former teammate, Akayu with a 4K, Carwow to close. Kinotrope finally grasp match point with their first attack round win.
Oh my god, it comes down to a 4K clutch, knifing the clash, covering and planting, doing everything from one single player. Sometimes that is just what you need. A hero in the server to get your round victory. But for Kinotrope, they need to find more consistency in these attacks because they're not picking apart the rounds, they're not problem solving. We never got to see the bug doing any damage to the class vertically. The Dogebi only got 2 phone calls out of 5 successfully off, so
Attackers need
so
to
much
locate and defuse as
unused
many bombs
utility,
as they can.
unused damage gone by. And I mean, Nina honestly could have just gone and killed the guy planting. There was no coverage. It was a 2v2 with the guy not planting covering his own flank rather than the person planting. And because A get it here, ADS swing with the Blackbeard when he could just safely held the hallway.
Akayu would have absolutely got off the plant and gotten that kill, man. You're a doubter.
I mean, he
can
probably would at
sense
that
it.
point, yeah, sure.
You're a doubter, bro. When you're running Finka LMG for the Aura,
10
you're
seconds
capable of
left before
anything.
insertion.
So it's funny, we've seen 4 now attacks from Kinotrope. We've seen Glaz Cheese, which has failed. We saw Double Shield Cheese, which I don't know what was going on there, but it failed flawlessly, spectacularly. Now we've seen a round which didn't go at all to plan, and then Akayu just runs in with Thinker and gets 4 kills, and that is the one that worked. All they need is one more round out of the next 3, or the next 2, I should say, and the game is done and dusted. But it's an attack down onto the basement, and Scars are roaming very heavily.
Let's see what they can do. Just really holding my breath here for the entry engagement. Kinotrope cannot afford to lose a player early. They are so desperate for the opening advantage because they will make a mistake somewhere. That's been the trend so far. And if you get the early advantage and you make a mistake, now you're back to even numbers. But if you start off with that mistake, that's where Scar's gonna steal the round away from you very quickly. Kinotrope very slow to the punch as usual, but they got pretty strong execute operators, Capital, Ying, Deimos. If they again can get a foothold in the building with those 5 attackers alive, this bomb site could easily become theirs. And Scar's actually giving them a ton of space here, surrendering garage control.
Big thing for me. Oh, wow, that's a good shot. Wreck down onto 1 HP. Not sure Carwow is aware he did the damage. Big thing for here, I want to see Ayagator get active with the Twitch. We know that the Fenrir's Dread Mines are active. We know that there's Ella Mines as well, and we know the Vulcan canisters will burn tons of time. I think Ayagator's on his drone now. He's scanning out what gadgets are in lab. He needs to clear a lot of it. He's now got off the drone. I sure hope he's managed to clear a lot of that util as the Candelas start to ring on out from Akayu.
You got the Vert though, watching from above, so they're holding down these bombs at doors from a very safe position. It's still Kinotrope to break apart this first layer. If they can't do so, Scars have no reason to go for a swing, no reason to attempt to fight. We see Eclair with a grenade in hand, looking to make a distraction of a play, maybe threatening a bomb site rush to enable his teammates to make a play elsewhere. 45 seconds, Twitch throws a bit of information, but doesn't find much.
Good fire, though. That nullifies some of the positions as Eclair has sent out his nade and gone for the backstab. Him and Carwow trying to time this together. There is still a defender upstairs. It's Nina, and he's found a kill onto Gadarada. Now Kinotrope are worried about their flank. They need to have a big entry. There it is from Akayu. Last round, he took matters into his own hands. He's trying to do so again now, but he is the only one finding kills for Kinotrope as the rest of his team falls apart around him. Scars just need to sit back and wait. Plan starts to go down. Coverage needs to be from Carwow, but he goes down. It's again Akayu against the world, and he cannot stand tall enough. Scars have stayed alive.
One-man team right now on the attacking side. It's not good enough against Scars because all 5 defenders are working well together, covering the angles. They have the Fenrir, the Ella. They know exactly where that push is happening from. The only real surprising fact was Akayu was in the middle of the bomb side, took down the scope post, but that was it. No one else is overswinging and dying from the side of Scars, so they don't give anything up for free. And that's the big thing. Scars are playing very disciplined, and I'm very impressed by this because they realize
Attackers need to
Kinotrope
locate and
are
defuse
having some
bombs.
rough attacks, and they're incredibly slow. We don't need to roam very heavily. We don't gotta go for a disruptive gameplay behavior. We can just sit back and let them struggle getting to the bomb site. Mind you, they never held garage. They never held lockers. Scars started the round in the middle of the bomb site and never moved at all. Akayo's nodding, saying, well, we gotta listen here. We gotta fix the problems, Akayo. We gotta figure out why these rounds are not coming together the way they're supposed to be. You got one more round here for Kinotrope, then it's overtime. And if you go there, the comeback has happened, and the mentality, it's gotta be boomed.
I just think it's so funny to think that there are no tactical timeouts for either of these teams.
No.
No more operator ban phases either. So after in the first 6 rounds, we had 4 chances for the teams to talk to their coaching staff. We have none for the rest of the game. Ever since, 2 rounds ago, we've had none.
Another round, another clash. If you could go back in time and change that mirror ban, I think you were right, James. I think maybe perhaps a Warden or a clash would have been a bit higher impact. Even a smoke or a Shank at this point would have been welcomed with open arms.
Talk about things they can do right now. I'd be going for Deimos and Dockerby if this was me. I would be doubling up on that clash and just prioritizing getting that kill onto the clash. The start of the round, you get your Dockerby and your Deimos in the building early. You get the hacks onto that clash. As soon as you kill the clash, your entire job is just to kill that clash. As soon as you do that, you kill the Tachanka. And then you just move in and plan. That's all that there needs to be, a focus for the attacking side. But they're trying to hedge their bets. They're trying to do so many different things, Pengu. You can see they're trying to clear for an R6 room attack and for an ops room attack. They're trying to go for setting themselves up for a late round bit of split theory. Problem is, there are some hard areas to clear, and I think that doing this split is not going to be enough. Rek falls back on the clash, now targeted by the Deimos. Aegater needs to find the kill.
So they get ops room control, but like, it's been a half the round, only just into the building. Again, a little bit worrying here for Kinotrope, losing their confidence possibly. Still got a ton of util though. Fire, ace breaching charges, 3 grenades in pocket, some floors for terror drones as well. But do they have enough time to do all these things before it's too late? They're so desperate for
It's an entry!
pick, and they're gonna...
Gatarada's in! He's gone double!
Nowhere!
Massive play from Gatarada, and you get it to support. Now they see the clash. It's hard to clear him out. Ayagator has also made his way upstairs. He's no longer going to be on for the third. Gatarada needs to make sure not to overpeak, but he claims them all! 4 kills on the round for Gatarada, making the ace! What a flourish of a finish for Kinotrope, and the rivalry will continue. Kinotrope put down Scars 7-5.
Oh my god. 2 attacking round victories. Akayu with a 4K, almost going for the ace. And of course, at the very final moment, Gatarada with the actual ace. That is how they get across the line. Phenomenal first half on defense. Great counterplay towards Scars, recognizing their weaknesses. But those attacks, Kinotrope, we gotta go back to the drawing board before the next play day, because we cannot go back to lair until we figure that out.
Yeah, the fact that the only 2 attack rounds they won were on the back of their 2 newest players going massive for a 4K or an ace. And really, this kill should not have happened from Gatarada onto that clash. There's no way he should have gotten that kill. Here's a celebration. It was either that or overtime. Gatarada said, we have to send it. Rek is not happy for Scars, but for Kinotrope, finally getting it done. 5-1 in the first half. Took them a hell of a long time to finish the job, but they did eventually.
Yeah, they did. And I mean, you can argue one thing, right? If you wanted more experience and more practice, dragging out the game for as long as possible to get more attacking rounds in for repetition purposes, that's a pretty good idea. And given the fact that they closed out in regulation, you know, the plan went as it should have, I guess.
In theory, but of course, Kinotrope, it's only going to get harder from here on out. Their next game is against Fear X. Scars have a bit of an easy next game. It's been against Can You Be My Enemy, who really struggled today. But I think for Kinotrope, look, we saw some great things from them today. We know their fragging capability when the plan goes out the window from Gatorada and Agator. It's there, right? We know that is there. We know that their defenses are solid, but on the attacking side, the fact that they let it almost go to overtime after a 5-1 start, there are a few things they're going to need to clean up before their next game day against Fear X. Let's quickly touch on Scars, though, for a minute. Pengu, I was very disappointed in their attacking half. They did come back a little bit on the defense, but I'm not sure if they're going to be able to hold a candle to some of the top teams in the league. You know, Fear X, D+, and CAG. I feel like at the moment they would make short work of Scars.
I would have to agree with you. Also because while Kinotrope did have a similar issue of being too slow on the attacking side, it is Kinotrope they had these pocket strats, round rushes, the glass, the aura, the kind of plant force playstyle. Scars is just kind of stuck, not progressing, not getting to the side, not trying to plant. And they didn't get anywhere in the server, so huge concerns for me as well. But like I also was saying, it's super unusual to see them struggling with time. I'm gonna say today was an off day for Scars. Maybe it's just a lair thing. Super curious for the next play to see them playing a different map than lair and seeing they can be much faster than those days.
For Scars, next play is going to be against Can You Be My Enemy, so that's going to be a pretty easy game. I'd be surprised if they struggle with that one. I unfortunately, it feels like we've kind of got a top 6 and a bottom 2 at the moment in APAC North, and BME are struggling to not get into the bottom 2. For Scars, a lot to work on. For Kinotrope, though, let's continue talking about them. They were the victors today. Big game, but those Glaz attacks left a lot to be desired.
Yeah. I mean, I just think of the first opening round for Kinotrope on the attack, where it's like, throw him at the wall, glass smoke, we're rushing in for the plant. Warden's just sitting there, right? And it's one of those small funny moments where we get interaction with the glass and the Warden counter, almost like the Bandit and the Thermite, for example. It's poetry.
Yeah, very much so. Of course, we're almost finished for the night. Let's have a look at the one game we have left, and it's the game you've all been waiting for. It's the rematch from our kickoff grand final. The two best teams in APAC North. It is the Korean organization filled with Brazilian players, D+ Kia, going up against the GOATs, the greatest to ever do it from Japan, CAG Osaka. A year ago, they were finalists at Reload in Rio, only to fall at the final hurdle. Most recently in Seoul Lake City, Pengu, they didn't even win a single map. They need to get back on top. But actually, we have an interview. I believe it's with Okumesh from Kinotrope. I thought we were going to miss out, but we do have our interview. Welcome on. It is. Hey, Okumesh, mate.
Yeah,
welcome
hi.
on in. Welcome. I'm glad
Hi.
you could make it. Firstly, congratulations on your win today. But I have to ask, it was a hard win. You had a 5-1 lead, and then you lost 2 rounds in a row trying to go for your Glaz rushes. What happened?
Yeah, that was a little bit intense game. I know. We were try to make more chaos at the beginning of the attacking rounds, but everything has failed on them. Like we thought, oh shit, we need to slow down. We need to play more accurate or something like that. And then, a little bit nervous to me as a coach standing in back. So whatever, we won. Thank you.
That's a good way to look at it. Thankfully, you guys won. Whew, don't worry too much about it. But we noticed both you guys, Kinotrope and of course Scars, both teams here from Japan struggling on the attacking side. Is this something that you see in scrims, in practice from the region as a whole? Or was today just a bit of a bad day for both of you guys on the attack?
I think this is problem happening in APAC, because in APAC, every defender peek, and then we wander around by just waiting for the peek, and then like sometimes we need to have a more structure attacking, but it's like sometimes it's hard to practice in scrim, and then sometimes we wander around by like no one knows how we wander around, and then that's problem happening in APAC, I think. But yeah, we have to like make structured attack. We will try to build the team like that.
Good insight, Okumesh. I have to ask you before we finish, I see all your beautiful jerseys up behind you. You've got Rheumatic, you've got Oda from Team Bliss. I don't know what other ones you've got there. Can you tell me what's your favorite jersey that you've managed to pick up over the years?
Can I bring? Because we have
please.
Kiku's signature.
Go get it. Get it. Oh, you got a signature. Oh, this is special. Don't. Oh, who is it?
This one, I went to the Tokoname major, Tokoname
yes.
quarterfinal, and we have
Oh,
Intel
Oh my
and Kickstar. I think, yeah, Intel
Wow,
Kickstar.
And
yeah.
that's me as well. But don't.
Yeah,
worry about
yes.
that
So this is like best
one.
one
That's awesome.
for me.
Oh,
that's awesome.
That is
Yeah.
gorgeous. I'm so glad that you managed to get Kix's signature in Tokoname. I'm guessing that you must be pretty excited that Siege is returning to Japan. How are you feeling about the Osaka Major?
Yes, we need to qualify. We need to qualify for the major. So I don't wanna go as a like visitor. I just wanna go
Yeah.
as a competitor. So yeah, I'm so excited.
Yeah. Yeah, I bet. Okay, well, that's a long way away for now. We'll just focus on your next game, which is going to be a tough one against FearX. But that's all we have time for tonight. Congratulations on your win today, and good luck in your match tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
What a sweetheart. That was great. I think that's got to be my favorite interview. No offense to all the other great interviewees we've had across APL so far, but Okamesh is such a legend. Oh, man. What a special moment. Of course, we do have one match remaining tonight. It is the top dogs from APAC North, the best team out of Japan, CAG Osaka, taking on the Brazilian roster of D plus Kia. That's coming up next.
트레일러를 보고 이게 진짠가 하고 좀 현실 부정도 했었고, 그리고 진짜인 걸 알았을 때 엄청 기뻤고, 이제 옛날에 제 정감이 가던 캐릭터 중 하나니까 막 주변 사람들한테 얘기도 하고 했는데, 이게 제가 5살 때 즐겨 하던 거다 보니까 이게 최근에 그 저보다 어린 선수들한테는 약간 그 모르는 이야기더라고요. 그래서 좀 씁쓸하면서도 저 혼자 재밌어하는 그런 상황입니다. 지금 팀은 살짝 자유로운 분위기가 좀 더 강한 것 같고요. 제 역할도 뭐 그냥 OP 캐릭터? 좋은 캐릭터 그냥 아무거나 골라서 하는 거고, 지금 팀의 분위기가 뭐 서로 훨씬 친하기도 하고, 이제 언어도 한국어로 소통해서 편하기도 하고, 환경 자체는 좋은 것 같아요. 사실상 형 역할을 하는 건 저희 지금 헤드코치 맡고 있는 동욱이 하고 있고요. 그 저보다 나이 높은 선수는 이제 데믹, 저는 아직 24이라 한 중간 정도인 것 같아요. 지금 클라우드9과 비교를 하면 지금 많이 메타도 바뀌고 시대도 변하고 해서, 뭐 그때는 되게 체계적이고 살짝 딱딱한 느낌으로 우직하게 이긴다고 하면, 지금은 약간 자유자재한 플레이 스타일이라 픽도 자유자재로 바꾸고, 전 팀에 있을 때는 많이 했었던 것 같은데, 뭐 이번 팀에는 다 그래도 경력 있고 다 게임 이해도 높은 멤버들이라서 뭐 다 알아서 잘해가지고 괜찮은 것 같아요. 지금 이번 스테이지에서 제일 이기고 싶은 팀은 아무래도 D 플러스 기아인 것 같아요. 그리고 사실상 제일 잘하는 팀이기 때문에 걔네만 이기면 지역 1위 또는 뭐 브라질과 맞먹는 수준으로 갈 수 있다고 생각해가지고 꼭 이기고 싶습니다.
We're out of time. Let's put them in the ground. back! Team 1.
Report.
Alive and well. We lost comms with the other team.
They have their orders. We need to go for Nix. Dokkaebi.
Be my eyes. Mute. Cover her.
On it. Hostile. Sending a payload.
You're cornered, Nix. Surrender. I see one old man. One old man about to die.
I see your runner 7. 3 rows down.
Hack my phone.
Huh? What if it...
Do it now.
Quick thinking there, Six.
We trusted each other, and it paid off. Rendezvous for extraction, Team 1.
I'm breaking necks and I'm wilding out. Throw my elbows up and my money out. Cause I came to get down, so let's run it up. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left.
Oh, Pengu, I am so ready to dance straight back into some APL. That's right, one more game remains today, and we are so here for it. It is the big one. It's D+ taking on CAG, the rematch of the kickoff grand final. CAG were the only team from APAC North to go to the Salt Lake City Major because they bested D+, and now the Brazilians are looking for revenge.
It's almost a shame to have this happen on the very first play day, but on the other side, we can see them kind of have their battle right now, and then they lose. It makes the comeback story. They get stronger and stronger, and come playoffs or whatever we're gonna call it these days, they make their comeback happen, right? I would love to see CAG come out with an absolute barn burner of a game, because the Japanese teams today have had a struggle on the attacking side. Plus, there's still that import roster of D+, right? Korean organization, sure, but they're full of Brazilians.
Very much so, and obviously falls from D+. He's made plenty of, he's passed plenty of wind talking about how D+ are here to stay. You know, they don't consider themselves a Brazilian team, they consider themselves an APAC team. They have a lot of respect for the region. It's not the same story that we pushed a year or two ago about all these import rosters. We do welcome the Brazilians here into APAC, and they have played with a lot of respect. But if you do look back at the result that CAG and D+ had in the grand final last stage, you know, CAG won the first map 7-1. At that point, we thought it was all over. We were like, okay, well, I guess D+ is out of it. D+ managed to come back on the second map to win in overtime 6-8. And then we went to the map 3 where CAG only barely won it 7-5. That's a big 3-map series, and D+ showed a lot at Six Invitational when they had some big performances against foreign teams, but also in that game there, showing that they can come back even after losing 7-1 on the first map. But let's start talking about the domestic heroes. It's the Japanese roster, CAG Osaka. What is there to say that hasn't already been said about this star-studded roster? It is the Japanese GOAT. He is the most infamous player in the region and has been for quite some time. Anderton, the shield god, and of course the most recent addition to this team, getting Didi on as a coach. They have looked so good, and they're only getting better and better, except for, it seems, every time they go to an international event, they have struggled. It's been a long time since they've played well internationally after back-to-back 0-3 exits at both Salt Lake City Major and the Six Invitational in Paris.
That's exactly right. I mean, honestly, when DD first went from coach to player, I was thinking it's going to be a honeymoon phase with CAG. They'll be good for a week or two, maybe a whole month, and then they're going to start falling off a little bit. But they kept playing with DD, subbing in as a player from that coach position, and they got better and better and better. And while they did fall short internationally, and that's kind of been their story for a good bit of time, I really enjoyed DD as a player on this core roster because he brings so many strong fundamentals. It allows players like Anderton to still be that kind of crazy player, but it does feel a bit like from the outside looking in that it's got a small leash on him where DD says, hey, this round you cannot go too crazy, you gotta play the Capitao or the Grim or the Blackbeard, and once you spend your utility, then you can do whatever you want. But speaking about Anderton and CAG, they also have an opponent, D+, the imports, the Brazilians that have been so good ever since joining this region of APAC North, and there are so many big names here. Moose is on the roster, James, a former world champion for NIP, a content creator, a fragger. It feels like D+, they wanted a little bit more firepower, and getting someone like Moose on the roster will give you exactly that.
Yeah, very much so. I was skeptical. I wasn't sure if Muzi would still be in peak form. Once upon a time, he was regarded as the best player in the world. Back when he won the Six Invitational with Ninjas in Pajamas in 2021, he was their biggest fragger, him and Pino leading the way. But, you know, these days he's been through a lot of iterations of that NIP roster before eventually getting dropped and moving over to D+. I was skeptical, and he has delivered. He has looked phenomenal, as have D+. As a whole, they had a phenomenal run when they went to the Six Invitational, and I'm sure that they're feeling a little bit snubbed. They didn't have a chance to go to the Salt Lake City Major. They got so close, only 2 rounds away from beating CAG in kickoff, but it's going to take a while for them to get back to that form. Remember, the D+ that we saw go to Paris at SI, 2-0'd Shopify Rebellion. Yeah, the same Shopify Rebellion, the same 5 players that were runners-up at the Major in Salt Lake City. They also beat Black Dragons. They also took a map off of the champions of FaZe Clan, the 2-time SI champions. That's the caliber of team that we're talking about here with D+. But there's something about CAG that they always struggle with, and this is just a best of one. So it's a very different beast to the BO3 they played in kickoff. Let's have a look at where we'll be playing in this best of one series, however. Where will we be
Wouldn't
going?
mind the clubhouse. I never minded. It's gonna get banned away by D+ at the end. So Shelly on left. Okay, I'm telling you, man, so much Lair and Fortress the last 48 hours. We're gonna go back to back right now. Scarskin and Trope just had a battle on this map. Now I'm gonna see maybe a little bit higher level here between D+ and CAG. Hopefully getting more than just a few attacking rounds on the board.
Yeah, and One of our lovely production crews has just reminded me that we actually did see CAG and D+ go head-to-head on Lair in kickoff. I was about to call it stage 1 again. In kickoff, in the upper bracket semi-finals, it was a dominant 2-0 for CAG. They went 7-1 on Lair, and then eventually 7-2 on Border. Of course, they did meet more recently than that in the best of 3 grand final, but that 7-1 Lair will be fresh in the memories of everyone in the server today. Let's kick it off. It's the 2 best teams from APAC North going head-to-head here on Lair.
Super exciting. With CH on the attacking side, you're gonna have to think Deep is gonna ban at least one of those shields. I'm thinking Blackbeard or the Muncie most likely if they're gonna go for that kind of scenario. They're gonna start off with the Grim. CAG, they ban the Bandit, probably expecting the Bandit plus 2 Brow to free up the attacker lineup and give them a bit more flexibility, not having to worry about playing operators like your Thatcher or your Maverick, having to go downstairs for verticality, and they can force more power-ups like your Solid Snake, Dokkaebi, Deimos, Capital, which is going to be left open, and of course, one of the final shields. They actually will leave all the shields open. It's going to be Solid Snake and Grim, Mira and Bandit, so Kai 2 Brow actually on the cards here, potentially. So not going for the basic, super boring operator bans from either side here.
I love the Solid Snake ban. I think it's always a good move. Always a good move against teams that want to take a lot of free map control really quickly. I don't think I've seen a lot of CAG Solid Snake. I can't remember if we got to see that in kickoff. I think that kickoff went so quickly that I feel like I didn't even register a lot of those games. I don't remember explicitly any Solid Snake rounds from CAG. I'm sure they used it. Such a good operator.
Yeah. I think I have this faint memory of them using it on Chalet, and I actually think it was Anderton using it, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
But it wasn't like, oh my god, CAG are now like the #1 Solid Snake using team in the region. It's like they used it, like you said, every now and again, but it didn't define the whole playstyle, I don't think, from memory either.
I personally don't know if I think Solid Snake is the best on this map. Obviously, Solid Snake is never a bad operator, but especially the top floor of Lair, which is where most of the activity happens on this map, especially on this top floor bomb site, it's so small, and you're so often contesting everything so quickly anyway, that Solid Snake isn't as useful as something on like Chalet, where you might be fast entering on a part of the map where there's no one there. That's really where Solid Snake is most useful. Big maps where you can take quick ground. I don't know if it's the most useful on Lair. I think that the Deimos is big here, and Shurip is going to jump straight on that.
Seeing Moosey getting very active, holding ops room, using those keeper barriers early to try and get an advantage. And because of the couple of players being hurt outside his door, he calls him nearest the backup, but Saka, our colleague, gets the opening pick onto Moosey, so no more keeper barriers to be posted later on. And they did also see the clash in the area. So really great start here for CAG. Decisive, in the building, aggressive, but look at this. Oh, the Jones spots out the operator of Thorn.
Shoddy.
And he's got the shoddy as well. It's perfect for this gunfight.
This is great. Falls, be careful. He gets read like a book. And Shurip has plenty to say about that. The BM shooting the body for Shurip. The patience from CAG, 2 players in the advantage. They know that Niers on the clash is their biggest adversary. But actually, it's Levy that gets targeted here by Shurip. Now he knows exactly where he is. Levy decides to fall on back.
Look at the discipline from CAG. That's what I'm saying with DD joining the roster, right? They take ops room, and they all wait for Shurip to make the play downstairs off the yellow ping information. So they're just holding angles, playing super safe. They didn't even try and breach the wall just yet. Then once Shurip gets the kill, they restabilize, track the mute, they don't risk anybody dying. Smoke goes out, and they breach the wall. It's a very, very nice 1-2-3 understanding when which player has to take a risky play. Then they rotate, double player taking rocket server control with bathroom window pressure. And here's those a double kill, collateral on the staircase. That changed the entire conversation, and he stays alive.
Wow, yeah, the fact that he didn't get traded by Chibisu there is massive. 3v3. And now he's retaking the hallway. Credit to D+. They know how to just chill out. The nade here is great, though, from Chibisu. He's going to toss it on out. That'll destroy the shield and finish off Niers. The plant is traded, or rather denied, or forced off of by Zaka. In fact, the pressure just alleviated for a brief moment as Levy eventually is found and finished off. Great patience there from CAG. They knew they didn't have to rush it, and they converted that numbers advantage.
I mean, if Nears doesn't get that collateral 2-piece, that's a flawless round for CAG. They hit all the right marks at the correct timing. And if you look at, you know, the round starts, you got 3 minutes. They won with about 50 or so seconds left. That means they were making very good pace at the first, second, and third step, right? Early opening pick, a second one follows through, they take 20-30 seconds to kind of really talk about the next step together, and then they push the staircase, bathroom window, and hit the plant at the exact same time. Because between Nears getting this double kill and them starting to plant is less than 10 seconds of time. That means they're working super quickly on 2 different fronts at once. So it's really good communication. CAG with great problem solving skills too. D+, I think caught a bit by surprise in that first one.
A little bit. Especially with that Deimos roam below, Shuri covering his tracks so well with that shotgun. Well read from CAG. Straight back on the clash though, by the way. Look at Falls jumping straight on it as we go down into the basement. D+ know that CAG are nefarious when it comes to the shields and the rushes, and the clash Tachanka smoke combo all counter both of those things. Though it's not going to be a clash, but something that you already mentioned a little bit earlier today. Pioneered right here at home in APAC. The Ying shotgun from Anaton makes its appearance.
Yep. Anaton is the inventor of many funny things. The Munchie hipfire drop shot meta that we saw for a bit. Ying Shoddy, also a connoisseur of that one. A lot of glass play, general shield usage, funny rushes. Let's see what he can do for this one. It's Falls' turn on the clash, no longer Nears. He'll be on Tachanka instead. And D+ just posted up, holding their passive angles, not wanting this aggressive gunfight early on, and respecting CAG a ton right now on the server. Often we see D+ just running out the building, roaming, and having like not too much respect for their enemy here in APAC North, you know. They're gonna test their enemy, and if they can get away with silly stuff, they will do it. But after that, the very first round, I think they're saying, hey, we gotta play a proper game here against CAG. Don't give them anything for free.
I feel like both teams are respecting each other, though. Look at how CAG, early on in the round, like, we see Anaton using Candelas just to clear barbed wire. He's not exposing himself. He's not taking any unnecessary risks. As Falls decides it's time to leave the roam on the staircase and get back to site. Yeah, this is a ton of control just alleviated and given up by D+ Kia.
Okay, so again, they don't want to risk anybody dying early. Mitzi does get a kill to DD, so Hibana is going to be moved from action. There's a vertical kill most likely, as Mitzi was all the way downstairs in barrels. That's pretty big, actually. Got the hatches, yes. Got the vert with the ram as well, but attacking the space and bombs in different areas. Here comes the shotgun. Gets one. Gets a second as well. How did he even get in there, though? Window jumping, perhaps?
I don't know. I can't imagine he managed to drop the hatch and get all the way to the clash. Regardless, Anaton lapping up the space. Midi, the last one standing. Chibisu shuts him down. CAG are dominant. And the Thatcher as well. We didn't even get to see it, but no doubt used to clear any of the traps on the bomb site before they entered. Could have even been used on the clash. Didn't manage to see whether it was used to EMP that clash, prevent the Tase from working. But CAG, they've got an answer for everything.
I mean, that was the round victory out of nowhere. It was a bit of a stalemate when DD died, but they were just setting up to play elsewhere. Like, it was Anaton in with the shotgun, getting one kill, knifing the clash. Teamsu walks down with the crossfire, takes down Falls. And that just opens up the entirety of the bomb side. Doing that in a 4 versus 5, I was just about to say how that bomb side is so hard. Yeah, I guess you dropped the hatch here, you're right. Because it wasn't the way that came from behind the clash player. But attacking the base and bomb side, there are so many doorways, so many crossfires, and you only have maybe 2 or 3 people going for the push. You have to be very successful on the initial entry, and they were. Finding the opening is everything for CAG.
Oh, yeah. Well, off to the tertiary bomb site now for D+ Kia, and it's going to be a lot around that Solus. But again, they're doubling up with the smoke and the Tachanka. They really are worried about CAG going for these hard pushes, and they want as much util as possible to try and slow it down and deny it. I don't know if that's the play. Look, if CAG do go for a boring, let's not really clear the top floor, let's just try and plant cover of Sens, then of course D+ is going to win this. But with the way that CAG have played these last couple of rounds, I feel like they are going to look to put a lot more pressure on that top floor. And Mitty, very low on HP early. He is a player you cannot afford to lose at the start of this round. He's actually trapped at the moment. If Anderton stays here, he will surely get the kill on the retreat. Indeed, he does. If there is one operator you cannot afford to lose on this defense, it's the Solus.
Yeah, and this can change the entire attack from CAG. I mean, I'm sure they were going to sense and go for a plan before, but now they're definitely going to double down and say, guys, if we thought it was a bit of a chance of us losing it, that's going to be changed now. Much, much higher win rate. The Solus can no longer find out exactly where that plan is going down, and there is no Warden either, so they have no real counterplay. Maybe some of these mid-round Razor Blooms and Thorin can alter the round here for D+. If not, just Chunkifier and Touch of Smoke will be available, but they're all going to be playing upstairs. No one is actually down below on the side itself. That means CAG could go for a deep push attempt.
The concern here for CAG is with the number of smokes and the Tachenko fire available, plus the fact that Neas has actually pocketed 4 keeper barriers, there is so much mid-round capability here from D+. They can throw a spanner into the CAG push. So you just need to play the percentages. They don't need to go crazy. They don't need to all bust their entire attack in an immediate moment. Zaka finds the kill onto Neas with the XK23. DD Man looking for the plant. Covered off, no Solus available to find that plan, and now D+ are completely clueless. Perfectly played from CAG, you said it, Pengu. They adapted to the situation after finding that pick on the Solus. They knew exactly how to win this round.
And locked out completely. They're looking down the verticality. They can't find the damn thing. They can't even open up the hatch.
Oh my god, he's getting spam calls.
He's gonna answer the phone. Guys, there's 20 seconds left in the post.
Oh
you have
god.
no time. Drop the hatch and you will fall to your grave. Fall gets 1 kill, but that's all he's gonna find, I think. The round is over.
Oh my god. Yeah, it well and truly is. Anderton's secondary shotgun. CAG are up 3-0, but most importantly, they haven't even broken a sweat. This has been a dominant showing from the #1 team in Japan, and the Brazilians are looking glum.
I feel like, what do you ban here? The Capital, maybe? I'm not sure what they're gonna go for, honestly. Could be a Clash ban from CAT to simplify the direct pushes. Could be a Warden ban to spice things up if they're gonna keep going for crazy stuff like the Ying, the Glass. Let's see. A Clash and a Ying. Okay, so they were probably reading into the potential Warden ban. So they banned the Ying in response. And I think, yeah, the Clash bang is... Yeah, but if you think they're gonna ban the Warden and bring Ying Glass, right? Then I think that could be a pre-file that's pretty worthwhile. But that's the thing about the CAG's current iteration. They cannot just play the shields. They can't just only play the Capital. They can play the Sense, the Ying, the Grim, the Capital, the Glass, all the shields, the fast takes, the slow takes. You can ban operators against them and limit what tools they have, but they will use all the other remaining tools because they are not limited by flexibility. They have an incredibly flexible roster since DD Man joined this team as a player. Because if they need, let's say, both a shield like Monty and the Capital, DD and Anderton can swap between each other and say, oh, for this round, it's a passive Monty. DD Man takes it. Oh, for this round, it's an aggressive Monty. Anderton takes it. So they've gotten just one more layer to themselves, and because you have a different playstyle on the same operator and changing between the people, it's going to give them double the ways of playing it.
That's why I just feel like CAG have pretty much the best Japanese lineup you could ask for, which is funny because in the Kindertrove Scars game, I was talking about how you've got Nina and Rek, 2 of the best fraggers that Japan's ever seen, on the same team. But I don't think CAG gets upgraded by either of those players. You've got Shureep, who's so unpredictable and aggressive. You've got Anderton, who's aggressive but in a different way, creative, and can play passive. You've got Didi, who is the ultimate support IGL. And then you've got Zaka and Chibizu, who are just so consistent point-and-shoot players. It's the perfect combination for this roster to remain versatile, unpredictable, and most of all, deadly.
One of the slower rounds here with CAT is set up, but if you look at the lineup, it makes perfect sense because they have very valuable targets. Chibisu and Flores can't do a thing until he spins his gadget from outside the building, and the other attacking members just need to simply stay alive. It's gonna be a 5v5 execute here for CAG most likely. They're all so valuable. Aniton will punch the window for good measure on his way towards the barbed wire. Toxic Babe baited out, does not get shot, but that's okay. Because he's in this hallway at the 1 minute 47 mark, he can just keep swinging that corner, bait out the Toxic Babes, and eventually, they're gonna run out of gas. And that's when the main push will happen.
Second gas gonna follow. Gas nice and deep, so that forces Aniton to take 2 ticks of damage. Oh, that's an awkward gunfight. Shurip loses it. That is a very rough position for him to be in. It would have been much more benefited if he had the SMG-12 out at that range. You can see he was caught off guard. Low rate of fire is not good in close quarters. Shurip goes down. Dokubu's utility completely nullified. Midi lives to fight another day.
Bit of a shame. There was so many calls left in pocket, and I mean, if you target smoke with them right now, you can give Aniton a way into that push. Instead, it's Saka or Akuli solo flanking, and teams are getting shut down by Levy.
Oh, Aniton might give a lifeline over here to CAG. It's just him and DD now left. Both have found kills. Midi is very low on HP, but there are no nades left here for Aniton to flush players out of position. Muzi has to be the main playmaker here for D+. He has a Nitro cell to boot as well. And DD, one more Selma and 2 flashes. Nice long angle. Muzi has to land the shot onto DD. He likely won't be able to hit Aniton. He backs on, he lets them through, and he lets Aniton get a kill onto Midi. 1v2 now. The flashbang is good from DD. Both flashes land, and DD secures the kill. Big clutch up from the backline of CAG to find a 4th round in a row for the Japanese.
It's a 4 versus 5 off the rib. Yes, there was a player low in health, the castle, but still there was a numbers advantage for the side of D+. But every single piece of utility did something that round. Like the flashbangs, for example, in the 2v2 were vital. DD threw in the flashbang and forces the Kaid off the crossfire angle. Then they storm the bomb site, isolating the castle, and they turn the 2v2 into a 2 versus 1. That's just off a simple flashbang. So CAG, again, excellent at understanding what tools they have and where to put them for the best gain. Shuri caught off guard, unfortunately, but look at Aniton and DD working together. They were playing 2 versus 4 upstairs, and they were victorious. Neither of them died.
DD Dance. Is that what the DD and DD man stands for? He's the dance man.
He's a dance
We
man.
learn something new every day. Big reaction for CAG after DD and Aniton pulled that off. 4-0.
And he's 7-0, by the way.
Yeah, man. And he's
7-0 playing Ying shotgun and shields against D+, no less. Come on now.
Insane. He'll happily play any shield that you present to him. Ying as well. Look, he'll even play the Thermite and the Ace. We've seen him on hard breaches.
Yeah.
D+ have shown that if you make a single mistake, CAG will pounce on it. That's what happened on that tertiary bomb site. D+ just let their solos get picked early, and CAG won the round pretty much as a result. But even when D+ don't make a mistake, even when they strike first, they find the opening kill onto Shurip lurking down below. CAG is still so deadly.
They've made this huge rotation. They started garage and walked all around the building, going for a direct rush. It's in the building. Goyo fire pop. This is ugly.
Great Goyo fire, and the Malusi Banshee as well supported massively. The EMP from Chibisu was a little bit too late and wasn't able to disable that Banshee in time. And so Aniton will fall, cop his first death of the map. Shurip not able to find his backstab from the other side, unfortunately. He also wasn't able to successfully... He did call a player. He's now calling again. They must have hung up the phone because no damage has been taken on the D+ side.
Yeah. I mean, losing the Blitz, at least it's only one player that you lost to it, but you did spend a lot of time and resources getting to that point for the rush, so it is going to be an expensive cost here for CAG. Now they're just kind of going to go fishing, looking for a bit of map control, hopefully catching off Roma. The yellow ping, actually. Don't think they see visual confirmation, but they have audible cues as a player in this area.
He's looking the wrong way. He's looking down the third, and Shurip will take him down and immediately hack the cameras. Great play. Now Shurip has a lot of vertical capability up above, but Muzi's on for a flank. He's now let that boogie drone tear up the floor next to him from the Ram. He's hoping to flank Zaka at the opportune moment.
CAT might think that there are no more roamers anymore because they found one pig and saw D+ were falling back towards the bomb site. This means that Moosey is on for a very high chance of the flank. Now, there might be a couple of drones somewhere, but Anton is not currently watching them by the UI. Not sure if that's accurate or not. In the meantime, I got 40 seconds spotting out the site itself, and the immediate area is clear. Maybe they could walk on in. There's only going to be one Griswold mine and one C4 to stop any potential plant.
Here comes the flank from Moosey. He's able to drop straight back down the hatch and get back onto site. Perfect timing. DD 1v4, and Moosey will shut him down. Finally, a round on the board for the Brazilians.
Very good. They strike first and last. At the Nari flocking out the bomb side. The Goyo fires are highly successful, getting 2 kills in that round alone. And they just didn't really overcommit. Moosey only went for the swing when CAT were pushing the bomb side, meaning that it was now or never. That is going to be the first round for D+, but they are going to be gunning for a second. They need this 2-4 half to have a really good, realistic shot on side swap. Sure, they can have great attacks, but we know CAG, and they have that clutch potential. They will win 1 or 2 rounds from individual heroics if they need to. So, the more rounds that D+ can win here, the bigger the parachute.
I'm out!
One last chance now for D+. 2-4 is not the end of the world here. Interestingly, they're hiding the Jaeger. That's very rare that we see a Jaeger get hidden by a defensive setup. What is the strat? Like, why do they think Jaeger is so important that they're going to hide it?
I'm thinking of that right now. I mean, so I was going to say, they have an anchor player that's going to play on that small pillar probably, right? If you triple ADS stack on the side, he's going upstairs though. Oh, for yellow stairs, or green stairs rather. So they stack green stairs to play that like power position. Interesting. But the thing is, if you hide the Jaeger, I mean, they will drone it or throw one projectile, see the ADS, and just start spamming it. I'm not sure if it's because of like specific kind of like Thatcher or whatever, but they got that anyway for the Kaid. And this wall will get popped immediately. Should have brought a 2-bar, my friend. The C4 clipped the wall before it wait, the C4 was stuck on the reinforced wall, but it didn't go outside, nor did the explosion destroy it. That's a trippy one. And DD-Man's down on Monty. How did that happen? He should be unkillable. That is
like
a
you
huge
said,
loss to suffer.
When CAG wants to play a passive Monty, one that's never going to die, that's when they give it to DD.
Yeah.
So I don't know how that's happened. The first time that CAG are actually looking pretty well dealt with here. They're stalled out, but it's not over yet. Anderson has rotated back over. Chibis is now droning up. Wants to take a bit of map control. But it's so hard to clear the top floor. And you've lost your shield. You've lost your ultimate staying power. Shurip's in the building. And D+ have really fallen back. You've got, what, 2 players holding on to the top floor. But they don't even need to hard fight this too much.
Drone up.
They know that getting that Monty down was a huge part of CAG's attacking strategy. Oh, he hears a hatch drop. But is it a bait? They're trying to hold the angle. No, they're not. But the Thorn Trap does pop. And he's going to sprint right out the door shortly after. What is this? Double flank on Skybridge. Falls at a Thorn Shotgun leading the charge. Checking the corner with the Razor Bloom as well. They are holding an odd part of the map, but this could work out because a late round backstab could potentially happen here for D+. They know that CAG playing 4v5 have to send all the bodies downstairs towards the side itself, and when they do, that's when they're going to go for a flank later on.
Yeah, you're right. D+ really hold all the cards right now. Oh no, that's going to make it worse as well for Midi. Finding a kill onto Shuri, peeking outside the breach, doesn't realize he's exposed. 3v5 now as Chibisu finally gets the first kill on the board for CAG. Long way to go as we look to sunset the half. CAG desperately need to take some ground and get inside Anderton with the diffuser. There's no solace from D+, so they won't know at a distance where the plant's going down, but they're not going to let CAG in the building. It's now Chibisu outside the breach and Zaka up above. The Asper desperately try and get inside, but there's a bulletproof camera inside of the bomb site that's going to call out the positions. Mears finds another one. It was a phenomenal start. 4 rounds in a row from CAG, but D+ will reply in kind. They've got 2 rounds of their own to tie up the half.
Banger.
You guys can listen to the APL playlist on Spotify and YouTube. Cha-ching.
Oh. It's a good funk, man. I can't lie. We've all been
Is it
scrolling
funk?
swords one night in bed, and you just get those funk sounds happening, you know? It's a thing.
Yeah, man. Yeah,
We had EDM,
totally.
we had dubstep, now we got funk.
We had a bit of techno in there. That kind of went hard. I'm a big fan of that. Oh, man. The funk hits diff at the halftime.
It's a fitting
Alrighty,
moment,
tidy.
you know. It's CAT D plus. It's got a bit of like anime protagonist antagonist vibe, and a comeback, you know, slowly being mounted here by D plus with 2 rounds in a row.
You do realize if it's an anime comeback, it would be CAG, not the Brazilians.
Well, an anime is just like the media. I mean, just because anime doesn't mean that it has to be CAG winning. It just means that they're in that media form. No.
Fine. It would be apt.
Sometimes
it would be
the
very
villains
appropriate.
win. Like I've seen Dragon Ball before, and the heroes don't always win in that one.
Really? I didn't know that. What about
Dude,
when
they
they're
got
on?
beaten.
What about the hero is like an anti-hero, you know, like Death Note? It's one of
Ah.
the few animes I've actually seen, and I loved it, but it's very much... The protagonist is the bad guy, you know?
Well, depends on how you look at it, I guess.
If you think that Light is the good guy in Death Note, I am very concerned, and I hope
I
that
have
you don't vote.
seen 3 or 4 episodes of Death Note last year, and I quite enjoyed it actually. But there was definitely some, dude, the main character is a psychopath vibe at times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, good times. Drop your top hottest anime recommendations in the chat for us, please.
Not a bad shout.
And that goes for our production team as well, because I know that there's probably a few anime themes in there, I can tell.
I know my friend watched this one show, but I don't think it's appropriate for stream, so we'll save for a future time. But it's an anime with an interesting concept. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
Wait, I think it's called Food Wars. Is that a thing?
I don't know,
I'm not
man.
sure that's the real name.
not much
I'm
of
gonna
an
go with
anime,
Food Wars. Okay. We'll see.
Oh, man. Speaking about TV, this has been absolute cinema so far. Ha! What about a segue
pretty
like
good.
that, huh?
pretty
CAG
good.
and D+, our finalists from kickoff, especially with CAG looking like they were on their way to another 7-1 like they did achieve against D+ on Lair in kickoff. D+ have finally fought back and they bit down hard. 2 rounds in a row. Almost hit the strip there for a sec.
Bit of a cautious start here for D+, but it makes sense. They want to utilize all they have to do potentially late in this round. The buck can kind of counter the Clash by doing the bucketing from below later in the round when Clash is going to be pressured from the bomb side breaches and the doorways and such. And we got a Levy on the Blackbeard bathroom window, just looking at the rocket staircase where we see a Chibisu Thorn shotgun kind of stuck in this position. Does have the C set secondary. This Toxic Babe might just save him though, and the Clash also to the rescue.
They are really hunting for it. They're looking to get aggressive. 2 windows. Chibisu's also peeking outside. Look, at the very least, this is delaying a hell of a lot of time that D+ would rather be spending clearing. It just depends on whether a kill comes out in favor of the Brazilians, but no. It's Chibisu that finds a kill. Hang on!
Okay.
Anderton is outside the building!
They're coming
This
for
is the
it.
utter
Oh, no.
disrespect! Anderton goes down.
Too far.
But the tase is going to continue, and that means Midi is still going to get affected here. He's not going to be able to sprint. I think that Anderton was trolling a little bit there. Finally, the shield is dealt with. But yeah, bloody weird round, I can tell you that much. 3v4 now with 40 seconds as D+ try and pick up the pieces.
I do not understand what I just witnessed, but I'm all for it. And technically, because you get a kill in the midst of that chaos and so falls, it is worth it. No more Capital. Bok no longer downstairs. They got Crossfires. They got the Shanka as well for Plant Denial. Even a spare Razor Bloom. Saka / Arcoli has to hold the fort though, because if he dies, it gives him a way in towards the side.
Nice shot from Shuri. The Chibisu! Big thorn trap there for CAG. What a silly round. Only way to put it. That was absolutely cooked. That was the most CAG round I've ever seen. Jumping outside against the second best team in the region with the Clash and making it work. It is It's this is just what we expect out of CAG.
I will say though, I think the extra layer for me that really made that play is the moment Anderson died, Chibisu, who followed him outside, immediately turned back around and went back inside the building. If this was CAG 1 or 2 years ago, they would have doubled down on the play, they both die, and then they lose the round because of it. Because this was how the cacking or cacking term came to life. They would win the round, make a crazy good play, and then make the silliest of plays right after, and then somehow lose it. Also, this crossfire was disgusting. They had Smoke crouched with a shotgun, Thorntrap proning at his feet, and a second teammate around the corner. That means when he gets swung, the Thorntrap activates, he gets to pump the shotty, and his teammate also swings off the corner. It's triple crossfire because the Thorntrap can trade them out as well. That's actually super nice.
I've never thought of that before. Most people would put the Thorn Trap, you know, in a position where the Thorn Trap goes off and then you swing.
Like in the hallway, yeah.
Exactly, but like by the time the Thorn Trap detonates, one player is already in a gunfight.
Yeah.
You know? And that player can unpeak and be safe from the Thorn Trap very quickly. And people talk about crossfires and swing on my contact. Don't swing on my contact, swing on the Thorn Trap. That's the exact same thing as swinging on the contact. It's just so nice. I love that from CAG. Tiny little details like that are what put teams up on that next echelon above the rest. And CAG, that's where they sit here in APAC North.
Falls having a hard time thus far. Played the Capital last round and just kind of died before they execute. Now the Blackbeard going 0-5. The Yokai drone stunned 2 players in CJ hunting down News on the Solid Snake. So they let him in the building. They let him think that he is the one hunting the defenders. And he was wrong. He was being hunted. They had constant information. Another shutdown counterplay there from CAG. And it's DD once more, doing that supportive heavy lifting. He's 4-5, technically negative, but his impact every single round cannot be understated. He has been super important for CAG this game.
Can't discredit the assist on a kill like that with the Yokai drone. When you're spectating a drone or on a Yokai or whatever it is, and you cause your teammate to get a kill, you should realistically count that as your kill. That is your kill, my friend.
Exactly.
If you're the guy on the Valkyrie camera saying blow that C4 for your teammate,
yeah.
C4 on ping, mango is the word I use, that is your kill, my friend.
I'm right there with you. At least get the assist for it, you know what I mean? But even the kill, I'll take that. Trace drone shut down as well, looking for those Yokais. So if Blackbeard were to push this door, you're gonna get Yokai stunned immediately. And if Falls doesn't realize that or respect the possibility of the Echo stun, he's gonna be in for a world of hurt because look, DD is ready. They're gonna low-key try and bait it while Chibisu is flanking up top floor. CAG have so many small elements of plays happening at the same time. Different ways to win the round, different ways to punish D+.
Even if Chibisu was dead and not flanking, CAG would likely still be in the advantage at the side. Falls looks now for a chance to move in close. Oh, hello! Muzi comes and supports him up in a BM onto Anderson. Things are heating up between D+ and CAG, as D+ might have a way into the bomb side now after taking care of that Yokai drone. They've also taken care of the flanker in Chibisu and found the pick onto Shuri. Falls is on the ground, the Blackbeard, but there's no time to pick him up, and now DD Man and Zaka together get aggressive! DD for a double! Midi now in the 1v1 against Zaka, but he's lower HP and he doesn't have that diffuser. He's gonna have to get it back. Doesn't know where Zaka is. He lies in wait. Arkily, with his new name, glides in style for CAG, and match point is theirs.
And beautiful once again. I said earlier how CAG always have a hero play in them. I think that round there is a 2v4. That's the hero play moment. D+ shot down the Echo drone. They got the kill on Smoke. Falls to the Blackbeard, was successful in the entry. But then the 2v4, that's when they started really ramping on the individual performances and picking up kill after kill. D+ call it tag timeout, but you know how I feel about this, James. It is down on match point. 2-6, and now you go for a tag timeout? I think it's too late. I think it's over.
Yeah, the only momentum that D+ ever managed to build was on that defensive half. The final 2 rounds, Hell has a chance now to talk to his team. You see he's getting very active. They're in that team facility in South Korea that D+ has provided to them. And they get a lot of advantages as being a result of playing in person together, but it's not enough. They have just been read so cleanly by CAG. And it reminds me of what CAG tweeted after the last time the first time I should say, they beat D+ in kickoff in the upper bracket before D+ came back into the grand final. CAG beat them, what, 7-1, 7-0, 7-1, 7-2? And said, we just figured it out. We just read them. And we just brought in new stuff we knew they wouldn't be ready for.
Deploying jammer.
Yeah, it wasn't it. I'm not sure if it was before or after the game, but didn't Shui tweet that they have some secret strats, or they were showing some they did some sort of tweet that was like super aura based.
Do you reckon they scrimmed D+ and then let the flankers flank in the actual game? I can't stop thinking about that ever since you told me that, man. That's holy aura from you.
No, I mean that's obviously back when everybody was worse at the game is easy to just describe it. Nobody had figured out like the very meta of how to play Rainbow Six Siege. This is like 2016, 17, probably parts of 18 and 19 as well. Actually, you can do really silly stuff and people wouldn't clock you on it. Where now people have gotten so used to rage baiting and bait takes and whatever else, like from social media especially, that you don't believe things anymore. Fabian used to say in interviews that we lost this map on purpose because we didn't want to feel like our opponents thought we were good on it. And people believed it. Because that makes sense, right? But if you said that today, people would call you a fool. They're like, nah, dude, you're just bad. Like, you didn't hide strats on it. I feel like the mentality has shifted there on the mental battle. But Fabian was the OG rage baiter way back in the day.
Good old days. Some things change and some things stay the same. It looks like that not too much has changed for CAG between kickoff and stage 1. They are still the force to be contended with here in APAC North. The heat from Japan. Match point now. As Midi looks for an entry, he wants to try and jump in and use that shotgun, but he'll be jumping into a crossfire. He's not a Ying, so he doesn't have flashes. He's already used his nades as well. EMP is not going to last for very long, but that's fine. Uses the chance to shoot open and destroy that. Gadget falls, comes up from the stairs while Levy goes down. It's okay because Falls has taken a hell of a lot of ground, and D+ have found themselves the numbers advantage.
They got the Monty this time, not the Blackbeard, so Force will be very safe for this round, just marching on forward with very little counterplay. There are 2 C4s, but it's not Chibisu who has them in pockets.
Oh, hello!
And they're on the bomb side! So he drops. To his surprise, he dies immediately after, but News does not have the diffuser. That is going to be Falls on the Monty. So 2 options here. Get back to the side. No, let's just get the kills. Nearest with a double kill. Looking for the final one of Anaton. No C4 in pocket either. He does find Nearest, though. But can he stop the Muncie? I'm not so sure.
Yeah, that's the problem. No Nitro means that he's got pretty much no way of killing that Montaigne in close range. Midi will fire up and take him down. D+. Find a brief moment of much needed energy. Trailing behind by 3 rounds. CAG Osaka still have 3 match points.
Also, D+ Kia might have the nicest team signature. I'm not sure if you noticed it, but
very cursive. It looks almost like a font.
Yeah, I was gonna say the exact same thing. Someone's got either nice handwriting, or maybe they cheated. Because I'm pretty sure that everyone's using like paint or some sort of like super scuffed mouse writing. They probably had a person with like a trackpad and a pen, you know?
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
That's low-key cheating, if you ask me.
Nah, you gotta try hard it. Gotta try hard it. That's the deal here in APAC North. CAG are gonna try hard it here. 3 match points, but they still take their tactical timeout. Get a chance to talk to Sparky, their relatively new coach, new this year.
Yeah. Joined for kickoff, is that correct?
Yeah.
Or was it before?
Yeah, joined for in the roster window that happened after SI.
Yeah. I mean, so when you're defending and you're up 6-3, like the current state of CAG, you could just talk right now about making one strat. You can go to the 4th option bomb side or one of your 3 primary ones. And it can be a very niche, this operator, that operator, triple spawn peak in this particular fashion. But you have 60 seconds to discuss one plan, one round. And if that doesn't work out, you still got your default stuff you've been doing all game long after the fact, and it's still only 6-4. For the side of D+, you're discussing all the potential possibilities. If they go top floor, we do that. If they go here, we do this. Look out for this bomb peak. Watch out for the clash. There's all these small things you have to constantly keep in the back of your mind. So CAT obviously heavily favored in terms of the value gained of this tactical timeout, and it's why it's also, you know, them who called it.
After 3 rounds, Nick, they can go back to the bomb site on the top floor, which they already won successfully on their defense. This was very convincing. It was also very silly, let's be honest. CAG on their first round of defense used the clash to jump outside the building and continue peeking and fighting D+ like it was a casual game. That kind of ego challenging is so characteristic of CAG, but they also have a lot of depth, as we like to talk about, and they've completely flipped the switch this time. No more clash. A lot of the operators are different. In fact, this time they're leaning into the wall denial. The bandit and 2-round combo.
Pretty big fan of this, although IQ can very easily be the counter if you have no roaming presence down below, which at the current minute, CAG do not. But I don't think they realize it's a bandit because they throw a summer charge, instantly bandit tricked. That means they lose a bit of that valuable hot destruction, and now I think Midi heard that and goes, oh no. I need help. Buck below, IQ below, somebody. Please help me sort out this problem. Anderson very smartly though rotates around the building, expecting another hard breaching elsewhere in ops room. Trying to catch D+ in the rotates. And now we see the droning below from both the IQ of Nears and Moosey because we need to kill the bandit first, then get the hard breaching, then go for the second step. So this has actually slowed down D+ significantly, plus they tricked that one Selma charge.
But Anderson, in the end, is going to decide it's not worth the risk of going for that second shot with the bandit battery to try and trick the wall because he didn't want to die to Moosey down below. And that's the right call. Even if Moosey wasn't perfectly in position, it's just not worth the risk to lose Anderson's life.
That's it. Risk assessment. We know that it was going to be the freest bandit trick ever, but it's not worth dying trying to trick a Selma charge like that. You already got some value, stalled some time. And mind you, Anderson does have a C4 in pocket that could be very vital later on in case they're hiding a shield, which again, we know they don't, but the in-game players do not necessarily. And just for general plant denial. Oh, good bit of Earth.
Good jump in.
He's just dead. He's up in the window.
Midi needs to win the second fight. The Yokai drone comes in. Tries to stun him on out. Midi has to reload his primary, but now he has some support from Nears. D+ have a big advantage now.
Anyway, they're flying, but it's too late. They're already way up the staircase, and they might just know this. In the corner, Swift looking, shut down from the hallway. They're absolutely everywhere.
Yeah, and Anaton has a nitro cell, but because it doesn't hit, they know exactly where he is, and he's completely exposed. He cannot go up the lobby stairs. He will surely die. And now he's been spotted as well. There's a crossfire onto him. DD Man about to get abused on the bomb site. 1v5 for him. Anaton shut off on the flank. That is a round and a half from D+ Kia.
They actually win the round, just like YOLO jumping in the bathroom window, tanking the Thorn Trap and taking down the first player, and then everyone else sprints in and tries to assist that bathroom play, and they make it work. They find a couple of kills, they gain good and valuable map control, and on top of that, Anderson had just started flanking down below. So it's a bit of this bad timing from CAG, honestly. Very small things that had they gone differently, that could have been a round win, but it wasn't. They're not going to look back towards that bomb site just yet, so they're going to go basement. But first, the replays here. Looking down the vert, that's the window jump in. And then you see here, they got surprised by both the rocket stairs, the bathroom window, and the 90 hallway. So they lose 3 players to just not realizing where exactly D+'s members are. That's while having the Echo drones. But when you have 3 Yokai drones, you can only watch one at a time. And he was actively watching the bathroom one, probably missing to check the others because of that active gunfight that was happening.
Yeah, CG can't afford to make those mistakes though. D+, they're good at finding gaps as we've seen these last couple of rounds. But even when CAG are bringing traps like Thorn, even when they're bringing things like the Yokai to get extra information, D+ are still snaking their way inside. It'll be a little bit harder to do on the basement though. And CAG have won this bomb site before, though it was a very close one. It was the Akali, or Zaka I should say, 1v1. D+, I think, are finally starting to believe. Like they have a lot more conviction these last 2 rounds.
Get ready for the breach.
Really gonna keep eye here on Falls. He's been very important to lead his team into a safe position, playing those shield operators. Monty has been, I would say, the best result for them, but getting those frag units on the Blackbeard is sometimes too difficult to give up. So they're gonna do it this time as well. I like how Nears is kind of baiting a play, holding an expected push there from CHG, because they're expecting them to use those yokai drones and freely move around the map. So he's actually watching the flank on the rocket stairs, but it's gonna be Saka striking first with the yokai drone, like I was talking about, to Levy. So Heartbreacher goes down, the only heart destruction for the entirety of this round. That's gonna really limit D+'s attack. Plus, it Near still being outside the building, almost in spawn, and Mitzi as well. They have no boots in the building, but Moosey. Nears actually got the kill though.
Yeah, Nears' patience was rewarded. He waited so long outside for the run out. In the end, Anderson couldn't help himself. At least give CAG some information. Okay, well, they're still waiting outside. They're predicting our aggression. What do we do now? Losing that smoke is pretty rough though, especially against the Blackbeard. We still have the Yokais to counter that Blackbeard, and also the Goyo Fire and the Elemines to delay some time. Zaka is going to let his phone blow up, take the 40 damage, just so he can continue fighting another day. Shurik still on for a flank, could be deadly in the late round, but the pressure is starting to mount on the bomb site.
I don't love the idea that they have a robot top floor right now looking for a flank, because 3 people by the side alone
DD
is not going to be enough. DD goes down as well, Nears with a backstab, I guess, or something like that. Yeah, unlock a door.
This is not a good spot for CAG to be. D+ have found their way inside, and now Falls has info on Zaka's position. Quick pre-fire from Muzi will take him down. Muzi's though traded back on the floor. Falls still full HP, as Shureep from up above is the one to finish off Muzi. Midi has to take the 1v1. That gives CAG the info that Falls the Blackbeard is alone on the bomb site. But Shureep actually gets downed. I didn't even know how Midi managed to get that wall bang, but he did. And now Shureep on the floor leaves it all up to Chibisu. 1v2. But Falls and Midi seeming to have no idea where he is. Falls has to plant the diffuser. I don't think Chibisu can hear it. Maybe Shureep can through some vert. Chibisu needs to find the 1v1 against Midi. First up, gets a long angle onto the Blackbeard. That's the better of the two players to take down, but Mitzi to respond in kind. Easy MVP of the round, the D+ Kia. With that final 2K, they stay alive.
It's all down to those tiny details of timings of where you're taking those gunfights and who's going to be striking first. It was actually CAG starting off on a very good note, and Near staying outside the building for a good 60+ seconds does catch Anaton, who was playing the smoke. Imagine having 3 toxic babes in the end of that round for CAG. You know, denying the Blackbeard, stopping the plant, just like denying the push from happening when they want to get that timing together. And it's forcing CAG into a very uncomfortable position. Do they go top floor? Do they go downstairs? Do they go tertiary? Because none of these options feel very desirable. They've been losing these bombs. They've been struggling. They are gonna go upstairs, but look what happened here. There's a wallbang actually from Saka, and then the rest happened. Chibisu sadly no information. The Yokai drone's not in the right positions there to help him in the 1v1. Had to go in blindly to take that gunfight. This is CAG saying we're gonna play very, very backline heavy. Yeah. You know, we're gonna play thorn traps to fight on the staircase and narrow hallways. We got double plant denial and the clash. We got more mines to protect those few positions that we care about. And there's one operator that kind of says, I don't care about any of this. That's Mitzi on the buck. He can do so much damage this round from downstairs because he can do verticality below where Clash is playing, below where Tashanka is going to be posted behind the deployable shield by the bomb side. He can force all those defenders away from the plant cover, and then Falls with the Monty can go for a plant. They've done that, plus they've picked up the glass. So I feel like D+ have a really good read here for counterplay, and has gotten 3 good power-ups of their own.
Yeah, that they have, but they don't have a clear way of dealing with this clash. That's the concern. So if Anaton is able to be in the right position at the right moment, D+ could stall out. It depends. Will D+ decide to go for an ops into a default plant, or they look for R6 room? Because at the moment, Falls is actually positioned for R6 room.
We are protected. We are now protected.
I mean, they don't have a direct counter to the clash, but That's why I mentioned how valuable the buck can be. If you really want to make it your mission to chase down the clash vertically, you totally can. But it does mean Mitty needs some assistance downstairs who's been droning and flank watching. Falls will go for the skybridge. Okay, we're just sprinting in, trying to melee the monkey. Do we really think he's alone in 2026?
Wow.
Do you think when it's 6-5 and D+ can win the last 3 rounds in a row, that you're gonna have a solo monkey pushing you? Probably not.
That is not the percentage play from Shurip. He dies with 3 gas in pocket. Now a lot of pressure lies on DD Man's shoulders to be the sole operator with a gadget that can delay this Monty.
And there's the buck, doing a bit of the first vertical damage, limiting where you can play from as a defender. Like I was saying, if you're Tashanka right now, it's hard to deny the plan because we see the portable shield. Next step, buck can destroy that location, and then you can start just walking in with the Monty and go for a plant. It could be that simple here for D+.
And Muzi has found his as well from outside the building.
Yeah,
We need CAG to get active. That flashbang could be good, but it gets caught
a free plant
by the magnet. This could well be a free plant unless DD Man is able to deny it. Falls is not in as of yet. Nears finds death at the hands of DD. And Zaka joins the fray for a double kill. DD Man's on the floor, but D+ only have 2 players left. The Monty and the planter has been felled. Mitty has had a phenomenal game, 12 kills so far, and now the buck must take matters into his own hands while on just 1 HP. Muzi comes in and supports, finally finishes off DD Man, still in the 2v2, but the clash of Anaton is the perfect operator in this position. Time is ticking away. Diffuser still cold on the ground. Muzi has to get desperate. Out comes the pistol, and Zaka is running away. Anaton's found his kill, and CAG have stolen the show in APAC North.
The hero plays once again. Downstairs the first time, upstairs the second. They jump outside the window in the 2v2 to bait the location while they got Anaton on the clash to establish the crossfire and find one of the 2 important kills. By the way, when we were watching Falls walk into the bomb site with the Monty, the glass, etc., Anaton was right in the middle of that chaos, facing 3 separate attackers, spinning around the building, blocking all the bullets, not taking any damage, and somehow putting down the shield and getting a kill. We didn't have his POV, but I was tracking his outline. He was dancing and styling all over D+.
That was what was so important there for CAG. D+ had everything they needed, a 5v3 and an opportunity to plant the diffuser. The only thing that could have let them lose that round is if CAG found a way to deny the plant right here. Right here. And this was the moment where Anaton goes in, and I think it was Zaka actually denies that plant. Yeah. Huge round from Zaka, 13 kills at the end of it. Phenomenal moment from him to give CAG what they fought so hard for. Finally, the 7-5 win, and they have felled their most tight adversary here already in Playday 1 of APAC North.
Ah, beautiful. I'm really happy that it became like a 7-5 game, or I would have loved it overtime as well, of course, because it was gonna look like a huge blowout. And now we're hyping on this game, D+ versus CAG, is a battle of the greatest here in APAC North, and it wasn't a competition for a long while there. But then D+ woke up, had some strong attacks, figured out their weaknesses, and I'm so excited for a later on rematch, hopefully in a best of 3 for the down the line, to see how these teams can match each other in a longer series.
I would be extremely surprised if we do not see another rematch between D+ and CAG in BO3 come stage finals. But for now, let's relish in the victory for CAG. We have an interview on the line. I believe we've got Sparky there, coach. Am I right? Hey, man, nice to see you again.
Hello. Hey, guys.
Welcome back to the APL.
Hey.
How are you doing, man? Good. You're the one that just won a game. Let us ask you, how are you feeling after that?
It's pretty hot today. Yeah, it's pretty hot in Italy, man. Too hot.
I'm jealous.
But yeah, and this game made me like sweat a lot. So yeah, but I'm doing great.
I can understand that. I mean, you guys had a phenomenal game. You guys started off on a complete burner, taking so many rounds away. I'm curious, how do you see the current landscape of APAC North? Do you feel like it's just like you guys and D+ fighting for that spot? Do you feel like teams like your Kinotrope, your Scars, etc., are they in the competition? Who do you think are your real opponents for the stage?
Yeah. So I'm gonna take maybe an extra minute to answer this question because I actually was waiting for a question like this. So no, the landscape is us and D plus and everyone else below. And the problem is, I would really love to see teams start investing in coaches and especially mental coaches, because I think APAC teams have a huge mentality problem of like anxious games, and I really think they need like to culturally change that. And also, but the gameplay side, they need a coach. But guys, 3P is an orgless team and they got a sponsor. Like, this region has so much to offer. Like, the culture around the esports is. When have you ever seen an orgless team with a sponsor? Like, this is crazy, guys. We need to invest more into the right things, though. You know, because I'm really like, when I saw this, I was like, wait, what? Like, crazy. But yeah, us and D plus and everyone else below for now.
No comment on the new Fear X roster?
No, I think they're still. Like, I mean, if you really look at it, like, it's a cool roster, but Help Us LFO didn't play that well, and they're like I don't think they're like there yet, and I don't think they will ever be. I think they're like going down actually, because many of their players reached their peak already, I think.
Fair call. Obviously, just to dial it back in, talk about your team for a minute, CAG. Obviously, you did really well today, especially in that first half. Funny round with the clash jumping outside as well at the start of the second half. But I do want to turn back the clock a little bit, talk about Salt Lake City. That now marks 2 events. I know you weren't working with the team, I believe, during Paris, but 2 events in a row that the team has really struggled now, despite dominating domestically. What do you think is the issue? Why can't they translate these domestic dominance, the domestic wins, into international results?
Thank you for the question, actually. So, yes, it was my first event, and by being there, I started seeing a bunch of issues that I couldn't see online. I know people talked about the fact that I walked out on them and stuff, you know, but actually this was completely planned, because it was like, okay, guys, I didn't know about these issues, and I told you how we should behave, and you didn't, so this stops right now. If you like, I wanted to give a visual representation of what happens. You want to win, you got to follow my lead. It's my way or the highway, or losing, or whatever else it is. So I sent them a message, they fully respected it, and we tackled the issues that we have on LAN that I didn't know about, which are mainly mentality issues. Not going to go into detail. But we've tackled those issues, and the next LAN event is going to really give me a chance to like solidify those concepts into their minds, you know?
Yeah.
So it was a mentality
I really
thing.
respect...
It wasn't like a gameplay thing.
Okay. I really respect you saying these things and also having your own personal take on it, because when I worked with Fabian with PC Talent, we actually saw a very similar thing where it was a mentality issue. It was a cultural issue of how they were approaching things, like you said, gameplay anxiety, how they don't give each other criticism or feedback that might make them better, etc., and hiding from problems. And I think you can be a coach who's gonna just join in as the foreigner, being, oh, you guys do your thing, I'll make your strats, you play them, but that's not gonna get you very far. You have to put your foot down and say, guys, to get better, we have to do these things. So I just want to praise you for actually doing this as an up-and-coming coach. You know, it takes a lot of balls to actually stand your ground against these very veteran players.
Thank you very much, and yeah, perfect explanation of the region and of what's happening with the team.
So I'll give you the mic for a last 2 cents, Sparky. Assuming you guys do qualify for EWC, we never want to put the cart before the horse, but let's just play hypothetically. You guys qualify for EWC, what's going to change for that event?
Basically, what's going to change is the way the guys approach games, especially the expectation vs reality thing, where like playing in this region is, if you're a very good team, you like think you're on top of the world until you realize you're not. Because like you win, like we have one chance to qualify, you know, there's one spot. So if we win, I know we're the best in the region. And the culture in APAC is very much like, especially in Japan and Korea, it's like, oh, if we win Japan, we're the best in the world. Because they see it that way, you know? And so I'm trying to change that. I'm trying to change the expectation vs reality. And then I'm trying to change the way they approach the games. Everyone needs to be on the same page, you know, about the mentality we have towards the game. But that's changing. That's completely changing. And I think that's going to fix the majority of the issues we have. So yeah.
All right, well, before we close up, I'll give you the mic to do any shout-outs. Anyone you want to give some credit to that might be watching right now?
Yeah, no, I just want to thank CAG, the sponsors, the team, Rento, the analyst, and all the staff that's been working with us on tackling all the issues. And thank you to the fans for watching the stream and cheering us.
And thank you, Sparky, for making time for your interview.
Thank you, Sparky.
Enjoy the win.
Thank you. Thank you for having me, guys. Bye.
Thank you.
Love that.
Very insightful.
Yeah, you getting in there. Bit of a yarn. Love to hear that. Analytical
No,
brain
it
to
felt-
analytical brain.
No, it felt very relatable, and we spoke to Sparky, I think, once or twice during kickoff, and it was just like, back then he was a little bit more reserved, I think, as an individual. He was still very new to the scene, to the space, and I think he was right in being more reserved, but now he's gotten much more into his own and saying, I know how to fix the problems, you have to trust me and listen to me, and I think it is gonna give a good way forward for CAG, for sure.
For sure. Now, someone that used to play for CAG has now made a name for himself on another team. It's Gatarato, MVP of the day. Absolutely popped off earlier for Kinotrope in their big match against Scars. 2.17 KD, gnarly stuff. Love to see Gatarada popping off. It's actually funny, when Anaton was going up against Kinotrope in kickoff, I was looking through his Twitter a moment ago. He was actually shouting, he said, I'm really excited to verse Kinotrope because my old teammates Gatarada and Aagator are playing for them.
Oh, that's very sweet. Yeah, he had a bit of a banger game, realized with them, sure. And I will say this, like, we've actually had a lot of good performances from individual players today in APAC North, but it's not like they were solo carrying. This was like a team effort with one guy popping off in the kill department, and I love seeing how much team center there is here in this region, because when we're watching some of A's chat during kickoff for O's, we have a player dropping 21 kills and they're barely winning because it's not a team effort, it is just that one solo player.
Well, it is Playday 1 done now of APAC North. Let's look back over the results from the day. From the get-go, we knew that we'd be seeing some new and some old, right? Trippy Main Telecom, who got a shout-out from Sparky there. Orgless team registered Trippy as a company and then got a sponsor, despite not actually being an org. Massive credit to them. Korean team looking really good, despite not having a lot of talent and losing 3 of their players to FearX on the off-season. Of course, BME struggling to get their feet so far in APL. Unfortunately, the same case for RX. Surprising to see them obliterated so much. And then the second half of the day was where things really heated up.
Yeah, it really was. We started seeing the Scars Kinotrope, which is going to be a close game, 5-7, Symphony for D Plus and CAG. I am just happy that it wasn't going to be a 7-1 strike all the way through. Well, you'll see the standings right here. Of course, BK Felix had the best round diff, winning 7-1, so they're technically in first place right now. But this has just been the very first play day. So much is going to change, and like Sparky said during interviews, he still thinks it's going to be CAG D Plus truly fighting for first/second, and then everybody else below. So that's going to be their story. But for all the other 6 teams, it's about disproving that statement of fighting also just for 3, 4th, etc., and getting as much experience as possible by going the furthest in the bracket.
Trippy and FearX at the top of the standings. You look at that, the 2 Korean teams topping APAC North. Enjoy it while you can. It's not going to stay. It's going to be gone after next week. I guarantee it. But overall, phenomenal day. Finally, we get back to APAC North. I was dressed for it today. I've been ready for it. I'm getting psyched for the Osaka Major, but that is in November. For now, we have all kinds of Siege action to get through. APL is back tomorrow. We have so many playdays across our 3 sub-regions. We will see you in the next one.